"Hey, I like that crazy piece of meat." I was watching too closely, but he recognized me right away. Runkendel's Sword Garden. Jonah spoke while gesturing to describe the appearance of Reikiman, the great battle king. All of Runkendel's leadership, including Jean, were listening to her explanation. Not in a day. To finish off a major branch of Kinsalo in less than 30 minutes. The leaders nodded at Brother Tana's words. The land of the Beastmen is the land where Kinsalo's former headquarters is located. Although the residences of most of the major forces and executives were moved to the current new headquarters after the Sword Emperor crusade, the destroyed branch was clearly a very important location within Kinsalo. Of course, higher-level troops were deployed in Kinsale, and even Pact and Bardray were on standby when the enemy tribe attacked. However, they were unilaterally annihilated by just one group of enemy tribes. Only Pact and Bardray barely escaped. Not only did he recognize me, he even pushed me to tell you the story, so I thought he would kill me, but I thought he would get tired, so I held back. "Oh, that guy called Dea, to King, was it enough for you to kill him?" You can ask without being so scared. "Hey Tana. The youngest is the best, but after watching you these days, I think you guys are kind of cute too." "Thank you, sister." "There's nothing to be thankful for, it's just a little cute." "Yep. If I wanted to kill that fish, I could have killed it. Eating red meat didn't even look good. But something felt wrong. He's obviously weaker than me, but if we fight, I'll get seriously hurt too? That may be because of the fighting spirit that only Riki possesses." Jonah. The energy of the great fighting king. Yes, since you have great senses, you were unconsciously wary of Riki's special abilities. Unlike the fighting kings of the Red Ming clan, the fighting kings of the Red Ming clan are not those who have become strong through their own abilities. According to Amaris, the great fighting kings of the Jiakmyong tribe were beings who were fused with the fortress. The ranks of the Jiakmyong clan are divided into two classes: plain warrior and two first-class fighting kings and great fighting kings. And among the first-class fighting kings, those who are strong enough to withstand fusion are selected as great fighting kings. What abilities does the deity king, who is fused with the enemy tribe's fort, gain? It varies from castle to castle, but the transformation of summoning and castle painting is common to all great fighting kings. Summoning is literally the ability to summon troops within a castle, and castle painting is a combat-type transformation. It's just a castle painting in name, and it's just in the form of a beast. Perhaps the threat Jonah felt was the fortification. There won't be enough recovery yet to use summoning. Hey, does that mean the meat becomes a bigger meat? But even if it had that ability, it's strange that Pact couldn't even properly resist. He had faced off against the Rinpa brothers in the past, but he was not so consumed by fear. It showed my pride as a military officer. That's probably because of the unique abilities of Reikiman's fortress. According to my memory, his strength was ranked 3rd or 4th among the great fighting kings, and even the plain warriors of the Qingming tribe at that time were unable to come to their senses whenever they encountered Reikiman. These are the people who fought well without being discouraged even when they faced a stronger fighting king. In other words, Reikiman possessed the ability to cause greater fear to other beasts than among the great fighting kings. It seems that the enemy tribes called its unique ability Beast Slayer. In any case, that is probably why the beastmen called Pact and Bardray are more intimidated than before. You have to be at the level of the fighting king of the Qingming tribe to completely overcome it. The reason Pact and Bardray were able to fight was probably because they were at a close level. It seems like a specialized ability to slaughter the weak. It's a bit similar to me and Haytona, right? Miscellaneous and low-level enemies are probably more afraid of us than Jin. There you go again, 10th Rider. You should call me Sagaju, not Jean. Is this a place where brothers play together, or is it the Sword Garden meeting hall? Sorry boss. Such a stupid mistake. Please post a congratulatory message after the meeting. If it were like the old days, it wouldn't have ended like this. At Leet's words, the faces of the leaders except Jean became even more tense. Even the generous Balkas cleared his throat and glanced at me. Yes. Well, the Chongmying Pyonjiansa can never be considered weak, but there are some similarities with Daytona's words. In the first place, the Jiakmyong tribe itself had that impression in my time. The average force was clearly weaker than that of the Qingming tribe, but everyone was more afraid. because it was unspeakably cruel and violent. From the Great Fighting King onwards, it could not be said that he was weaker than his Qingming counterpart. From Kinjalo's perspective, it was nothing short of a nightmare that Reikiman was the first to wake up among the Great Fighting Kings. From now on, no matter which branch Reikiman went to, he would be completely impossible to deal with the beasts alone. Not only would Riki go there in person, but even casual fighters couldn't handle it without Baract and Badray. Anyway, right now, as you expected, the enemy tribes have started hunting mainly Kinzalo, but I'm worried. I never expected that Reikiman Hog could act so quickly. If there are more fortresses left, he will fill his prey in an instant and wake up his compatriots. From now on, there is no way the enemy tribe will continue to threaten only Kinzal. The people they held the greatest grudge against were Jin and Amaris. When enough power returns, the Jiakmyong people will be the first to target the Bamul alliance. It would be better to assume that they will wake up other enemy tribes much faster than we expected. And in the future, the powers of the demons that Kinzalo was hiding will begin to be revealed. Jin said, no matter how many beastmen there were, they would not be able to directly deal with the enemy tribe, so the power of the demon tribe had no choice but to stand out. But according to Yona's story, Baract and Bardray seemed concerned about the power of the demons within Kinzal becoming stronger. Moreover, even though the main branches have been destroyed, Orgel and Zephyrin are not directly moving. I see. It's strange that those two aren't moving, as Sagaju said. Since Reikiman mentioned Sagaju's name to Baract, he should have come immediately to find out the situation. As Mary spoke, Jean smiled. For some reason, I have a feeling that Kinjalo will come to us soon and ask for a trade. Let's wait a little while and think about what to expect from them. Kinjalo new headquarters. When Joe came out of the treatment room, the waiting executives stood up and looked at him. What happened to Joe? Bishkal spoke and Joe nodded. Bardray's arm cannot be recovered, Vice Captain. But I think we can attach the Master's arm with Bouvard's and mine's abilities. It's a blessing in disguise. Mr. Baract, are you still in shock? When asked about Baract, Joe's expression darkened. Joe knew that Baract would be happy if something went wrong. It was because Baract was the one who gave him unnecessary disparagement every time and did not treat him like a human being. But for some reason, seeing Baract unable to come to his senses after being broken by the strange guys, I felt an unexpected desire for revenge. Exactly. He said he was the commander-in-chief of Kinjalo, but he looked like he was struggling with a sense of defeat. When the leader wakes up, I will have to ask him to hand over command to the demons. In the first place, it didn't make sense for lesser beasts to control us demons. Shut up, Brackenbackma. Prince Chagall is still there, so why are you talking so carelessly? When Joe shouted, the demon called Bracken was dumbfounded. Hey Joe, didn't you hate Baract? Bracken, no matter what anyone says, the commander-in-chief of Kinzalo, as decided by the leader, is Varict. Right now, he's just recovering from his long-awaited defeat. I will stand up again soon and kill them. Anyway, I don't know what the human race is. Anyway, I will make a suggestion to the leader. How can we trust and fight with people who are not worthy of the name of the Red Tiger King or the Dijiansa? Get out of here. Here we go. Go. But from now on it would be better for you to be visible to the demons, not the Baracks. I don't know why you take care of Baract when you're always criticized and ignored like a bug. Joe glared at Bracken's back with his eyes wide open. Other executives who were watching also exchanged glances, as if they were surprised by Joe's appearance. Wow, Uncle Joe. It was cool. I am so impressed with this Margila. Humph. It was just difficult to see the demons trying to gain power by tricking us. I think Mr. Baract will use this defeat as an excuse to overcome a wall. I can see everything, hee. Oh, Miss Margila, do you really think that's the case? Executives were aware that Margila's ability had recently become stronger. She saw what others could not see and felt what others could not. It's sad that one of your branches was completely lost, but it's not that bad if you think of it as the value of Uncle Baract and Uncle Bardray's awakening. Still, I feel sorry for the dead members, so I have to do my best to perform ancestral rites starting today. I will also analyze the techniques of those enemy clans and make Kinzalo stronger. Good. But before that, I think we need to get help if we don't want to fail. Are you going to fail? Yes, I think we are in a situation where we could really fail. I need the strength to hold out until the leader and the Archduke wake up. Of course, destruction is limited to the Beastman troops. But if all the Beastmen die, we won't be able to wake Javier later, right? Are the demons currently on standby not enough? I don't think it will be enough until the Phantom Master and his army arrive. However, we don't know when the Wanmajang will come, and those so-called Jiakmyongs could attack us again tomorrow. Vishkal answered on behalf of Margila. Vice Captain, what should I do? Like Margila said, we need strength. A support force with the mobility and force to respond to enemy tribes whenever they appear. Who can provide such reinforcements? Oh really? To Joe's question, Bishkal sighed and answered. The head of Runkendal. We will proceed with the deal with him. Tychon. Jean received a communication from the Sword Garden and immediately came here. It was less than a day after the meeting on the Jiakmyong incident ended. It's been a while, Lord Vishkal. When Jean got off the Red Owl and offered to shake his hand, Vishkal held his hand with an expressionless face. Jean did not miss the tension hidden beneath his expression. Anyway, what's happening all of a sudden? Last time, it must have been about a month. At that time, our coalition contacted Orgel and said they wanted to meet him, but is it really now that you've come to give us an answer? I need to meet Orgel King. He must know Sana. If you come right away like last time, there will be a fuss, so please send the letter immediately. Immediately after meeting Sana at the Tower of Stories, the Bamal Alliance had requested a meeting with Kingelo to dig up information about Sana. However, Kingelo did not respond, and in the meantime Amaris woke up Orgel and Zephyrin fell into unconsciousness and were even attacked by the enemy clan. From the beginning, Jean was pointing out that point and embarrassing Vishkal and Kinzelo's executives. Mr. Jean, I couldn't answer that question right away because you were busy. As Vice Captain, I will apologize on your behalf. Aha, then Lord Vishkal is not here to answer my letter, but to talk about another matter. Is that right? Exactly. Let me explain again. You just ignored the request to meet with the head of Runkendal and the head of the Bamul Alliance with the excuse that you were busy, but now you are in a position where you urgently need to express your regrets to me, so you have shamelessly come here without warning. You mean? Bishkal kept his expression as he spoke inwardly. There was nothing wrong with Jin's sarcastic voice. Even if you think so, I don't think you have anything to say. I will take responsibility for my disrespect in any way. Jean looked at Vishkal for a moment and organized his thoughts. It looks like Kingelo's situation is very bad. It's clear that there's a problem with Orgel and Zephyrin, and it's not just because of the Red Mystery. Kingelo appeared much more quietly than Jean had expected. You said you would take responsibility somehow. What would you do if I even asked for Buvar's head? Not that pig bird. I cannot give you his head, but I will give you both my arms. You can't do that, brother. Margila called out to Bishkal in an exaggerated voice. Jean burst into laughter as he saw him take out a handkerchief and wipe his dry eyes. I'm just saying this, so don't be so determined. I am not from the Jiakmyong tribe, so why would I take a person's neck or arm and use it for something? When the word Jiakmyong came out, Vishkal's frown narrowed. It's okay to pay for rudeness. I also almost ended up in a showdown with Orgel when I went to Kinzelo's new headquarters, so let's just pretend it never happened. Thank you for understanding. Instead, I hope today there will be very honest and open conversations. If you show that you are truly willing to give up anything just as you are willing to give up both arms, I will listen positively and generously. However, if you try to calculate or use tricks because you don't want to lose more, Kinzelo will have nothing to gain today and only lose. Vishkal nodded heavily. Looking back, Kinzelo had always made a losing deal with Jean, but today he would make an especially unfair deal. I will be careful. Okay. I kept the guest standing. There's a nice spot in the garden. Let's have a cup of tea and talk. As we sat down at the garden table, cookies and refreshments were served. As soon as Aina sat down, she looked like she was taking cookies to give to Buvar, and when Bishkal saw her, he had to calm down his boiling inside. It was fortunate that Bouvard did not come in a bundle. Okay, first of all, I wonder why you came instead of Orgel or Zephyrin. You two are currently unconscious. As Jean warned, Bishkal obediently told the truth. Unconscious. It's been about 10 days. It happened suddenly without any warning. As soon as Jean heard those words, he thought that it coincided with the time when Amaris woke up. When asked about the exact date, the time when the two people lost consciousness and when Amaris woke up were exactly the same. I think it has something to do with Amaris. Why? Amaris said he did not know the two people. I'll have to ask Kingelo when he gets back if he has any guesses. Since Orgel and Zephyrin were unconscious, it was not possible to immediately confirm whether they knew Amaris. Jean shook his head with a sad expression. I thought he had gotten a little stronger since I last met Vale, but it looks like Orgel is still not feeling well. Are you showing any signs of waking up? After the demons examined him, I heard he was in remission. They also said it was not a physical problem but a psychological shock. I see. I understand why Orgel and Zephyrin could not come forward even though the Beast Land branch was destroyed. Oh, you wonder how we know that? I sent Sister Jonah to watch over you. And we met them before Kingelo. What are they? Honestly, I thought they might have something to do with it. But their methods are far from progress. That's right. The enemy clan is not the Bamul Alliance Runkendal or my brothers. We are an ancient fighting race that was awakened by chance. An ancient fighting race that awakened by chance? It looks like Kingelo has no information about the enemy clan. The Jiakmyong tribe resides in a similar area to the demon tribe. What is that? Jean pointed his finger at the ground. Underground. The Jiakmyong people live underground. You're not going to say you didn't know that demons live underground, right? Bishkal hid his surprise. This was because there was no way to guess how Jean knew that the gate to the demon world existed underground. Kingelo was completely unaware of the current meeting between Jean and Shenu and did not know exactly what happened at the Tower of Stories. I will leave it to your imagination as to how I first met the Jiakmyong tribe and why they killed their executives. However, I don't want Kingelo to think that the Red Mystery Clan started their activities because of me and that they suffered damage as a result. They are the ones who have been messing with the underground for a long time. Bishkal could not answer and waited for his next words. From what I heard, it is assumed that you Vishkal are in charge of opening the door to the demon world within Kinzel. As soon as Vishkal heard those words, he remembered what Octavia said in the Soda Desert. It's a demon. Did it really open the door? This is your power, Vishkal Ivliano. At the time, Tower Keeper Hito was a key executive of Zippel. Did he tell Lord Jean the information he heard from Octavia when he transferred to the Bamul Alliance? Back then and now it was a pure misunderstanding that Vishkal was a person with powers related to the Gate of Demon World. For Bishkal there was finally an opportunity to resolve the misunderstanding. I have no abilities related to the Gate of Demon World. The information I heard was probably Octavia Ziffel's misunderstanding. The leader is entirely in charge of matters related to the demon world. Then what about Miss Margila? Same goes for my brother. Yuria. Immediately Yuria confirmed the authenticity with her authority, and a blue string came out. Then how does Orgel bring demons from the demon world? What was omitted from the question was how to bypass the entrance to the underworld guarded by Amaris. Bishkal did not understand the omission. This was because I did not know any information about Amaris. I haven't yet told you what I'm asking you to do. If you want to ask for information about the demon world, it seems like the priority is to listen to the request first. Tell me. Please share with us all the information you know about the Jiakmyong people. All information is impossible. Instead, I can share with you all the information revealed by the recording magic performed within Kingelo's domain with permission. And please deal with the enemy tribes on my behalf until the leader wakes up. Depending on what the Lord is saying just now, it could be interpreted that our Kinzelo has no power and that the Bamul Alliance is doomed if it uses all its might right now. That's a pretty dangerous statement. Was Kinzelo unable to handle even some of the enemy clans? It's just to stop the slaughter of prisoners. There are demons, so it's not impossible to stop them, but now that the leader is away, they lack mobility. According to our research, they use spatial movement. As you know, beastmen can't fight back against them. Well, even Barakt and Bardray were terrified. With a limited number of people, the Jiakmyong people were practically natural enemies. Would you accept my offer? Anyway, we can learn about the enemy tribe by helping Kinzalo, so I don't think it's such a bad deal. If you agree, you will be able to hear how Orgel is using the demon world. Jean pretended to think for a moment and then nodded. In fact, from Jin's perspective, it was a deal with nothing to lose. Since the Jiakmyong tribe would be focusing on hunting beasts for the time being anyway, Kinzalo's permission was needed to perform recording magic in the area. Also, even if he didn't help, Jean didn't think that Kinzalo would really end up failing to stop the enemy tribe. As Bishkal said, there would only be serious losses to the Beastman troops. Above all, Jean was wary of the possibility that the enemy clans could become allies with Kinzalo. Even though their doctrines are different, like the Sun God denominations, they all have the same desire for the resurrection of the Sun God. Okay, but I'd like to add one last condition. Please speak. Jean grinned and pointed at Anas with his eyes. I would like you to calculate the cost of the cookies Anas Kaligo took. Was this for money? Anas looked at Jean in surprise. How can I calculate it? Last time Kinjalo rejected my steel deal, even though he offered to pay me several times more than the market price. They ended up selling that steel to Jeep, not us. The idea was to hand over the steel that failed at that time in exchange for the cookies. Vishkal could only grit his teeth and nod. Drakid Jeep headquarters. Baradin looked at the seated executives and was silent for a while. Except for Ronald Octavia and the new pureblood Jeepers brought by Baradin, all the executives were feeling afraid. This was because there were corpses lined up in the hallway outside the conference hall. After the Tower of Stories incident, naturally there was a chaotic atmosphere throughout Jeep. There were only rumors circulating without any official announcement. Meanwhile, Baradin convened the family council for the first time. Just before this meeting, comprised only of pureblood Jeepers and elders, Baradin carried out a short and intense purge. Those who had any doubts about the Tower of Stories incident were instantly killed. Those who died were unable to properly resist the sudden attack. But even if resistance had been possible, the result would have been the same. In the Holy Land and the Drakkar headquarters, Baradin's power was truly absolute. There was a brief disturbance. It was a choice to lead the family efficiently as the new head of the family, so I would appreciate your understanding even if it was uncomfortable to see. The executives looked at each other. There was a brief commotion as he killed more than 30 executives in an instant and sat down. Moreover, Baradin was telling him to go away. With that expression, Kiliak's life or death no longer mattered. Whether he lives or dies, it doesn't change the fact that Baradin lost the position of head of the family. You probably have a lot of questions. What happened to the former head of the family and Kadun, and how will our Jeep run in the future? As soon as these parts are sorted out, my sister and newly appointed consul Satran Zeifel will help me sort them out. We plan to announce it externally soon. Satran Zeifel looked at the executives and nodded slightly. Not only she but all the purebloods brought by Baradin had been appointed to the highest positions. From the existing executives' perspective, it was truly tyranny following treason, but no one could protest. Baradin was disillusioned by that sight. Of course, if you attack them, they will kill you and trample you, but I felt that this was clearly revealing the weak nature of Jeep. It was because it had been reigning as the world's best for too long. It was time to bring back the family's original creed that a Ziffel should not be strong because of its name but a Zippel because it is strong, by tearing everything up from the roots. So let's not talk about that now, but about recent agenda items. While we were reorganizing our families, our enemies began to make strange movements. All right. First of all, Kinjalo recently suddenly and unilaterally stopped trading steel with us. Of course, the Bamel Alliance Jean Runkendal is behind this. It is a strange thing, matriarch. Kinzalo also needs to keep the Bamul Alliance in check, so there is no reason to suddenly give them steel. It's not like we were buying it at a cheap price. When an executive opened his mouth, Baradin nodded. If there are people who cannot accept change, there are also people who adapt quickly. Furthermore, our spies have recently found out that Kinzalo's most important branch, the Land of the Beastmen, has collapsed. I think maybe the Bamul coalition attacked Kinzalo in retaliation for the steel deal, and Kinjalo, unable to withstand the pressure, gave up the steel. That's an interesting story. But Kinjalo is not one of those friends who will just bow to that level. If the Bamel coalition had attacked, it is more likely that an all-out war would have started immediately. Then what did the matriarch say? That Jean Runkendall was behind it? I think there must have been some kind of deal between Jean and Kingelo, and that deal may be related to the destruction of the branch that Elder Written just mentioned. When you say it's a deal, are you really saying that Kingelo asked Jean Runkendall for support? That's the way I see it. A force other than us and the Bamul Alliance Runkendall and the Empire attacked Kingelo, and Kingelo asked Jean for support. But other than those forces, there is no group powerful enough to attack Kingelo right now, is there? Fortunately, the Beemont royal family has some potential, but I don't think they will throw such an unreasonable move. The remnants of the Beemont royal family had lost contact with Jeep after the Battle of the Gods and disappeared. It won't be the remnants of the imperial family. I feel like a new force has emerged. A new force? For a new power, the only way would be if neutrals join forces. Now, except for the leaders of the major powers, there is no one who can gather neutrals, right? There is no person, but it is not impossible if Joshua Runkendall, whose life or death has not been properly confirmed after the Battle of the Demon Gods, has appeared. But if it's Joshua, there's no way Runkendall can stay still. For a while, many words were exchanged among executives. Baradin watched and shared with them the information he had recently learned. Not even Joshua Runkendall. If he has begun to use the powers of chaos, my power will be able to detect it. So I think it's the work of the underworld. Underworld? One of the materials that no one except the head of the family can access contains information about the underworld. Originally, it was impossible to check the reading room without Shenu's permission, but Baradin had broken the seal using Sana's power. The space we call the demon world was underground in this world. And at the boundary between the surface and the underground, a being called the Big Snake and some ancient races are sealed. The executives, excluding the closest aides, were at a loss as to how to react to the sudden story. It almost made me wonder if Baradin was crazy. However, the next moment Baradin took out a scroll from his pocket and unfolded it towards the executives. The scroll contained the relevant content and a picture depicting the boundary between the above and below ground and Amaris. A seal of fire glowed at the bottom. What that seal means is absolute faith. The executives listened to Baradin's words without further doubt. So I decided that it was a demon or another ancient race that attacked Kingelo this time. However, most of the demons revealed so far belong to Kingelo, so more weight is given to the ancient race. In other words, what the matriarch said was that an underground ancient race was released from its seal for some reason, and struck Kingelo. And Kingelo has requested support from the Bamul Alliance. That's right. So what we need to do going forward is to recognize them. Who are the people who attacked Kingelo? Why was Kingelo the ground force they first attacked? Why did Kingelo ask for support from Jean and not us? What are Orgel and Zephyrin doing? As Baradin organized, the executives nodded. Please have the executives immediately issue orders to their subordinates. Publish an article pretending that everything that came out of today's meeting was true. And the Ghost Commander should link up with the Archon and send the Ghost Captain and the mages of the Archon to each branch of Kingelo. All right. We are now inevitably behind in information compared to the Bamul Coalition and Kingelo. We must find a way to close the gap and effectively counter underground forces at all costs. Those who achieve results will be given the opportunity to learn the family's arcane magic. Like Runkendall's decisive battle, arcane magic is not something that just anyone can learn. It could only be learned if one had magical affinity equivalent to that of a pureblood Ziffel. Although it requires a huge amount of goods, the research department has developed a technology that can stably increase magic affinity. I hope everyone runs hard. The first day of October 1803. Jean sat in the barracks set up on the outskirts of Kingelo 3rd Branch and sipped tea. Are you here? Jean said as he looked at Bishkal, who came into the barracks. After the deal was concluded, he stayed up all night for several days checking out Kingelo's branches. That was because Jean didn't help. The Bamel Alliance could only wait as a standby team. Jean and Cirrus are waiting at 2 expected attack points. It looks like he hasn't shown up here yet. Exactly. It would have been nice if either me or Cirrus had been in Branch 7 during the last attack, but it turned out to be a shame. 2 days ago, while Jean and Cirrus were waiting at Branches 3 and 5, the Red Mystery Tribe attacked Kinzelo's Branches 7. As a result, no traces of resistance could be found on the bodies of the prisoners in the 7th Extermination Branch. It was crazy for Kinzelo to lose another branch even after making such a poor deal with Jean. Moreover, Orgel and Zephyrin were still unable to wake up. It's possible that Zephyrin was one of Amary's heads. Jean shrugged and recalled what Amary's had said. Amary said that if Zephyrin really lost consciousness because of her, that would be the only reason. It is also said that the reason Orgel fainted was because he was mentally connected to Zephyrin. While I was touring the branches, I checked the newsletter and saw an article saying that Baradin Ziffel had become the new head of Ziffel. Baradin? Exactly. Besides, look at this. The first thing Baradin did as soon as he became head of the family was to reveal the underworld and suspect Kingelo's relationship with the Bamul Alliance. This is the news that just came out. Jin's eyes widened. The announcement that Baradin has become the new head of the family is shocking enough, but are there suddenly suspicions about our dealings with the underworld? Because of this, there is a lot of talk going on among my demons in Kinzel right now. I have no clue whatsoever. For a moment. Jin's eyes became sharp as he looked at the newsletter. You guys came at the right time, Bishkal. Then he got up from his seat and lightly relaxed his body once. Jiakmyong tribe? Bishkal belatedly came to his senses but did not feel any special energy. This was because his skills were significantly lower than Jin's and he did not have a bright heart. What Jean read was the explosive brain energy unique to the light heart that suddenly spread near Branch 3. Exactly. I guess I'll have to check the newsletter after I take care of those. I'll go first, so follow me. Quad light. Red-hot lightning was raining down on the main building of Kinzelo Branch 7. It was a thunderbolt dropped by enemy tribes that had just completed their spatial jump. Just like when the Beast People's land branch was destroyed, the fight would normally end the moment the enemy's lightning struck. What followed next was supposed to be a one-sided hunt. However, unlike before, the enemy tribes could not immediately take the loot. A blue thunderbolt much larger than the one they had just dropped was ringing throughout the 7th branch. The enemy tribesmen who were about to enter the building stopped moving and turned their heads. Compatriot and Olin, this power is him. Jean Runkendal has arrived. As the enemy tribes roared at once, the air nearby became distorted. Kinzelo prisoners nearby fell to the ground, blood pouring from their ears. The optical hearts were shining red. The culprit who killed his compatriots and a descendant of the Qingming tribe who must be torn to death has appeared. Moreover, unlike the day Simit and his gang first came to the surface, now there are more than 30 compatriots with them, and all of them are led directly by the great fighting king Rekimenhog. It was time to pay for the blood of our compatriots. A lot of people have gathered. Jean, who appeared in the front yard of Branch 7, looked around at the Jiakmyong tribe and said, the Jiakmyong people were lined up behind Reikiman. Because Jean moved so quickly, Bishkal had not yet arrived. Jean and Rocky's eyes collided. From what I see, you are a man named Reikiman Hog, the great fighting king of the Red Mystery Tribe. Why come out and make a fuss if you're just going to stay underground? I definitely warned Simit that it would be better for the Jiakmyong tribe to live in hiding from now on. We have lived without distinguishing between above ground and underground. I was just sleeping because I was caught by a large snake. Since the original owner has returned, wouldn't it be right for you to quietly leave the place? Okay. You're not the type of person who communicates well, Riki. I think the friend named Simit had a bit of a sense of reality. Can't Riki recognize that his opponent is much stronger than you? Srong. Jean picked Sigmund. To me, you just look like a strange hybrid. Humans and Qingming people. Seeing it in person, it's a more bizarre combination than I imagined. Reikiman also formed 2 huge swords with red brains. He had a noticeably stronger energy than when he faced Bard Ray and Barakt. This was the result I had obtained while hunting Kinzelo. Since last time, you have been calling me the Qing Ming clan, and this person is the king of the 13th battle of the Great Ming clan. King, you have never been able to claim that name. You will find out why today. I'll show you what the gap is. Suik dash. As soon as he finished speaking, the blue thunderbolts that had gathered in the sky returned to Jean and shook the ground. The fighters swallowed dry saliva without realizing it due to the sudden explosion of Jin's energy. Because just looking at it made me feel like I was suffocating. In an instant the air became infinitely heavier and it felt as if my compatriots standing right next to me were moving away. First of all, we have to adjust to eye level. The Red Ming tribe should not dare to look down on the Ming king. If you are tall, it is right to at least kneel. Reikiman rushed forward and swung his dual swords, but the brain energy formed like a protective shield blocked his path. Even though the brain energy was shattered by the twin swords, it was immediately restored, and the twin swords continued to split the air without reaching the target. Meanwhile, the Red Ming warriors behind them were indeed kneeling one by one. It is unable to withstand the pressure of the blue brain energy emitted by Jean. At least the fighting kings like Enolan protected the common warriors and cleared away their brain power, but it only lasted for a moment. Afterwards, the Maingwang Rain Sword began. The 10th sword of the king's sword fighter. Maingwang Rain Sword, opening. The 5 gods of Tucson symbolizing the pinnacle of King Mayong. The only ones who can straighten their backs in that blue and gigantic storm are the King of Heaven or those of the same rank as them. Only such people could enjoy the privilege of being able to fight without being discouraged even under the Maingwang Rain Sword. Jiakmyong's civilian warriors do not meet that requirement. 27 warriors were already on their knees, fresh blood pouring from every pore of their faces. Now, unlike before, the Maingwang Rain Sword that Jean is unfolding is not in an unfinished state. It's just not enough compared to the class, but if it were a time without her, it's an area of maturity that would be worthy of being promoted to the status of Tucson right away. So it is natural for Jiakmyong warriors to die or faint immediately. Even those called Tuwang within the Jiakmyong tribe could not handle that energy. Whoops! Enolan and the 2 and 3 level fighting kings also sat down on the floor and spit out a handful of blood. The blood shed by the Red Ming clan did not remain for a moment in the air or on the floor but was scattered and evaporated in the brain. May you know that it is an honor to face this sword of the reigning king. Whenever you encounter me in the future, always act like you do now. This means you must kneel or bow down. A voice, as if the voices of hundreds of great kings had overlapped, pounded the battlefield. Even amidst the thunderstorms that continued everywhere, the enemy soldiers could clearly hear the low voices. It was horrifying and vivid, as if it was tearing my ears and entering my head. Among the enemies, only Reikiman Hogman was still standing unharmed, gradually narrowing the distance between him and Jean. If he didn't have the special ability of being a beast slaughterer, he would never have been able to overwhelm Barak and Bardray like that, but he still doesn't lack the status of a great fighting king. It's obvious that I haven't regained all my strength, but to this extent. Wow! Every time Reikiman roared, a red spot appeared within the domain of the Emperor's Rain Sword. They are securing their own space without being weighed down by the blue brain. He has not yet fully recovered. Reikiman's bright red brain was only half of its prime. However, even when Riki thought about that fact, he did not say anything arrogant. This was because Jean was clearly aware that he was an opponent he could never defeat one-on-one even when he was in his prime. It's a wonder that my Simit compatriots survived, Jean Runkendal. At that time you were curious and had a lot to ask. But not today, so if you have something to show, get it out quickly. You can summon additional reinforcements using the King of Fighting's abilities, or undergo a transformation called castle painting. The big snake told you about us. Or are you going to use your compatriots as a catalyst to escape using the return technique like Simit did? Big! Only Riki kicked Sigmund away and rolled on the floor. Jean, who had been in sight the whole time, suddenly disappeared and attacked him. I regained my balance and raised my dual swords. Jean was still nowhere to be seen, and Reikiman raised his senses as he felt his hair burning. It was impossible to predict where Jin's sword would come out. The brain energy of the Emperor's reigning sword continued to hide its true nature like fog. If he had regained his full strength, he would have been able to fight by spreading the castle fire and somehow canceling out the brain power of the Emperor's reigning sword. Of course, even that only had the effect of prolonging the battle time. Anyway, no matter what Riki does on his own, he can't defeat Jean. Moreover, Reikiman instinctively recognized that the Emperor's Rain Sword was a 5-stage sword made up of several stages. This was just the beginning, and if he went to the next stage, he wouldn't be able to endure it like he is now. It's called the King's Reigning Sword. It almost reminds me of the fighting spirit of the Qingming people back then. There must be a next step, but is the reason you save it because of the physical burden? As Reikiman expected, the results of the Battle of the Emperor's Rain Sword still put a lot of pressure on Jin. There is no reason to use it against an enemy that can be easily overwhelmed with just dogs. Jin was also conserving his strength in case Reikiman tried to do something. There are still no signs of using a return technique like during Simart. To prevent that from happening, other enemy tribes were intentionally tied up with the Myong King's Rain Sword. So the secret trick that only Riki can bring out is castle painting or summoning. If it's a castle painting, you can measure the combat power and then deal with it. If it's a summoning, you can open more Myongwang Rain Swords and wipe them all out no matter how many there are. In order to show his status as a member of the underworld, he could use Runkendall's magic sword, which is not being used on purpose. However, considering the number of Kinsalo members that the Jiakmyeong clan had hunted so far, it was not possible to summon that many. It didn't seem like any other great fighting king other than Reikiman had awakened. Therefore, it was a fight that Jin could never lose. Because the enemy tribe's recovery stage is not yet at a level where they can compete with Jin through pure force. They kept putting pressure on Reikiman. Jin confirmed that the bracelets on his arms were shining red. So I looked at the fallen enemy clans, but their mad hearts were not burning like when Simit used the return technique. Is this a summoning using a subspace warehouse? Naturally, Jin thought that the enemy clans would be summoned. But the next moment, the energy pouring out of Reikiman's bracelet was creating a huge hole in the sky, as if opening a passage through which something much larger than a person can enter and exit. Jin's eyes couldn't help but widen when he saw the things coming out of it. Fleet? At first glance, the enemy's fleet of over 50 ships was stationed at the huge portal opened by Reikiman. The strength of the enemy comes from power and knowledge. From what I heard, most of the flying ships on the ground today are almost scrap pieces by enemy standards. Jin stopped swinging his sword at Reikiman and aimed it at the fleet. Reikiman gave orders to his bracelet with an expressionless face. The target for the precision strike of the entire fleet is Jin Runkendall. Enemy name. Immediately the fleet's bombardment began. Hundreds of red rays that tangled and curved like snakes, and not a single one was missed, was pointed exactly at Jin. And Jin smiled and swung his sword as if he had no intention of avoiding the bombardment. Before we knew it, Runkendall's third decisive battle, the meteor shower, had been strengthened with lightning and was intercepting the fleet's bombardment. I will admit that I thought Riki would at most summon more of his own people. This is a bit surprising. For Riki alone, the sight of Jin taking even the fleet's bombardment without a care in the world was even more shocking. I can't believe they suppressed the Red Fleet's bombardment so easily. Reikiman could not help but tremble as he watched the blue meteor shower raining down against the fleet's bombardment. He thought that if the fleet was summoned, he could immediately achieve victory. It wasn't like that at all. As the bombardment began, Jin was radiating more energy by running wild, without even a hint of embarrassment or discouragement. Those who had fallen and the crew of the fleet were also doubting their eyes. It looks like our compatriot Reikiman has been defeated, and even our fleet can't hit him? The Tuong compatriots who went on a mission to the ground informed us in advance, but aren't they very different from the humans we remember? While all the enemy tribes on the battlefield were in shock, there was only one person. Only the fleet commander Simit was calmly observing the situation as if he had expected this outcome. Jin's meteor shower was already encroaching on the battlefield, pushing back the bombardment. Moreover, even during the explosion so terrible that it distorted space, Jin was constantly moving his body. He deflected the artillery bombardment falling on his head with his sword, dodged debris flying from blind spots, and was moving forward in search of Reikiman even though there was no visibility. Reikiman could not move quickly because he was busy taking care of his fallen compatriots. What the compatriots should have done when Jin Runkendall suddenly appeared was to use the return technique while the Reikiman compatriots were buying time. If I had been in the operational area from the beginning, I would have sent a direct message to my Reikuman compatriots that they should not summon the fleet. Summoning the fleet is currently the enemy's best and last resort. This was because the resurrection of the Jiakmyong people was still only in its very beginning stages. The number of awakened enemy tribes totaled only a few hundred, and those who had fully regained their strength were only about 30% of them. Therefore, there is a severe shortage of crew members to operate the Red Fleet under Reikuman, and not only the fleet but also Reikuman is unable to demonstrate its original power. Compatriots, come to your senses. Only Riki must save his compatriots. Modify the purpose of the bombardment. Instead of killing Jean Runkendal, we will change our focus to rescuing our compatriots Reikuman. Simmet's voice spread throughout the entire ship. But fellow Simmet, there has not yet been any modification of compatriot Reikuman's order. Changing the order according to the wishes of the Simmet compatriots. Monthly rites? Look down there. Is it possible for compatriot Reikuman to give orders now? If Reikuman's compatriot dies like this, the other Deatu King compatriots will not be able to wake up. The Jiakmyong tribe's interclass command system is absolute. Now Simmet was breaking that absolute rule. The fighting kings and warriors below looked confused for a moment. I will take full responsibility. Flagship Laviette enters descent mode. I will go down in person and collect my compatriot Reikuman. All Tuwangs on board each fleet gather at Raviat. The rest of the fleet will cover the Reikuman compatriot and the flagship, but when the signal is given, gather all power to Raviat. In the end, the Jiakmyong tribe decided to follow Simmet's words. The flagship Raviat of the enemy's 4th fleet on which he was aboard came out of the portal forming a red protective shield. The Tuwangs moved into space in their ships to Raviat. Only the ship that appears to be the flagship comes out of the portal. In addition, the artillery fire has changed to be aimed at hindering progress rather than hitting me directly. Are you trying to rescue Reikuman? The ships, except Raviat, were continuing their bombardment from inside the portal. I can't leave it like that. A blue brilliance appeared in Jin's eyes. It didn't open the next chapter of Fighting God's Wii, but it made the dog explode even more. Fidget. Zuzuzu, that is. Raviat's shield, which had been lowered in altitude, was in contact with the area of the Emperor's rain sword. Thanks to the addition and amplification of the brain energy of all the remaining fighting kings, Raviat was able to gradually invade the inside of the Myo King rain sword. It certainly seems to have much better performance than In's ships. Seeing as the lights aren't all on, it must have been unable to use all of its power, but it's coming through this brain machine. After meeting the Jiakmyong tribe, Jean continued to be amazed by their technological prowess. I was also jealous. If we could properly analyze their technological capabilities, realizing the blueprint for the Golden Fleet given by Boras would not be such a distant task. Let's see if this can hold up. Destruction of the meteor by the King of Swords. This time Huron's secret energy started from the ground and fired blue sword energy towards the ship. Likewise, the meteor destruction technique, strengthened by the thunder energy of the Emperor's rain sword, had a power comparable to the original used by Ron Hylan in the past. Immediately a crack appeared in the huge protective shield surrounding the portal. The Red Fleet spread out narrowly, avoiding the meteor crashing through its shields. One by one ships were seen losing their balance as if they were caught on a reef. Simmet was heartbroken as he saw the scene. Did Jean Runkendal decide to attack the fleet rather than the flagship? Fortunately, with that level of power, the flagship will be able to hold out until Reikuman's compatriots are secured. From the Myanwang rain sword to the meteor shower and meteor destruction, Jean was already unfolding 3 transcendental swords in a row. Simmet thought that it would be impossible for Jean to raise his power any higher than this. It was only 3 seconds later that I realized that that thought was an illusion. Why are you suddenly sticking your sword into the ground? No way. Ha! I still have this kind of power left. Runkendal's first decisive battle. A huge sword energy that divided the earth and the sky poured out from the sword stuck in the ground. The target of that sword was the flagship Raviat. Maximum deployment of the shield. Detonate the power concentration signal. As Simmet's urgent voice spread, Raviat and the entire fleet began to glow red and resonate. Although Jean did not know the technology of the enemy clan, he instantly recognized the brain power of the Ravietro fleet being concentrated. I don't know what it is, but I need to know one technical skill. The sword energy of the ashes was striking Raviet's lower part. Although the shield was not torn, the altitude increased due to the impact and the distance between Raviet and Lakeman increased. Jean was instantly impressed by Raviet's sturdy protective shield. Among the ships that exist in the world, there is no object that can withstand the Myingwang rain sword and the fall of heaven without the help of a superhuman. However, as Raviet's shield became stronger, the intensity of the bombardment decreased significantly. Because of this, Jean was able to move toward Raki Bay more easily than before. Jean and Raviet. The key was which of the two would reach Lakeman first. Jean did not just avoid the lightened artillery fire and rushed forward, and Raviet also increased his descent speed. Naturally, the closer he gets to the center of the King's Rain sword, the more brain energy Raviet must endure. Every time I got closer to Rakiman, cracks were spreading like crazy in Raviet's shield. Rakiman, are you going to summon your fleet? Be confident and then stay in hiding? Indeed, it has been a long time. Rakiman admitted that he was completely overwhelmed. Like when he faced the battle gods of the Red and Blue Ming tribes in the past, or like when he faced the first great fighting king who always overwhelmed him. There seemed to be an insurmountable wall blocking everything. Because of his unique cold temperament, I wasn't overcome with fear, but I almost felt like I never wanted to encounter Jean again. Until all of our compatriots wake up, we must avoid fighting Jean Runkendal as much as possible. Today, if I can survive and return. Survival was the priority if he was going to fight again someday, so Rakiman ignored Jin's provocation and wandered around looking for a safer area. I struggled to somehow reach Raviet. Rakiman, compatriot, hang in there a little bit. We can rescue you. It's so loud. Raviet's defense was slowly reaching its limit. Parts of the hull broke apart, fragments fell, and the interior was filled with heat, so casualties who could not survive came out one after another. Simmet opened his bloodshot eyes and continued to transmit brain energy as a power source. My whole body was shaking and it felt like all my organs were melting. Ka-ia! Open the boarding gate! Samart's efforts finally paid off. Came within a range where only Raki could ride. The boarding gate was only opened for a short time. In the meantime, the thunder blade of the Emperor's reigning sword entered the ship along with Rakiman and other fighting kings and was annihilating the crew. The enemy tribes below level 3 Tuong, who were already exhausted from supplying power to the ship, died without being able to hold out even for a moment. Rakiman, who boarded the ship, was out of breath and repeatedly vomited blood. Anolan and Tuangdul lost consciousness and suffered intermittent convulsions. Rakiman's arms contained the hearts of his compatriots who had just died on Earth. There was no time to even open the subspace warehouse again, so I had no choice but to take care of it like this. Return. Raise altitude. Raviet began climbing toward the portal. The ship, which had been fine just a few seconds ago, was half destroyed and was barely speeding along. Only Raki, who had just boarded the ship, was able to restore the shield by squeezing out the optical heart and supplying additional power. For some reason, the sword that had been pounding on the hull without stopping for a moment had subsided, but I did not feel relieved at all. Rather, my anxiety grew rapidly. There's no way Jean stopped attacking because he was tired. Compatriot Lakeman, you must arrange for the portal to close as soon as we enter. As expected by the enemy clans, Jean had prepared his final magic sword to strike those who were running away. Enhancement of Runkendal's magic sword. Sarah's magic sword mixed with the brain energy of the Emperor's rain sword instantly engulfed the battlefield. Before we knew it, Tess, who had been summoned, was gathering the flames of fire into one place, towards the flagship of the enemy tribe Raviet. In the blink of an eye, the blue flames chased after Raviet, who had climbed up near the portal. Only then did Jean stop his sword and look up at the sky. Under the narrowing portal, I could see Iowa and Raviet chasing after each other. Damn! Jean Runkendal's flames entered the portal together. The dimension door closed. In the nick of time, Yofwa disappeared into the portal along with Raviet, and Jean had one question. You missed it. However, the incandescent fire entered the portal at the same time as their flagship, so what happens? Jean was unable to witness the results himself, but the Red Myungs had to make many sacrifices to block the flames of the fire for a while even after they fled beyond the portal. What if I couldn't escape through the portal? The resurrection of the Jiakmyong clan would have ended today. The portal opened by Reikuman Hog with his bracelet was the ship launch site of Patlok, the enemy citadel. The flames of fire fell together with the enemy tribesmen who fled to the sortie where nearly 1,000 ships were waiting. Upon their return, the Jiakmyong tribe had no choice but to experience chaos. The fire that escaped Jin's control did not die down immediately but spread randomly, engulfing every corner of the sortie field. Turn out the lights, disperse, board the ship, and activate the emergency shield. Simit took command in place of the unconscious Reikuman. He was in such dire straits that he looked like he was about to faint at any moment, but if he fell now, Patlok's Red Fleet would be finished. Destroy the ship that is already on fire to prevent it from spreading to other ships. And the two compatriots in front quickly take compatriot Reikuman to the treatment room. If the Tuong-level enemy clans had not been exhausted, the task of extinguishing the flames would not have been so daunting. There was nothing I could do now. The enemy clans shed bloody tears internally as they destroyed ships engulfed in fire. The good news among the misfortunes was that the calamity did not have the characteristics of eternal flame. The Jiakmyong people were able to evolve successfully only after losing about 100 ships. After all the remaining flames of the fire were extinguished, Simit and the Jiakmyongs sat down on the floor for a while with blank eyes. Too much was lost in one fight. Why did Jean Runkendal appear there? It is said that after the battle of the demon gods, the temporary alliance on the ground was dissolved and they returned to hostility. It was a series of events that Simit could not understand. Jean Runkendal suddenly appeared at the Kinsalo branch and Reikuman dared to fight against him. Simit spoke directly to Reikuman several times. Even if you encounter Jean Runkendal or another transcendent powerhouse while hunting, you must retreat for now. They say that while they are not as strong as they were in the past, the earth is full of all kinds of strong people. It's not like there was no time to run away. If he could summon a fleet, he would have been able to use the recall technique by sacrificing his prey or low-ranking compatriots in the Kinsalo branch. You incompetent bug. I can't believe you lost your fleet because you couldn't even do one thing like this. Simit suddenly spoke out loud and Anolan and Ozan, who were nearby, looked at him in surprise. Compatriot Simit? Simit was also surprised by what he said. Without realizing it, I thought of Riki as a subordinate, and then a slip of the tongue came out. That's what I said to myself. Anolan and Ozan felt uneasy but did not ask any more questions. First we need to find out what happened to Jean Runkendal and Kinjalo. Was there just some kind of deal, or did they become allies again? I will check right away during the next mission. We must quickly wake up the other Deatu King compatriots. As soon as compatriot Reikuman's treatment is finished, I'll have to check out the other fortresses. To counter the power of Jean Runkendal, at least the great fighting King Bakarun's compatriots and his fortress or combat god compatriots must awaken. The Bakarun compatriot's fortress is probably as sealed as ours. But the compatriot who committed suicide, didn't he suddenly disappear even when we were active? These days I'm thinking that the reason my compatriot who committed suicide went into hiding was because he predicted this type of sealing situation. It was a random story, but Anolan and Ozan did not specifically deny it. Simit has always shown himself to be capable, and many times what he said was laughed at but eventually turned out to be true. However, it was not possible to truly accept the fact that the Tushan of the Jiakmyong tribe abandoned his compatriots and disappeared alone out of fear of being sealed. Among the other Deatu King compatriots there may be someone who knows the whereabouts of the Tushan brothers. Even if there is none, we will not be able to revive unless our compatriots, the great fighting kings, wake up. So we need more innovative methods than just hunting. The dangers of hunting have been proven beyond measure through this incident. There is no law that prevents problems like today from happening again. Deal. I think we should think about making a deal or forming an alliance with the surface. Do you have any earthly powers in mind? Jaifel or the remnants of the human royal family? Next time I hunt, I will go out and try to contact them myself. Meanwhile, each leader on the ground was receiving reports on this incident. The Jiakmyong tribe. Baradin looked at the report and nodded with interest. It is presumed to be a subspecies of the Ming dynasty. It has the combat power and incredible technological prowess that even ordinary soldiers are not instantly killed by the Mia dynasty sword. They are quite attractive people, the Jiakmyong clan. I'm sorry for not being able to find out more, matriarch. From what I heard from the Revenants and my wizards, it was only when the battle between Jean Runkendal and the Red Mystery became most intense that we were able to approach and confirm it. It's okay. Since he worked near Jean and came back alive and even obtained general information, he should be rewarded. Which is the judgment of the Revenant or the Archon's ghosts? They say it was my subordinate's decision, Satron answered. Then the Ghost Troop should receive the award. I will give everyone in the Ghost Troop an opportunity to learn the family's level 2 vision. Thank you, matriarch. However, I have one more thing to report to you before you receive the award. What is it? It's not certain, but there is talk that something other than us wizards may have been on the battlefield. Something else. Yes, they said it was extremely difficult to read the presence, so I think it was probably Jonah Runkendal or some unknown assassins. But they said it was impossible to confirm. It's probably one of the two anyway. Either the Bamul Alliance or someone sent by the Imperial Remnants. Are there people of that caliber among the remnants of the Imperial family? I don't know much about them. That is why we must always keep the Imperial Remnants in mind. Right now I'm crouching because I don't have any strength, but I have to assume that I can rise up at any time. Yes, I understand. If they are the remnants of the Imperial family, they will definitely try to contact the enemy tribe, so we need to be careful. Make sure to also send people to the Imperial territories surrendered by the Imperial remnants. I'll have to try my hand at the remaining high-ranking Imperial officials. Yes, matriarch. And I will give the Revenants a chance to learn level 3 vision. Thank you. Just like he did with Catan Baradin was intentionally killing Octavia. All of Kiliak's leading figures were receiving similar treatment. However, Octavia and others did not dare to express their dissatisfaction. The only way to survive in the family was to lie flat and show loyalty. I need to contact them and talk to them. Wraith Captain and Archon, please continue to send wizards to determine their haunting locations. All right. Please convey orders to your staff to write a follow-up article immediately. It would be correct to say that the Jiakmyong tribe has been revived due to Jean and Kinzalo and is threatening royalties. Yes, we will make sure the news spreads throughout the Federation within today. Great. I will go to the shrine and see if there is anything the shaman can help with. If we can obtain the technology of the enemy clan, we will be able to accelerate the time to attack the enemy. That's how Jeep's meeting ended. And at the same time, the Beemant Imperial family was also holding a similar meeting. The remnants of the Vyman Imperial family, an uninhabited island located in the North Sea of the Lutheran Federation, had been hiding there and inactive after the Battle of the Gods. Reikiman Hogg. It's been a long time since I heard that name. He's still so arrogant that he's doing things wrong. Simmet must be feeling frustrated. He was talking as if he knew Reikiman Hogg. The royal family sitting next to him nodded as if they only knew Riki. Aaron Beemant, the person who led the remaining royal family and followers after the execution of former Emperor Amir Beemant. He attempted to assassinate Dante by receiving Yona's spirit from Joshua before the Battle of the Beasts, and even during the Battle of the Gods of Evil, he attempted to send demons, including rats, to kill key figures in the Bamul Alliance. Despite this, little is known to the world about Aaron. Before Amir ascended to the throne, he was only ranked 30th in the line of succession, so he was never in the spotlight, and he never revealed himself in the first place due to the mysticism of the Vymant Imperial family. However, the most oldest members of the Vymant Imperial family, in other words, the royal family who have watched the Beemant Imperial family, which has existed for thousands of years from the beginning, have regarded Aaron Beemant as the true emperor ever since. Aaron is the only emperor of the Vymant Empire, and the hundreds of emperors known to the outside world were all mere smokescreens to hide the secret. The royal family members who sat next to Aaron were always hiding in the imperial palace, changing their names and appearances over a long period of time. They were the origins of imperial mysticism. Thank you for your hard work. The harvest is very big. The royal family called Baival nodded. He was the one who secretly watched Jin's battle along with the magicians of Jeep. Thank you, Your Majesty. The opportunity has finally come to reclaim and revive our empire. The underground forces, including the Jiakmyong people, will still be crazy about the resurrection of the sun god, so we must use that fact to create a plan where our enemies and they can be destroyed together. The royal family's eyes became sharp at Aaron's words. It occurred to me that my days of hiding in the name of mysticism were numbered. To do that, we first need to help the enemy tribe regain their strength. Baival, go to their fortress right now and propose a deal, with the intention of providing a large amount of nutrients. I'm sure you remember the location of Patlock Fortress, right? Yes, Your Majesty. Good. I'm sure they'll take the deal. However, due to the nature of the enemy tribe, when they are full they will lose their senses and prepare to stab you in the back, so we need to bring out sweeter bait to prevent that from happening. What more information can I convey to the enemy tribe? At those words, Aaron grinned and continued talking like this. If you don't betray us until the end, tell them that you will tell us the whereabouts of the Red Mystery Tushan when the time comes. Beneath the uninhabited island where the Beemont royal family was hiding, there was a passage leading to the underworld. Strictly speaking, it was not a passage leading to the demon world, which meant a complete underground, but a passage leading to the middle layer, where beings like Amaris lived after the world was divided in half. The passage was neither created by the imperial family, nor by the Lutheran Federation, the island's current owner. It was a road built by the Qingming tribe in ancient times when the Solar War was in full swing. The passageways created by each hegemonic power at that time still remain throughout the world. Among the powers on Earth, only the imperial family knows this fact. Amaris had forgotten the existence of the passages due to a memory error caused by the seal. After I sensed the big snake waking up, fortunately the situation we feared did not occur. If the big snake's memories and powers had remained intact, none of the races sealed in the middle layer would have survived. As Baibal left, Aaron said with a smile. Aaron was certain of Amaris' condition based on the fact that the Jiakmyong clan was running wild with royalties. The power, authority, and memories are all incomplete. The same was true for the Jiakmyong tribe. It is true that Jin's military power is closest to the peak of royalties, but if Reikumen and the Red Fleet were in their prime, the fight would not have been so one-sided. It was a combination that could at least provide some level of resistance. That's right, Your Majesty. It was our great fortune that we were put on the defensive as soon as the enemy tribe woke up. Even those arrogant and vicious bastards won't be able to shake off the hand we extend to them. As long as the technology is passed down well through a deal with the Jiakmyong clan, cloning him will no longer be a dream. Moreover, if we find the buried Qingming people from now on, we will be able to awaken Elliot as well. The empire will rise again. It will be an eternal empire that will stand tall, and no one can destroy it. The royal family did not hide their excited voices. Since ancient times they have endured what feels like an eternity of humiliation in order to have a chance at survival. During that long period of time, they have never once reigned as an overwhelming force. In ancient times they were treated as insects by powerful people such as the Red Ming tribe and the Qingming tribe, and even while civilizations were born and fell several times on Earth after the Great Seal, they always barely withstood the crisis of extinction. Then they finally founded Beemont, but as modern human history proves, Beemont has never achieved an absolute status worthy of the name of an empire. This is because monsters called Runkendal and Ziffel existed. As soon as Jeep appeared, it threatened the existence of the empire, and when it could no longer endure, Runkendal appeared. From then on, for another 1,000 years, the empire had been walking a tightrope while keeping an eye on both families, and now only the old members of the imperial family could barely hide themselves. Therefore, the royal family of Beemont has only one wish: complete and safe survival. The power to rule the world alone was the most important means of realizing it. The royal family had no interest in things like the resurrection of the sun god. Rather, it was a position that must be stopped. If the sun god is resurrected, they will have to live like insects again according to their fate. As soon as Baival returns, we will start looking for the buried Qingming people. To check each local passageway. Enemies, especially Runkendal, can use the abilities of Amaris and the Record Mage, so they will soon learn of the existence of the Blue Light Burrowers. We must secure it before them. I understand, Your Majesty. If our deal with the enemy is concluded, the situation on the ground will change very quickly. The enemy will run amok. We will be the ones who will not lose our balance until the end amidst the hasty changes. As always, we will be the only ones left standing until the end. As the royal family dispersed, Aaron remained alone in the conference room and watched out the window. A cool wind was blowing. October 8, 1803. Exactly a week has passed since Jean drove out the enemy clans that attacked Kinselo Branch 3. Since that day, the Jiakmyong clan has never appeared in Ince. At least that's what the Barmal coalition and Zippel Kinjalo knew. In fact, the Jiakmyong tribe did not hunt on the ground, but Reikiman and Simit had already met Aaron in person and completed the transaction. And the Red Ming clan and the Huang family have already benefited each other a lot. The Jiakmyong tribe took the blood of the humans and old barriers sent by Aaron and opened the second fortress in an instant, and the Huang family was cultivating weapons by receiving their technology. Everything happened while avoiding the surveillance networks of major powers. It is the privilege of those who dominate the use of the middle class. As soon as Baradin became the head of the family, he has been on a pretty rough path. Jean said while looking through the newsletters. Scoops were pouring in every day. Baradin's ascension to the head of the family. In the background, Kiliak's rebellion in the underworld Amaris and the appearance of the Jiakmyong tribe Jean awakened them. The whole story was being revealed to the public. Zippel's reporters are consistently making the argument that Confucius is threatening the world by awakening beings from the underworld. Jean nodded at Casimir's words. It feels like they are trying to create a cause for war. I threatened the world first, so Zippel attacking the Runkendal and Bamul alliance was in self-defense. The reason they do something like this, even after seeing the power of Confucius and Tusin and the power of our union in the battle of the demon gods, is because they have faith in them. It's probably a power related to the demon god stone or Ziffel's sacred site. Of course, Jean wanted to delay the war as much as possible. The Golden Fleet is completed, the brothers are taken out of La Perosa, and Murakan returns. Also, if possible, he also wanted to start the war after ascending to Changxiang. A war fought with all those conditions in place would not be a war filled with blood, madness, and wounds, but would be literally overwhelming. If we could completely overwhelm our enemies, we could clean up the world without unnecessary death and destruction. In other words, we can fight while protecting the lives of ordinary people as much as possible. It was impossible at the moment, and beyond that we had to fight an extremely disadvantageous fight. Both above and below ground, the only force that cared about civilians was the Bamul alliance. Baradin knows exactly what concerns me most: the death of colleagues and innocent people. If the war starts quickly, I will lose a lot. Even if we achieve victory. These are nightmares that I have already experienced firsthand at the Temple of Evil. Rather, there would be even more sacrifices in a war between great powers. The whole world would become a battlefield, and after the battle was over, what the winner would face was bound to be a desolate landscape that would never be seen before in the world. That was making Jin's heart feel tight. A feeling of debt that one must have because one is a regressor. Jean recalled the message that Ron, who had ascended to Changxiang in the past, left to him through Dante just before his death. You told me there was nothing wrong with you. These are words for both you and me. Okay. All of these things may not be my fault, but that doesn't mean I can ignore them. No matter what happens in the future, I have no choice but to move forward while doing my job. I have to be the best in this world. Trying to be the best in the world. That was the only thing that was able to overcome Jin's difficulties as a returner. Jean adjusted his expression and made eye contact with his colleagues, as if he had just shaken off a mental illness. Sooner or later a war will begin. Even if it's not an all-out war, there will definitely be localized battles. Even if it is not Baradin, there is a very high possibility that the enemy tribe will begin more radical activities in Ince after recovering from the damage. After defeating them, Valeria investigated Kinselo Branch 3 and found that not only Zippel but also the remnants of the royal family had sent people there. There was intelligence that Jeep has been looking for the whereabouts of the remnants of the royal family. Quicanthal said, pointing to the report. Not only Jeep, but we have been tracking them since the fake Jonah incident. We'll do everything we can, including Valeria's recording magic. However, since they have never been caught so far, we cannot rule out the assumption that they may be hiding somewhere other than the ground. That's my opinion too, Mr. Quickhantle. Those mystic bastards must have hidden abilities. If it has to do with the underground, now might be their opportunity. As far as I know, there are no such secrets in the imperial family. Considering that Aaron Viment suddenly took over power after Amir's death, the former emperor may have been a scarecrow to begin with. In addition to Jeep and the royal family, Kinslow was also a problem. Zephyrin, it is almost certain that the demon dragon is one of the heads of this body. Perhaps when Zephyrin awakens in the future, she will regain some of her memories and powers from those days. Although it may not be complete as the disappeared self is returning. In any case, it's definitely not the head trying to prevent the resurrection of the sun god. I really hope to regain some of the strength and power I had back then. Or we hope that Zephyrin's unconsciousness has nothing to do with Ameri's. If it's the latter, it would be perfect, but I think it's better not to have high expectations. The moment Zephyrin spoke up to that point, the communication device installed in the conference room glowed blue and rang a resonant sound. Sagaju, this is an urgent report. As soon as I received the communication, I heard Leet's voice. Please speak, Chief Deacon. The enemy tribe attacked Jeep. What? Jiffle, not Kinslow? It is said that Zippel's second-class magic tower located in Ramadan was bombed by an enemy fleet 6 hours ago. Jeep is currently in a state of war. The Runkendal and Bamul alliance thought that when the enemy tribe resumed their activities on the ground, they would naturally target Kinslow. However, they boldly touched the zip line, a development that no one except the imperial family expected at all. The fact that they resumed their activities so quickly seems like they got help from someone. Jean narrowed his eyes as he answered. Unless it was Jeep's own play, the remnants of the royal family were the most likely suspects. Before the Battle of Evil Spirits began, Zippel closed all the magic towers except for one magic tower. And he supplied fleets and troops to each region of the Federation and built new magic towers for each level. The level 2 magic tower that the enemy tribe invaded this time was a middle level among them. About 50 ships and about 1,000 wizards were deployed. The flagship is the Arcadia class of the 5th fleet of the main Zippel family, and the tower owner is an 8-star wizard from non-Zippel. However, there were 2 ghost squads and 2 ghost squads with combat power that surpassed that of the tower owner. Even if it is not the most elite, it is enough to be called elite. And it only took 30 minutes for the enemy tribe to destroy the level 2 magic tower. Although it was a completely unexpected attack, Ramadan's magic tower was reduced to ashes without even being able to properly respond. Do you mean there was such a big difference in fleet strength? Baradin said. The land where the second-class magic tower once stood was a complete ruin. The black bone fragments left throughout the ruins showed that the enemy's bombardment had been extremely harsh. The only survivors of the attack were 2 members of Satron's ghosts. Yes, matriarch. Suddenly a huge portal opened in the sky and more than 100 enemy ships appeared, far exceeding the capabilities of our fleet. Although most of our fleets were not able to sortie properly, even if they had fought in preparedness, the outcome would not have been different, only the battle time would have been different. The surviving ghost group bowed their heads as they explained the situation to Baradin. Did Jean seem to be superior to the fleet he faced? Yes. I couldn't confirm this because almost no enemy tribes disembarked, but it seemed like the commander was someone other than Reikiman Hogg. What is the basis for that judgment? The emblem of the fleet was different. Is that all? You mean you didn't declare war or tell us the purpose of attacking us? Not a word was said. As soon as the portal opened, they started bombarding. At the first bombardment, the upper part of the magic tower collapsed and the tower owner was killed. I took over command and immediately started responding, but I couldn't do anything. The Jiakmyong people literally disappeared in an instant after carrying out a one-sided massacre in silence. Just like people like Dyphus and Joshua, who were engulfed in chaos right before the Battle of the Beasts. It was an attack that could only be carried out if large-scale teleportation was possible. However, unlike back then, the Jiakmyong tribe did not cause any harm to civilians. Only the magic tower was completely destroyed and it fell out. Originally I wanted to meet once and talk, but since they came out first like this, we have no choice but to fight. It feels like I've already joined hands with other guys. You've been caught by crazy guys. Why on earth did they attack us? I don't think they did this just to show off their power. After the magic tower was destroyed, ropes were lowered from the ship. We saw the capture of strong mages who survived the bombardment. We almost got caught too. I don't think it was intended to be used as a prisoner of war. If he had done that, he would have targeted the tower owner or other factors first, and he would have told them what he wanted before leaving. Baradin recalled what he had recently heard from Sana. Furthermore, I heard from the shaman that among the ancient races underground there are those whose nutrients come from the blood of other living beings. I think that's the enemy tribe. They said there were almost no bodies left in the destroyed Kinsalo Beast land branch. It's probably because they all captured them for blood. Phew. Baradin sighed and shook his head. No shame. The ghost group bowed their heads. It's not your fault. Rather, he is credited with surviving and making known the size and fighting power of the raiders. If there is anything you want, talk to the Archon. Baradin defeated the ghosts and made eye contact with the executives. I never thought the day would come when I would be attacked like this by people who were neither Runkendal nor Kinsalo. It hasn't been long since you became the head of the family, but something like this happened. It is something that would diminish one's prestige. It doesn't matter because Jean ruined the family's prestige long ago. The problem is not the prestige or the immediate damage, but the fact that we were completely unable to respond to their attack, Captain Wraith. Now that we have harvested without any damage, they will continue to raid all over the Federation like this. For the time being, all regions will need to maintain a permanent emergency state. Even so, I am concerned that the fleet gap is so extreme. For now, we just have to hold out until we recognize the strike and send reinforcements. When we were attacked while defenseless, we lasted 30 minutes, so if we are in perfect condition, we will last at least 2 hours. I don't think there will be any restrictions on the Red Mysteries spatial movement matriarch. I don't think it's possible to conduct raids like this every time with a fleet of over 100 ships. If we attack our area on a smaller scale, we will be able to buy more time. That's my opinion too, Brother Ronald. The small fast ships being tested should first be deployed throughout the region, so that no matter where you are hit, you can immediately notify the higher-ups. All mobile gateways on the ground are still closed due to the spirit left behind by Gleek. Excluding the very few capable of space leaps or ultra-long-distance communication, the fastest means of transportation in the current world was the Zippel. As of now, the war with the enemy clan has begun. Due to lack of information, we will have to fight at a disadvantage for the time being. The most urgent thing is to find out where they are based. Whenever a battle breaks out, I will give orders to capture at least one enemy alive, even if it requires some sacrifice. Please do so, brother. Also, even if you lose one magic tower, it will be more profitable to capture one enemy clan alive. And don't cover up today. It was broken so horribly that I couldn't even hide it. If the demon god stone was in a more perfect state than it is now, this shame could have been concealed by manipulating history, but it was impossible now. What can I do? Jean, please publish an article questioning the collusion between the Bamul Alliance and the Jiakmyong tribe. All right. It is obvious propaganda, but the important thing is to make the public aware of the fact that the new danger called the Jiakmyong tribe that has arrived on Earth started from Jean. Hurry up. It's a good idea for the Knight to come out first before the enemy tribe attacks Runkendal or the Bammer Alliance. Yes, Matriarch. In fact, this time the Jiakmyong tribe intentionally excluded civilian casualties, so there are some aspects in common with the Bamul Alliance's methods. I will publish an article centered on that. But it's strange, ma'am. According to the report from the Ghost Group, it seems that the Jiakmyong tribe has already developed some kind of grudge with Jean, but I don't understand why they attacked us with all their might first. Even if it was impossible to attack the Garden of Swords or Tychon, if we attacked Hupister and the castles and fortresses of the Empire, we could have done quite a bit of damage. Ronald nodded at Octavia's words. Baradin's eyes narrowed. Oh! House owner. For some reason, I have a feeling that they are afraid of Jean. Not long ago in Kinsalo Branch 3, the entire enemy tribe and fleet at the level of a captain were nearly destroyed by one person. The reason they hit us first and the reason they excluded civilian casualties could be because they don't want to provoke Jean for the time being. Baradin turned and walked towards Kojak. So let's make it clear who the more fearsome opponent is from now on. Baradin will definitely spread an article saying that we have awakened the enemy clan. Not only did Runkendal create an evil spirit, but he is once again collaborating with underground forces and threatening royalties. This is certain judging by the way Baradin is waging a public opinion war recently. Jean accurately predicted Baradin's number. Losing prestige is your specialty, but Jeep has been waging public opinion wars with strange frequency these days. Haven't you decided not to worry about that anymore? I have a feeling that there may be another reason rather than just trying to create a justification for war. That's right, Mr. Quicantle. It's a thought that just occurred to me, but it seems that the public opinion war to blame the threat of royalties may be the underpinnings of a future manipulation of history. The more people who believe that, the easier it will be to manipulate. Wow! I got goosebumps, Prince Jean. That could be possible. But we have Valeria, so we'll be okay. It's just a guess, Enya. In any case, the more important issue right now is the actions of Jeep and Jiakmyong. This time we touched on Jeep, but next time it could be us or the Empire. We have Mott and the Red Owl communication device, so we can respond much faster than Zippel, but we don't have enough fleet. We can't send a fully equipped fleet to all areas like Jeep. The underground drying facility in Jiamwangi has not yet been completed. Even the mass-produced yellow has not been completed yet. Even Magic Knight troops are not at a level where they can be deployed throughout the entire region. So first of all, we need to somehow increase the production speed of communication devices and supply them to each major base and fortress, so that if there is an attack by an enemy tribe, I or other superhumans can be called and provide support at any time. In other words, what the Runkendal and Bamul alliance needed most was time. The speed at which the losers move is unusual. Regardless of whether they had made a deal with the remnants of the royal family or with whomever they had made a deal, they were clearly people who knew the Red Ming tribe well. Knowing exactly what the Jiakmyong tribe needs to regain their power, they are providing it. Information on the blood and royalties of outstanding people. Mr. Amaris, didn't you say last time that the Jiakmyong tribe has the technology to make the fallen fight again? That's right. The Jiakmyong tribe uses the light hearts of dead warriors to create biological weapons called the Immortal Army. Why are you suddenly asking that? An ominous thought was piercing Jin's mind. If it is true that the remnants of the imperial family made a deal, the best price they can get from the Red Mystery is the technology to turn Timar's body into a weapon. Jin shook his head without saying that thought out loud. It's nothing. It just occurred to me. First I will return to the family, review the troop deployment, and then come back. If there is anything that needs to be reported immediately, please let us know. I understand, Confucius. At that time Jean rode a red owl and headed to the Garden of Swords. The Jiakmyong tribe was also opening a portal for invasion in the sky of Ince. It was above the sky, guarded by the Empire Dante. The Bird Dragon Fortress is a training ground for Highland Dragon Knights and a space to train their companion bird dragons. The Jiakmyong tribe chose this place as their next hunting ground following the Grade 2 Zippel Magic Tower. This is because the Quassel Plain, the land where the Dragon Fortress is located, is a place comprised only of Dragon Knights and prospective Dragon Knights for the purpose of training Dragon Knights and maintaining security. What the enemy clan needs is the blood of a strong creature. From the Red Ming tribe's point of view, they were easy to consume and were excellent nutrients. Even if the dragon was a ghost, it had a value that surpassed that of the White Wolf or the Red Tiger, and the same was true for the Dragon Knights. Moreover, by the standards of the Red Ming tribe, the defense power of Bird Dragon Fortress was literally insignificant. As shown during the attack on the second-class Magic Tower, the enemy tribe quickly took control of the sky above the Bird Dragon Fortress by moving through dimensions and descending the fleet. The Red Fleet of the Red Ming tribe appeared this time and fired a barrage of artillery fire. The bombardment that suddenly started from above devastated the entire fortress in just a few seconds. Since it was an attack through space leap, the Dragon Knights naturally had no time to prepare and had no suitable way to respond. How dare you! Crack! Dante gritted his teeth as he swatted away the debris and fragments of artillery fire that fell on his head. Dante usually works in Hylon's second castle, but today, he visited the Dragon Fortress in person to check on the Dragon Knights. If Dante wasn't there now, the Jiakmyong tribe would have easily and quickly enjoyed massacre and plunder as planned and leisurely escaped from Quassel. Matriarch, are you okay? I'm fine. Take a look at the young knights and dragons. Yes. Rescue them and evacuate immediately. This is not an opponent you can face. And send one of the fastest dragon knights to the second city of Hylon to inform them of this. All right. The knights nearby scattered, pushing away the remains of the collapsed conference room. An indescribably deep and harsh anger welled up, but Dante maintained his senses and went outside. At first glance, over 100 red ships were surrounding the fortress. Those in the central hall with Dante were all top-level dragon knights. Therefore, the first bombardment did not cause much damage, but the dragon knights and dragons on the other side did not. Calmain, the leader of the dragon knights, was absent, and all of the elite dragon knights had been dispatched throughout the empire. The corpses of dead dragon knights and dragons were seen nearby, and the screams of their subordinates could be heard in their ears. Dante unsheathed his sword, scanning the enemy's flagship with calm, sharp eyes. It's not just the enemy tribe Jean mentioned, or the fleet is strong. There is a person with transcendental skills among the passengers. Dante intuitively recognized the fact. The commander of the enemy Red Fleet currently surrounding the fortress is Drekhorn. He was the head of the Red Mystericon clan and the newly awakened king of great fighting. And unlike Reikiman, he had almost regained the strength of his prime. Isn't that person the person called Jiamwang in royal circles? The appearance matches, and the energy is also amazing. Henge compatriot, why is the author here? I'm sorry, fellow Drek. Currently Dante Hiron is the head of the empire, so I couldn't find out the exact schedule. Okay, I understand. So please understand that Henge compatriots will also become immortals by my will from now on. Dreg grabbed Henge's head before he could respond. Ayah! Then Henge's huge body instantly turned as bony as a tree branch. The blood that escaped from his body turned into red particles and was absorbed into Dreg's grasp. Sigh! At the sound of the light heart falling to the floor, the Jiakmyong people tensed up. Open the bridge. I have something to suggest to the Emperor. When the flagship's bridge was opened, Dante was able to see Drek's appearance. Dreg looked down at Dante and narrowed his eyes with interest. The Sword Emperor, I am Drekhorn, the great fighting king of the Red Mystery Clan. Give me a chance. Abandon this puny fortress and flee immediately. Then I will not take your life today. We will return with the appropriate amount of blood, and you will plan the future. Dante wanted to go up immediately and kill Dreg, but he kept his mouth shut and took time, so that the scattered knights can take more care of the injured reserve knights and dragons. Drek saw through his intentions and sneered. Even if we clumsily wait a few seconds, all the humans here today become our food anyway. King's Sword Secret Technique. One sky in the sky. As soon as Dreg finished speaking, Rashid began to shine. A huge sword was launched as if sweeping the entire Red Fleet ahead. However, Drek blocked Dante's strike with only the fleet's shield without using his own strength. Dreg's own military power as well as the fleet's performance and firepower were not comparable to when Reikiman attacked Kinzelo's third branch. Is this the answer? This is indeed a sword worthy of being called the Emperor of Swords. I almost want to go down and mix up the weapons myself, but we're not here to duel. It's an invasion. It's a shame. The bridge closed and Drek disappeared. Dante roared and unleashed a series of attacks, but the fleet's shield only glowed more red as he did so. Even if the Red Fleet's shields are great, they cannot continue to receive Dante's secret techniques. However, the problem was that Dante did not have control over the battlefield. While the Red Fleet can attack the entire fortress unilaterally from the sky, Dante must fight while protecting the Dragon Knights and Bird Dragons. The shelling began again. A fierce, red-hot bombardment was trampling the Joryong fortress. Because he was aware of Dante's presence, Dreg ordered an even more fierce bombardment than the first time. We can't save them all. Dante had to admit. With his current abilities, he could never protect everyone here. Perhaps it would have been wiser to accept Drek's offer and run away. Drek too wanted to take his prey and leave rather than lose his fighting power while fighting Dante. However, among the first misfortunes, it was fortunate that Dante came to the Bird Dragon Fortress today. The second was the fact that Dante did not come alone. Wow! Big! Suddenly an explosion occurred in the sky on the left side of the enemy tribe's siege network. Someone had attacked the rear of the fleet gathered there. In the meantime, the enemy tribe had concentrated their power on the front shield to block Dante's attack, so the rear was relatively vulnerable. No matter how superior the enemy tribe's ship was, it could not withstand the blow of the strongest warrior on Earth without a protective shield. The enemy tribe quickly deployed a rear shield, but they had already lost 2 ships. Before giving Henge's compatriot the honor of becoming an immortal, you should have asked about that human. Dreg looked at the left fleet and sighed. This time, is he a key executive of the Hito-Barmal coalition? Hito. Immediately after hearing the news that Zippel's second-class magic tower was attacked, Jean dispatched Hito to the Empire. It was judged that it would be impossible for Dante to protect the Empire alone until the attack patterns of enemy tribes were identified and appropriate countermeasures were developed. From now on, all ships except the flagship should focus their attacks on Jiamwang and Hito. We will catch the fleeing prey. For the flagship, open the power source to its maximum. I will personally amplify the brain energy. I'd better take care of one of them today and then head back. The artillery fire that had been falling throughout the fortress began to focus on the 2 men. Thanks to this, the reserve knights and dragons seemed to be able to evacuate more easily, but it only lasted for a moment. As soon as Dreg connected his optical heart to the power source, the firepower of the flagship, Baryon, increased. Baryon's wings spread out on both sides and a ferocious thunderclap erupted. Although they had an instinctive sense of danger, Dante and Hito had yet to properly experience the enemy fleet. Therefore, we did not stop the prospective dragon knights who started flying. I thought that if the 2 of us could block the bombardment together, the best way would be to fly away on a bird dragon. However, the red brain that formed on Baryon's wings quickly ate the sky of the Quassel Plain and caused the bird dragons to crash. The sky filled with Baryon's red brain is like a lava field. Like the red connecting barrier of the Imperial Special Lease, it had the property of annihilating all objects in the air. Of course, it was incomparably more powerful than the connecting barrier used by the Special Lease. Kaya Keek. The dragons were turning into ashes and falling to the ground. All of the reserve knights on board were reduced to ashes, and Dante suppressed the overwhelming sense of futility and swung his sword at the flagship. However, they were unable to close the distance due to the bombardment that poured in like a shower of fire. All ships except Baryon were pressing Dante and Hito. The dragon knights, who had no choice but to evacuate, had no choice but to run themselves. The dragons foamed at their mouths as they ran, and Baryon seemed to be unable to tolerate that and even opened fire. In other words, there was no way for the dragon knights to escape properly, either in heaven or on earth. Jiamwang. If this continues, the dragon knights will soon be wiped out. Hito shouted, standing next to Dante. Lord Hito. So you will protect the procession yourself and escape the battlefield. Go to Hylon 2 Castle as quickly as possible and call Jean through the communicator. Until then, I will be alone in keeping them tied up. It was best if we didn't want to give up all the dragon knights. However, Dante thought that he should be the one to take on the more dangerous role. Remaining in the Bird Dragon Fortress now would definitely mean risking one's life. This is an empire, it is Heron's territory, and he was the head of Hyran. I would rather stay. Sir Hito, go. No, you are strong, but you are weak. When are you talking about? It is right for Lord Hito to go. Anyway, are you stronger than me? If I get hurt, I just need to heal, but if you die, it will shake the entire empire. So there is no time for this. Go ahead and call Jean. If you say no, they will cut you in half. I'm serious. In the end, Dante had no choice but to nod due to Hito's stubborn attitude. All right. I will not forget this favor, Lord Hito. Hito saw that Dante was retreating and glared at his enemies. Whoa, it's tight. Then let's try our best to hold on. When Dante first noticed the attack by the enemy tribe in the conference room, Hito was watching the bird dragons in the castle waiting room. Therefore, Dante's attack was able to target the rear, while the Red Fleet was concentrating on the front shield. In some ways it was better for Hito that Dante took the Dragon Knights and dragons with him. This is because there is no need to fight while thinking about the lives of the Dragon Knights and bird dragons. From the time of the first bombardment until now Hito swung his sword to save the dragon and Dragon Knight. However, now they had to focus their efforts only on the attack. So much so that the enemies could not pay any attention to Dante and the retreating Dragon Knights. Dante is one of the greatest martial artists in the world. He wouldn't have to worry about the shock flowing through Dante's ranks while he was fighting against the fleet. That means you can fight as much as you want. Sigh. Hito smiled, showing his teeth. The might of his long sword shone white and spread vast energy. The unique muscles expanded in an instant. The muscle fibers hidden beneath the hard thick skin were endlessly dense and bristled like awls. The muscles that wriggled wildly whenever they moved were able to concentrate their power on one point at any time. If that power was in the sword, it seemed like it could cut through anything, and if it was in the grip, it felt like it could tear through anything. Hito quietly examined his body for a moment as if inspecting a huge mechanical device. His entire body was completely ready to follow him. It was ready to explode. Quang dash. Several artillery shells hit Hito directly. However, the red brain was unable to pierce his enormous body and bounced into the air. Hito caught the red brains that were about to scatter and violently tore them to pieces, and the red brains on the ship couldn't help but flinch at the sight. What is that? Is it a human? Deflecting a fleet bombardment with your bare body without a shield? Leaping into a crazy ship? Right now the sky is full of the magic unleashed by fellow Drex. Even if it was not the bombardment of the flagship Baryon, it was something that went far beyond the common sense of the enemy tribes. In order to withstand the thunderstorm unleashed by the flagship Baryon, it had to have at least as much defense power as the Red Fleet. This meant that Hito's body was harder than the ship. Moreover, that monstrous human was already shooting out black energy. The sword energy that exploded from the mastery of Kendo was covering the fleet like a tidal wave. The bombardment aimed at Dante and the Dragon Knights lost track due to the pressure of the Kendo, and the fleets closest to Hito briefly tilted and were pushed back. The sword momentarily obscured the fleet's view. When the fleet on the left front line regained sight, the first thing the enemy tribes saw was Hito leaping to the bow. Intercept. Activate the spikes while intercepting. Gun barrels came out from the left and right sides of the ship and fired sphere-shaped shells at Hito. However, there was nothing they could do about Hito's muscles, which could not even pierce the main gun. Hito did not even dodge the cannonball and plunged his sword into the bow. Zuzu, that is dash. At the same time, the ship's lightning shield, called Thorn, unfolded. It was a device for dropping enemies that were directly attached to the ship like now, and it had the power to take down even quite a few dragons in an instant. To Hito, even that was just a stinging trap. Hito destroyed the ship by exploding his energy into the blade he inserted into the bow. Enemy tribes jumped out from the ship, which was smashed like a walnut. There were red Myungs who jumped to other ships to survive, and there were also those who rushed to stop Hito in any way possible. However, there was no change in the fact that everyone met the same fate. The approaching enemies were cut down with a single sword, and the retreating enemies were fired with swords. The 6 pieces of enemy tribes swept away by the Kendo splashed onto a nearby ship, creating a disgusting scene. "I'll destroy everything," Hito said, holding on to the bridge with his left hand. Although it had just been destroyed by an explosion, the bridge was easily 10 times larger than that. Hito was lifting it like a stone and throwing it at the next ship. The crew members on the next ship blinked. Did a human pick up the broken bridge with his hands and throw it away? The moment I had that thought, I saw Hito's face getting closer. Gasp! Pashang! Hito broke the glass with his fist and grabbed the Jiakmyong's neck and twisted it. Then, with the sword in his mouth, he held onto the hole in the glass with both hands and showed off his strength by splitting the ship. Wow! The moment Hito's roar ended, the ship split in half and crashed to the ground. The ship was literally torn apart like a piece of paper. 2 ships have already sunk. The enemy tribesmen who had initially attacked and destroyed a total of 4 ships from the rear were panicking. Flying ships are certainly the most powerful weapons of war, but they are not suitable for close combat. The reason fleets both ancient and modern were strong was because they were capable of one-sided strikes from extremely long distances and had excellent mobility. The problem was that the distance was too close from the beginning. Even Hito would not have been able to approach so easily if it had had to endure a precision strike from a ship from more than a dozen miles away. Of course, even in a situation where the battle begins at close range like now, there will be less than 10 warriors in the world who can do this. Even as Hito rose into the air and exploded the ships, he was continuously spraying swords to twist the flagship's gunfire toward Dante. It would have been a little better if Drek had targeted Dante with a fleet of about 100 ships excluding the flagship. He couldn't deflect the bombardment of that many fleets alone. Jiam Wang is thrown away. From now on, all fleets must widen their distance and prepare for a precision strike on Hito. I will personally tie him up. Dreg quickly revised his command. It was judged that if the battle continued like this, there would inevitably be unnecessary losses of the fleet. Dante and the Dragon Knights give up and try to end Hito. As the flagship Baryon's bridge opened, Hito leapt to the bow of the next ship and caught his breath. The gazes of the two people collided between the ships. The shelling stopped. The flagship Baryon was no longer firing at Dante and the dragons, and the red thunder that colored the sky was fading away. Finally, the captain himself comes forward. The world on Earth today is truly amazing. If you are surprised, quietly go underground again and live as if you were dead. As long as there is a Bamul alliance, the Jiakmyong people will never become the losers of this world again. I don't understand. Is there any reason for someone like you to risk your life to protect this insignificant fortress? The humans and dragons we originally wanted to take are nothing more than pieces of meat with no value compared to you and the Sword Emperor. I am a person who is accustomed to protecting things. Why did you let Jiam Wang run away? If we had given up on the other humans and dragons, we would have been able to run away together. Isn't that the obvious reason? The Emperor went to call for reinforcements. The owner of the name that the Jiakmyong people fear the most. Jean Runkendal. From what I heard from Reikiman and his compatriots at Patlock Fortress, he is definitely a problematic person. Are you confident that you can hold out against me and the fleet until he comes? As much as you want. Okay, you have enough power to think like that. But unfortunately, the problem is that the opponent is me. It is time to wake up from the illusion. The moment Dreg finished speaking, Hito intuitively felt danger and raised his sword. It seemed like a surprise attack. If it was a surprise attack that started from the front like this, Hito would have been able to stop it even if the opponent was the Liao dynasty. So he thought he had blocked it, but it felt like something cold was passing through him. What? I couldn't see anything. Was it my mistake? I quickly tried to wake up all the senses in my body, but I felt nothing. There were no cuts or blows anywhere on the body. But the next moment... Blood? Blood! Hito could visually see the blood draining from his body. For some reason, blood droplets were spreading all over my body and floating into the air. Hito was shocked and formed a protective shield, but the blood dispersed into particles, ignoring physical force, and escaped the shield towards Dreg. Dreg smiled as if he had anticipated Hito's reaction. Vampire. Before I was sealed, many immortals and mortals in the world called me that. Vampirism was Dreg's unique ability as a great fighting king. Hito instinctively threw himself to the ground to increase the distance. As the distance increases, the speed of blood loss has definitely decreased. There will be no answer if we fight at close range. The problem was that Drek had more than just power. Why are you suddenly anxious? It's urgent to increase the distance. Dreg was on the ground before Hito and was swinging his spear. Hito managed to avoid the spear but had to make sure that more blood was lost than just before. It may not be noticeable right away, but if things continue like this, movement is bound to slow down soon. Beyond that, I could have faced death. Moreover, the fleet was retreating, widening its ranks following Drek's orders. Soon the ship will start firing again from a distance that Hito's sword can't reach. If I stick to him, he will bleed faster, and if I move away, it will be easier for the fleet to hit me. It was a dilemma. It looks like he's given up on Jiam Wang anyway, so the only thing he can do is hold on until Jiamwang gets far away to a safe area, and then run away. Anyway, when Jean arrives, he will find out the escape route and come after him. Drek saw through everything. He probably chose to hold on and then run away. However, our fleet is capable of precisely striking only you even if you and I fight together. I saw earlier that you could withstand artillery fire with just your bare body, but will you be able to continue to do so? Hito did not respond but stepped back, scattering his swords. I felt like I had a strange sensation of blood rushing around my body. It was not easy to find the distance where blood is not absorbed. Dreg's spear continued to explode with red lightning impeding Hito's movement. In order to respond, if I had no choice but to join Drek, more blood would inevitably be sucked. What a disgusting ability! Drek stretched out his long tongue and licked the blood that had dropped in the air. Oh, it's really rich blood. Can't even be compared to the knights and dragons I was originally trying to eat. Today I and my compatriots will celebrate with your blood, Hito. The gateway to the second province of Hylon Empire. What is that? Something is approaching at breakneck speed. Unless my eyes are wrong. Person? It looks like a person. No, how can a person run at this speed? This is crazy. His Majesty the Regent. Hurry and open the door. The soldiers guarding the gate were startled and adjusted their posture. Dante was running at crazy speed. Because the dragon knights and dragons who had evacuated together were exhausted, he ran here alone first. Sang dash. As Dante passed through the gate, the soldiers' clothes and hair flew. When the soldiers first saw Dante, he looked hideous with his skin dry and cracked. It was a part that showed how desperately he was running. The strong body that inherited Ron's true spirit was driven to the brink of exhaustion just by running. Ha! OMG! OMG! Your Highness the Regent! He he! After entering the castle, in an instant Dante finally stopped, took a moment to catch his breath, and vomited blood. I didn't think it would be strange if I collapsed right away. House owner, are you okay? What happened? Communicate to Kehek Taiken immediately. What kind of content can I convey? Immediately sortie to the Jinzhou Dragon Fortress. Sir Hito, danger. The enemy fleet has attacked. The size is more than 100 ships. Even the king of fighting Drekhorn. All right. And ask the Lord of the Ox Palace to be sent here too. I have to go and fight again. Bring water and elixirs. Taiken received the communication immediately. An enemy clan attack? Lord Hito is in danger? Confucius Jean is now in the Garden of Swords. Let me contact you right away. Lord Xiaogong will arrive there within 10 minutes. I understand, Your Highness Casimir. My muscle pig is in danger? In most cases you can't do that, right? King, let us know quickly. And while taking Jiamwang to Segungju, he tells Songguk to stop by too. The Holy King can restore anything as long as it doesn't fall. Casimir, please let me go with Cirrus. Maybe if you fight with them some old memories may come to mind. Because it is a Dreghorn, I remember its unique ability was quite dangerous. Marys. Muscle pigs are okay, right? Sandra, you have muscles. No. There is a tendency to look down on Hito, but he is a person that even this body cannot defeat with pure swordsmanship. So don't pretend to go with me and just wait. I will definitely retaliate and come back. Then take the veil with you. I thought so. There are few who are more specialized than Bale in dealing with fleets. The Garden of Swords also received the communication immediately. I understand, Bird Dragon Fortress. Sagaju will be dispatched within 1 minute. Deacon, we will go too. I will also send the chairman of the Black Sword Association and the cadet instructor. Runkendal will soon rescue Sir Hito, so tell your colleagues not to worry too much and to wait, Your Majesty. I understand, Chief Butler. From Empire to Taiken and from Taiken to Garden of Swords. This was the moment when the communication device obtained from Maliot's historical site shined. Each base of the Bamul Alliance quickly grasped the situation and was sending reinforcements. The Runkendal small family head and the 3 previous family heads, the Sword Emperor, the small palace lord of the secret palace and Vale, and the big snake Amaris. The party, which could easily be called the strongest royal party, began heading to the Koryong fortress. Kaha! It's been a while since I've had a blast. That Hito guy will be holding up well, so you don't have to worry too much, great-grandson. Yikes! There is no head deacon here, right? Well, you have to be careful about calling your great-grandson great-grandson. We are leaving ancestors. When we arrive, my great-grandfather Sir Alphen and I will begin the battle immediately, and Sir Tasha, please land the Red Owl in a safe area and then join us. I understand. We are letting them know the harsh price they will pay for messing with the chief of staff of our Bamul coalition. Crack. Jean gritted his teeth and said, "Today was the most angry day since the Red Mystery awakened from underground. Those who had only been targeting Kinselo and Zippel had no fear and directly attacked the Bamul alliance. As the Red Owl took flight engulfed in magic, Runkendal and his party were able to arrive at Bird Dragon Fortress in an instant. As soon as it finished its spatial leap, the Red Owl lost its balance for a moment due to the shock of the bombardment. And Jean was relieved by that fact and sighed. Through the glass cover, the Red Fleet could be seen firing like crazy, which meant that Hito was still alive. If the bombardment was just to destroy the fortress, it should have ended long ago. Lord Hito. Ha ha ha. The heads of the Hito Runkendal family have come to save you. Jean and Ballas Alpin jumped into the center of the bombardment and swung their swords. The three people's sword skills instantly erased the huge semicircle formed by the bombardment, revealing the figure of Hito buried within it. Giant! Hito barely raised his head as he called out to Jean in a cracked voice. Fortunately, there were no serious external injuries, but the internal injuries were severe. The unique enormous muscles had dried out and shrunk, yet they were huge, and the muscle definition had increased to its limit to the point where it was disgusting. Are you okay? Mosquito. The baby mosquito sucked all my blood. Fortunately, the Emperor called reinforcements in time. Hito said sadly. If I had had a one-on-one fight with the mosquito bastard Dreckhorn, I would never have been pushed this far. No matter how absurd his powers were, he would definitely fight like a fight. I was confident that I could win. However, if they got close, they would bleed faster, and if they got farther away, they would chase and fight, but even as they fought, the fleet's artillery fire hit Hito Bay with surprising accuracy. Because Hito was the one who faced Dreghorn's fleet alone, it was able to survive so far without dying. As soon as the Red Owl appeared in the sky, Dreg immediately widened his distance. That mosquito's unique ability is blood-sucking. No matter what you do, you can't stop it within a certain distance. The blood just drains from the body and is absorbed into the thing. I understand, Lord Hito. Take a step back and recover. Cirrus will bring a healer soon. Ria, I don't know how long it's been since I last swung a sword so coolly. Come and see. The honor of dying by the sword of the King of Knights is rare. Ballas showed majesty by deflecting the Red Fleet's artillery fire like an arrow while swinging his sword with one arm. Every time he laughed and shouted, an absurdly large swordstorm arose. It's not too much to do from the start. 57 units. Aha! We people in our 20s are saying something sad again. Or did you forget that Amaris extended our remaining time? There is no need to use metallurgical powers like when you are terminally ill, lol. As short as 6 months, as long as 1 year. That's probably the limit to the time we can exist. What Tasha said right after Jean became the head of the small family. However, after joining the Alliance, Amaris used an ancient technique to delay the disappearance of the previous heads of the family. Therefore, there was no need for the previous generations of family heads to fight, fearing that their extinction would be hastened if they used their power. I said this because I was worried that the 57th generation would get tired because they were old and died in battle. Ah, this person. It was a cheeky provocation. What are you being cocky? This person? Hey, 57th generation, even though I'm younger now, I'm your ancestor. That too is very distant. Even though I am your ancestor, I have endured it considering your age, but isn't this a bit much? KKKKK, then let's make a bet. The 20-year-old. It's hard to see because it's so far away, but I roughly counted there are a little over 100 ships. At the end of the battle, see who destroyed more ships. The name of the King of Knights and the Knight of Light is higher. Good. There is no softness. Okay then. There are no days off. Half joking and half seriously bickering, the two looked at Jin's mood. He's so cruel probably because his colleague almost died. If the head deacon sees this, I don't think he'll dare say anything. This was indeed the ruler of the Sword family with a life-filled appearance that would make even previous generations of family members startle. Once Lord Tasha joins and begins protecting Lord Hito, I will focus solely on that mosquito ancestors. So it means to not let other guys or ships get involved in the fight. The previous head of the family nodded, feeling happy and proud. Until Tasha arrived, Dreg continued to retreat and look at the members of the coalition. Is the author Jean Runkendall? It definitely has a different feel from the Sword Emperor or Hito. Should I retreat? Such concerns were passing through Dreg's mind. Simmet was talking about what happened to Reikiman because he did not use the return technique at the right time. However, the income was too insufficient to step down now. Above all, it was strange that he in his prime was leading the Red Fleet himself and that several people were afraid and retreated. There was no such thing as the terrible Qingming race. I just drank Hito's blood and became stronger than before I was sealed, so let's hang out. If I could catch even one of them and completely nourish him, it wouldn't be just a dream for me to defeat him and become the next warrior. The fleet has moved far enough away from dealing with Hito. Once you fight and decide that you can't win, then use the return technique. Dreg made that decision. In any case, in order for all of my compatriots to use the return technique safely, I needed more catalysts than I had brought with me in advance. It was also a way to relieve some of the weaker compatriots. Tasha joined the group and raised her dual swords. Jean warmed up and looked back at his ancestors. The fewer people who return alive using the return technique, the better. When Cirrus and the reinforcements arrive, join that fleet. Destroy everything. You can do research with the wreckage. With those words, Jean quickly rushed forward in search of Dreg. The artillery fire that continued to pour down could not keep up with the advancing camp. Jean instantly figured out Dreg's location and fired a beam stab at Sigmund. Due to the nature of the planes, if the bombardment is eliminated, there is no place to hide. Tisk dash. Sigmund tore through the shield and struck Dreg on the forehead. Dreg raised his spear to block the attack and smiled. Jean came into the Vampire Street on his own. Jean Runkendall, I never thought we would meet like this today. I am the great fighting king of the Dreckhorn enemy clan. Now is the time to state your will, not to introduce yourself. That's a lot of confidence, but you'd better not compare me to Reikiman or anything like that. Jean did not respond and continued his attack. First, I planned to find out how dangerous the blood-sucking ability that Hito mentioned was, and then adjust the flow of the battle. Dreg dealt with Jean solely on defense. Even if you take a moderate attack, you will bleed. But after a while, Jean and Drek had doubts at the same time. Are you hiding your blood-sucking ability? There is no feeling of blood escaping at all. It's not even visible to the eye. Why isn't the blood coming out of him? Soon Jean read the embarrassment that Dreg was barely suppressing and came to this conclusion. This mosquito's unique ability. Could it have been some type of curse? Drek's face quickly lost its composure and Jean smiled. Why doesn't something seem to be working? It's time to pay for the mosquitoes. The moment Jean said that, Mott's pleasant cries were heard from the rear of the battlefield. Bong bong. Members of the alliance that departed from Tychon through the Empire and Holy Kingdom have also just arrived at the battlefield. Cheeing dash. As soon as the dimension gate of the otherworldly snowfield closed, golden power instantly spread across the sky of the battlefield. It was the power unleashed by the sun god's fragment veil. The Jiakmyong people were shocked as they confirmed the power of the sun god they had not seen in a long time. Even those named Kinjalo, named after the sun god, had never shown such power, but Veil was dyeing the entire sky in gold. Of course, even at the time they were sealed, there were beings who used the power of the sun god. They also developed technology through the knowledge of the sun god. However, the Jiakmyong tribe called beings with particularly strong solar power like Veil gems. And this was the first time I had seen a gemstone of this magnitude. It was surprising that such a gem was under Jin's command. It's annoying. Because of you guys, I was dragged away after having fun with Gilly. Although he spoke childishly, the power of the veil was instantly causing cracks in the fleet's protective shield. In the meantime, the heads of the previous generations were eager to bet and prepare for the family's secret techniques and decisive battles, and Dante strengthened his sword thinking of his subordinates and dragons who had died earlier. Since I recovered quickly with the elixir, my original inaction did not come out properly. However, because I had friends, revenge would never fail. Phew, I guess I'll survive now. Thank you, Hito said while looking at the healers attached to him. The king seemed to be very busy, so I couldn't bring him. If you feel like you can fight again after receiving treatment, join the war. I don't know if your share will remain. Yes, Master Amaris. And Sandra was very worried about you. He looked like he was about to cry. Hito's eyes widened. Really? Miss me? Okay. Why are you so surprised? Old enemies await. Go first. In all his years of caring for Sandra, Hito had never once imagined that she was truly worried about him. I never wanted it, and I never wanted to do something like that. But when I imagined Sandra crying, it felt like something was pounding inside my heart. Cirrus was about to follow Amaris when he looked at Hito. I think you might need this, chief of staff. Then he took a handkerchief out of his pocket and held it out to Hito. I don't know how to cry, Lord Oxgung. I will be grateful. I hope you wipe your eyes that are so moist that it feels like a burden, and then say something like that. Okay then. As Cirrus left, Tasha smiled and looked at Hito. From Hito she saw her father, who was honest yet somewhat disheveled, and thought it was cute. I will watch over you during treatment, Hito. Thank you. I don't know how to cry. Foot. Lord Tasha, please don't do that. All kinds of decisive battles and feasts of power continued as the comrades began to advance, leaving Tasha and the Hito healers behind. When Ballas and Alpin attacked aggressively, the others supported them. The power of the solar power, Manbing, Runkendal, and Hiron's Swordamaries were all harmonized together. The Red Fleet's bombardment, which had rained down so fiercely that it seemed as if it would obliterate the Quassel Plain, seemed to rapidly diminish in front of it. It was a bombardment that I had endured all alone. However, since a large number of similar superhumans participated in the war, it was natural for the fleet to lose its grandeur. Above all, because Dreg had come down to the ground, the flagship Baryon was unable to receive power from his light heart. The firepower of the fleet is doubled only when the flagship, which produces maximum output, takes center stage. It was not impossible to provide power from the ground, but Dreg had no time for that at the moment. Why on earth isn't my ability manifesting? Even the blood flowing from the small wounds that Chong scratched Jin's body could not be absorbed. Since becoming the great fighting king and gaining the power of vampires from the Castle Drek, has never experienced anything like this. Even when he faced other great fighting kings and a Chongmaying fighting spirit, just once he was able to absorb his blood. Due to the difference in rank, I had to run away even though my abilities worked well. You seem to be curious as to why your abilities aren't working, but aren't there other issues to worry about now? For example, it is a way to preserve your pride as much as possible even if you die. Fit. Drops of blood spattered from Dreg's cheek. If the reaction had been even a little late, the head would have been split horizontally. I shouldn't have given distance in the first place. Instead, the blood taken from Hito was used up faster. In the end, Dreg gave up on sucking blood and focused on attack and defense. When he regained his composure, the spear moved more sharply and flexibly, but even in weapon skills, Jean was several moves ahead. In the past, the source of Drek's ability to put fear into his enemies as a great fighting king of the enemy race was not his spear but his unique ability called vampires. His spear skills were average for a superhuman. They were not even able to receive artillery support like they did when dealing with Hito. However, the opponent has no chance of winning because he is the closest to the peak among the superhumans. Therefore, the moment I decided to prepare for a return technique or a large-scale space leap. Suddenly, a pure white sphere appeared in Jin's hand. After reaching the level of flash cannon, Jin was using that magic for the first time in a long time. Wawaya! Dreg instinctively looked away from the flash cannon and extended his spear. It was indeed a superhuman reaction, but Jin did not set off the flash cannon aiming for his eyes in the first place. He was planning to shatter the bracelet, while he was flinching to avoid the flash cannon. A split second was enough. Sigh! The golden bracelet on his right arm broke and fell to the floor. There was one pair left on my left arm, but if things continued like this it would soon be cut off. In that case, dimensional travel becomes impossible. Even now it has become impossible for all troops to return intact. Drek made a noticeable move to protect the one remaining bracelet. It was thanks to vampires and fleet support that pushed Sir Hito Dreg. In the form of a beast, it seems like you've seen everything, but if there's anything left, take it out quickly. No matter what you do, the result will not change. Ships were falling one by one in the sky. When there were only Hito and Dante, they could not avoid difficulties, but now the situation has completely changed. Drek was now merely in a defensive posture for survival, not with any intention. Jean continued to apply pressure so that he could not catch his breath even for a moment. Flat pressure was applied to all strikes, and throwing attacks were mixed in between slashes and thrusts. If I dodged the sword that pierced my eye, suddenly the 9-sword annihilation wing-shaped thunder blade from the side was striking my torso, and if I blocked the horizontal slash with the spear, the 3-sword all of condemnation struck my chest. Every time I flinched like that, the flying blade always aimed precisely at the vital spot. The moment you made a mistake, even for a moment, it was over. Rather, you want to tie my feet with a great technique and kill me with an ordinary attack. Dreg, who attacked harshly as if he didn't care about allocating stamina, was getting tired of the human named Jean. Beware of Jean Runkendal. He must be treated like a blooming warrior. I really understood why SimArt put so much emphasis on it. Despite going through these terrible seasons, he showed no signs of getting tired. Even Jean Runkendal hasn't even taken out the secret weapon called the Emperor's Rain Sword yet. The swords used so far are definitely different from those mentioned by Partlock's compatriots. Even as he was being pushed back, Dreg continued to be on the lookout for the Emperor's Rain Sword. He is conserving his strength so that he can escape when the Great King's Rain Sword begins. Unfortunately, Jean knew it well. I'm sure you heard the story about the Emperor's Rain Sword from Reikiman, but the pain you will go through is different. Suddenly, Jean pinned Sigmund to the ground. Before we knew it, pillars made of lightning were placed around Jean and Drek. The pillars fell to the ground all at once, creating a lightning strike zone in the area. Drek momentarily mistakenly thought it was the Emperor's raining sword, but what Jean actually unleashed was the erosion of the 4 swords of the Throw God. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of lightning bolts rained down into the lightning zone. Dreg exploded the red brains he had stored up and managed to deal with the erosion well. What is that? However, the phoenix summoned from hiding in the thunderstorm of erosion was completely unexpected. Gata dash! Tess was roaring, spitting out blue flames. Heavy pressure, a power that only Tess could handle, trampled heavily on Drek. It's been a while since I used the link. I used to take Sir Vanessa's test when I was a reserve rider. I've become much stronger than I was back then, but for some reason it seems like Lord Vanessa can still kick this all away. It was a difficult task for Dreg. His movements were noticeably slowed down, and he was barely able to withstand the onslaught of lightning and blue fire. And Jean left Sigmund pinned to the ground and pulled out Bradamanti. A great fire, faint but never extinguished, was wrapped around the pure white blade. Runkendal Demon Sword Secret Technique Eternalization. Since the enemy inflicted bleeding pain on his comrades, he had to repay them with the pain of burning. Seeing Jean rushing through the lightning, Drek raised his red thunder to somehow protect the light heart. Sigh! The heavy pressure was unfair enough, but the eternalization that penetrated into the wound had an even more terrible quality. It was a fire that was impossible to push away with the red brain. It had some similarities with the vampire power that Drek had always enjoyed. It is extremely one-sided. The remaining bracelets had already exploded from the heavy pressure and lightning, and the fleet had already been reduced by 30%. Now there is only one left as Dreg. To somehow perform a return technique. To do this, he first had to escape from Jean and use the remaining compatriots as catalysts, so Drek grabbed his optical heart as if he was going to rip it out. Coo! It was a battle transformation that was unique to Deity King. Is it a castle painting? It's so big and ignorant. After completing his transformation, Drek looked like a huge red lion. The entire heaven and earth shook from the roar, but in Jin's eyes it just felt like his body had grown bigger to burn it into eternity. Of course, there was no change in Drek's abilities or in action. The most noticeable change was the significant increase in the vampire area. Blood was coming out of the enemy tribe's fleet and from the comrades who were fighting to push the fleet back and was heading towards Drek. Even the blood of fellow enemies is absorbed without hesitation. This is the ability that Lord Hito spoke of. It would be better for everyone to keep their distance. As Dante shouted, Amaris and Cirrus Vale nodded. They all felt the strange sensation of blood being drained from their bodies. Fortunately, it seemed like the vampire didn't reach where Hito and Tasha were. Of course, the vampire power strengthened by castle painting was of no use to Jean. However, for some reason not only Hito and Tasha, who were far away, but also Ballas and Alpin did not seem to be bleeding at all. Vampire? Me and people in our 20s are fine, but 57th, I think we have no blood because we are fundamentally dead. Kahaha. That was it. Then we should end the bet at this point and join Sagaju's side to finish off those giant mosquitoes as quickly as possible. Your colleagues may get tired. Great-grandson. Is it okay for me and those in our 20s to go there? Jean smiled and nodded. You can kill as many people as you want on your own, but you must save even a single drop of the precious blood of your comrades. If I had just stayed still, I would have died while handling my own sword, but suddenly I ended up receiving the sword of my ancestors as well. Dreg could not help but be overcome by despair. Alpin and Ballas began to rush toward Jean, their eyes shining. Drek was going crazy because vampires didn't apply to Jean or the previous head of the family at all. We must fight and absorb as much blood as possible, even from other people and our compatriots. If I don't get a chance to use the return technique, it's over. Of course, Jean had no intention of leaving it that way. Blame only Simit and Rocky. They taught me a lesson. You guys are the kind of people who can run away at any time. Squeak. Bradamanti radiated sword energy and left a huge gash on Dreg's right foot. As eternal flower seeped into the wound, Dreg clenched his teeth as if his jaw was about to break. Even when brain energy was concentrated on the affected area, the eternal flower remained as motionless as a stigma. So I guess I have to teach you guys a lesson too. This means that we will let you know what happens if you trust only in technology and mess with the Bemul Alliance carelessly. So give up trying to escape using return techniques or dimensional travel, and as I said before, think about a way to die with at least some honor. Shut up. This body is the great fighting king of the Jiakmyong clan. Yes, that's what I meant. Now I finally understand what you are saying. However, it's not a good idea to keep absorbing other people's blood. Let's move our seats. There are no civilians in the Quassel Plain. The Bird Dragon Fortress collapsed and all the surviving Dragon Knights and Dragons were evacuated safely by Dante, so the battlefield could be widely used without any restrictions. If Dreg had invaded an area with many protected targets, a large-scale massacre or hostage-taking would have been unavoidable. I wouldn't have been able to overwhelm them like I do now because I was protecting civilians. Jean felt dizzy at the thought of that scene. In particular, Dreg possessed unique abilities specialized for both mass murder and dealing with superhuman-level drones. It was not just an expression to teach a lesson. We had to inflict a terrible defeat on the Jiakmyong tribe, so that they could never even think of invading the Bemul Alliance again. If Drek returned alive, the Bemul Alliance would have no choice but to worry about such terrorism every moment from now on. Quang Qua Duk. Every time Jean charged and swung his sword, Dreg's huge body took a step back. Drek was helplessly pushed back because the squadron leaders who had already approached from the left and right were pressuring the sides. Even with the use of castle painting, not even a small twist could be created. Sometimes they fought back. It swung its front paw, prepared to be hit by eternal fire, and opened its mouth to crush Jean when he leapt. He amplified his light heart and constantly dropped red lightning and spears made of red lightning in all directions, pulverizing the ground with just a roar. There was no way to harm Jean in any way. Rather, every time he counterattacked, he ended up getting cut or stabbed somewhere on his body by the swords of Jean and the previous head of the family. Although it was meaningless, the reason Drek was able to counterattack like that was purely due to his ability to absorb blood. The fleet was undergoing super regeneration through the blood it continued to absorb. This regenerative power was possible because the blood of not only the enemy clan but also the Bemul Alliance superhumans was being absorbed. But even that was coming to an end now. Great-grandson. Now you can hardly see any drops of blood being absorbed by this guy. This seems to be the limit of the area that the blood-absorbing ability can reach. If he wasn't immune to vampires like us, he would have been extremely difficult to deal with. As Ballas and Alphen said, Dreg could no longer steal blood from the fleet. The wound healed significantly slower than before, and his breathing made a hissing sound. You must have been excited to deal with one Lord Hito. In the end, they probably thought that if we took them down one by one like this, we would collapse or succumb. But we recently defeated a powerful enemy that could not even be compared to you. Dreg no longer had the means to resist. Even though he was already dealing with one person, Jean, he felt like there was a wall that he couldn't overcome, but with the previous head of the family included, his power was becoming increasingly shabby. Sueawea. As the sword passed through Drek's chest, a fountain of blood splashed out. He concluded that it was pointless to maintain the castle painting and cancelled the transformation. Drek, who had returned to the form of the enemy clan, held his spear and looked at his fleet in the distance behind Jin's back. Even though Ballas and Alphen had left the battlefield earlier, the members of the Bamal Alliance remaining on the side of the fleet showed no sign of fatigue at all. If Drek's unique abilities had continued to affect the battlefield, the situation would have been a little different, but there seemed to be no hope for the fleet either. Vale amplified the power of the sun and put pressure on the entire fleet, and Hito, who had rejoined the battlefield, was tearing the fleet apart like the first time, as if to vent his anger. Sungri had already given up early on, and now it was Dreg's turn to give up running. It was to the point where he doubted whether he or any of his compatriots would be able to return alive. This is why. The sun must be restored. Do you really think the power you have is worthy of a lower species called humans? Since the death of the sun god, this world has clearly lost its way. Well, I guess you could say you are also a sun god. Now that all hope is gone, are you looking for the god you believe in? No. I don't think all possibilities are lost yet, Jean Runkendal. Let's make a deal. If you just let me go, I will give you the knowledge of our enemy. Squeak. Before Dreg finished speaking, he saw his right arm, which had been attached until just now, fall to the ground. Good deal. But if you wanted to do business with me, you should have come before I did something like this. The Bamul Alliance will not engage in any small negotiations with you now or in the future. Dreg made eye contact with Jean, without looking down at his fallen arm. I felt like if I avoided his gaze now, my neck, not my arm, would fall off next time. Are you saying that you're going to throw away the opportunity to advance your technology dramatically because of your anger toward me? If it is for trust, one will hand over the technology first. It even seems like you are in a position where you don't have to keep your promise after receiving the technology. What I'm offering is a deal where you have nothing to lose. It depends on what you think. I will also give you all of our fleet that is fighting behind your back. Without my orders, you will never fully possess that fleet, because it has a built-in self-destruct device that prevents technology leaks. There are bound to be limitations to analyzing technology only from the remains. Jean swung his sword once more and knocked off Dreg's left arm. Drek did not dare avoid Jin's gaze this time. What do you want, Jean Runkendal? You wouldn't completely rule out a deal, so you wouldn't kill me right away. Tell me, I will do whatever I can. It's not that the technology of the enemy tribe is truly desirable. However, Jean was confident that if he left Dreg alive, he would definitely carry out a trick. Since there are many aspects of the enemy's technological capabilities that have not yet been revealed, it was highly likely that Drek would try to escape by pretending to help the Bamul Alliance in some way. The reason I don't kill you right now is simple. I think there are some people in that fleet who are recording this, be it text or video. All I want is for it to be completely delivered to your base, so that you guys fear me more. Jean took a step closer to Drek. Drek took a step back without realizing it. Just as Reikiman instilled absolute fear in the beastmen, Jean was imprinting his presence on the enemy tribe. The perception that the Jiakmyong people are natural enemies that should never be fought. Now you know what your last words are, Drekhorn. If you truly care about the people you call your compatriots, Jean said, holding Dreg's shoulder. The fear he was feeling was conveyed through his palms. Dreg finally gave up and shouted, "Fellow countrymen, never challenge Jin Runkendal and the Bamal Alliance again. We will never be able to defeat them unless our fighting spirit returns. Drek swallowed those words and shed red bloody tears from his eyes. Throughout the battle it was Drek who casually absorbed the blood of other enemy tribes and tried to use it as a catalyst for the return technique. He truly thought that his compatriots should not repeat this mistake again. They say you shouldn't even come near the Bamul alliance until Tushan returns. Drek's use of his compatriots as expendables during battle was ultimately an act for the sake of the enemy race. The Jiakmyong tribe was an extreme totalitarian group and Drek was a particularly vicious totalitarian. That's correct. Let me save you from this humiliation now. Wah-wah! The eternal fire that had permeated Dreg's entire body was suddenly burning fiercely. Dreg met his end engulfed in blue flames. Now let's go clear out the remnants' ancestors. Anyway, the images of Drek recorded by the fleet will be relayed by those who escape using the homing technique, so we will destroy every single one of the Red Fleet. Our great-grandson. It feels like I'm just looking at my younger days. I think the young days of the 57-year-old must have felt completely different from Sagaju. A person in his 20s would say that to someone who just lost a bet. Can't you see the remaining ships over there? I would have liked to have ended up destroying one more vehicle than I did, but unfortunately the game is not yet over. Curl, curl, curl. Okay, the result will be the same anyway, so try your best. Let's go. In this way, the Jiakmyong tribe had to lose one deity king and his entire fleet in a single invasion of the Bamul alliance. Compatriots, never challenge Jin Runkendal and the Bamul alliance again. We will never be able to defeat them. A video showing Drek's final moments was being delivered to all the fortresses of the enemy clan whose seals had been broken. The Jiakmyong people watching the video were trembling and feeling humiliated and scared. No one could have expected that not only would Drek Horn and the Red Fleet be annihilated, but that a video like this would remain. What the hell is this? Drek compatriots are like that. It's manipulation. They have a human called a recording wizard. It's a video manipulated using a trick called recording magic. While many words were being exchanged, Simit gritted his teeth and looked at his compatriots. Didn't you hear the testimonies of the compatriots who returned through the return spell? That is the sincere will of a Drek compatriot. We must follow the will of our Drek compatriots from now on. Never again. You must not mess with the Bamul coalition. It has been proven that this is the quickest shortcut to the destruction of our enemy tribe. From now on, our enemy tribe will only target Jeep and Kinzel, until the god of fighting returns and all the great fighting kings completely regain their power. Simit continued talking and composed himself. The arrogant kings of Dayatu kept driving their compatriots to their deaths and blocking the revival of their enemies. Maybe it's a good thing. Because of this incident, the remaining compatriots of the great fighting king must have become acutely aware of the dangers of the Jin Runkendal and Bamul alliance. Now that everything I said has been proven right, it's time to really focus on hunting without those monsters. Simit immediately requested communication from the Dayatu kings and expressed his opinion. Yes, compatriot Simit is right. For the time being, the Bamul alliance will be completely excluded from the invasion target. Wow, I had no idea that fellow Drek would be so broken. I also agree. If they keep attacking them like this, there will be no compatriots left. It's almost surprising that only Riki's compatriot is alive. The great fighting kings made their decision without hesitation for a moment. The joys and sorrows of the Bamul alliance and the Jiakmyong tribe were mixed. Uthrok, the fourth city of the underground enemy tribe. The owner of the four cities, the great fighting king Galatun, greeted Bibalviment while hiding his displeasure. Welcome. Well, they're coming here to do something when they could just communicate. Why did you do something so reckless? Bival didn't even bother to say hello and immediately asked in a questioning manner. The Jiakmyong people nearby glared at him in an attitude as if a superior was reprimanding his subordinates. How dare you talk to your compatriot Gala, such a human being? Do you think something happened when you did business with us? If you show this kind of attitude one more time, I will send you straight to the blood factory. First of all, I am not a human and I have no reason to be captured and put in your food warehouse. I can't believe people like petty laymen get involved in conversations between executives without any sense. This is a point where you can understand why the Jiakmyong people are continuing to fail Gala Great Fighting King. Gala sighed at Baival's words. You guys stay. Compatriot of the Great Fighting King, but how dare he? Oh, if you want to get out, just get out. I also apologized to Baival on the way. And are there any Simart compatriots out there? Bring it. In the end, the peace fighters handed Baival a soulless apple and left the Songju room. Baival looked at Gala with expressionless eyes. Did you call me fellow Gala? Ah, Simit compatriot. You know? Because I'm not very good at using my head. I need some help from my compatriot. I don't know how to explain it to Baival. All right. Great Fighting King Gala and Level 1 Fighting King Simit. The Jiakmyong tribe had decided that these two people would be in charge of all future meetings with the Alliance. This was because except for those two people, there was no one suitable for talks and cooperation. Gala had the softest personality among the Red Mysteries, and Simit was the brains recognized by everyone even before being sealed. I haven't heard an answer yet. We must have given advice, so why did this absurd thing happen? As an ally, I must listen to your story. By outrageous, I meant the death of Dreckhorn and the destruction of the fleet. You have no shame, Baival. We are currently in a state of despair and loss of consciousness. However, I completely sympathize with the reason why the royal family is angry. Are you saying this is something that can be just brushed aside by saying you don't deserve it? In particular, Dreghorn, who died this time, was the one who resurrected most of the Qingming people we had by feeding on them. I made it to perfect condition even before Bakaran Yung, who is considered the strongest fighting king. Do you know why? Bakaran Yung was the great fighting king of the first city, the wall that Drek wanted to overcome by taking the blood of Jean and his colleagues. I think it's because of the unique abilities that Dreg compatriots have. That's right, the ability to absorb blood. That's exactly why. With that ability, we would have been able to easily and overwhelmingly gain the upper hand in future wars with ground powers. No matter how many enemies were below 9 stars, they would have been nothing but great food for you, and the blood they absorbed would have filled the factory. But now it's all gone to waste. Well, that's true, but looking at the death of the Drek compatriot this time, doesn't that mean that bloodsucking isn't that bad? Of course, it is an incredible ability. Please shut up, Gala the Fighting King. You called me to save me from talking. In response to Gala, Simit cursed under his breath. Jean Runkendal, we definitely said he was special. No matter what happens, you should avoid fighting him directly. There was even a record of Reikiman being the king of great fighting. Isn't the blood-absorbing ability that great? If I had that ability, we would have already put pressure on Jean Runkendal to get him a favorable deal. Even if it's not a threat to him, it's not his comrades or his territory. This was the reason why Baival was so angry. The royal family attempted to encroach on the earth based on Dreg's abilities. Do you think Zippel or Kinjalo have a way to prepare for Drek's bloodsucking ability? No. Even if there is, they will definitely have to suffer great damage. How can you lose the most important hand from the beginning? Gala cleared her throat and closed her mouth. Furthermore, it is unpleasant that you touched the Bird Dragon Fortress without even discussing it with us. The imperial territory is ultimately the land that our royal family needs to reclaim, and you're messing with it just to get more nutrients. How much are you ignoring us? Can the Red Ming clan conquer the earth alone without us? As I said a little while ago, I completely admit our mistakes, Baival. So I think it is right to stop reprimanding and discuss the future. You didn't come here to sever your alliance with us or receive any compensation. I know you're upset, and I'll take a low-key stance while discussing everything going forward, so let's stop at this point and think about the future. Simit's intention was clear. Can I trust that something like this will never happen again? Simit to Wang. I make a promise on behalf of my fellow Gala people and on my name. In the future, we will be able to see our Jiakmyong tribe respecting the Beemant family more. If this is just words this time, we will immediately break up our alliance. And you have to educate the following people as well. Every time I come here, I feel skeptical because I have to support the enemy tribe while being treated like an insignificant human or an insect. I will definitely take action against that as well. Okay, let's try to believe it. It was a part that made Simit feel sick to his stomach. Until Drek's death, it was the Jiakmyong tribe that took the lead in the alliance relationship, but now it has been reversed. First of all, I have to ask what the Red Ming tribe plans to do in the future. Have you selected the Great Fighting King to replace Drek? I think it would be right for a Simit compatriot to rise to that position, but there are warriors from the Horn clan. One person will be selected from there soon. As you know, the warrior of the Horn clan, who will become the new Great Fighting King, will inherit some of the abilities of his Dreg compatriots. The ability to absorb blood, which is less than half, is not very valuable as a war weapon. It's good enough to deal with monsters on the ground, but it only has 1 mana level. The Deity King of the Jiakmyong clan is a being connected to the castle. And since vampirism was an ability given to the castle in the first place, the person who would become the next Great Fighting King after Drek could also use that ability. However, without the Tushan's permission in the process, the ability was fixed to a mere imitation. Therefore, until Tusan returned, the status of the Great Fighting King of the Fifth City had no choice but to fall. So shouldn't we know where Tusan is? In that case, the next Great Fighting King of the Fifth City can also use power similar to that of his Drek compatriot. I can tell you Tushan's whereabouts only when we achieve the right results, and when we are confident that we are the perfect allies. And anyway, you are not ready for him yet. There was no other reason why the Jiakmyong people believed the Huang family's words that they knew Tusan's whereabouts. This was because the Huang family had the seal and sword left behind by the former Jiakmyong warrior. We must quickly wake up the other Deity King compatriots. As soon as compatriot Reikuman's treatment is finished, I'll have to check out the other fortresses. In order to counter the power of Jean Runkendal, at least the Great Fighting King Bakaran's compatriots and his fortress or combat god compatriots must awaken. The fortress of the Bakaran compatriots is probably in a sealed state like ours. But the compatriot who committed suicide, didn't he suddenly disappear even when we were active? These days I'm thinking that the reason my compatriot who committed suicide went into hiding was because he predicted this type of sealing situation. Simit was recalling a conversation he had with Enolan in the past. As I expected, the compatriot who committed suicide foresaw the sealing and went into hiding. But why did he leave an order and a sword to those unknown people? Just as the Great Fighting King is connected to the castle, the fighting spirit of the Jiakmyong tribe is connected to the sword. The sword shown by the royal family clearly had the spirit of battle remaining, which meant that the spirit of battle was alive and breathing. There is no way that a compatriot who committed suicide would have lost them to them. If that were the case, the order would have been automatically destroyed without the sword knowing. There must be some meaning, but I can't figure it out. Baival read Simit's thoughts and laughed at him inwardly. I understand. In any case, one of the Horn clan will be crowned king of the Fifth City, and nothing has been decided yet regarding the ground invasion. However, we have decided to completely exclude the Bamul alliance from the invasion target for the time being. It's the right choice. As it stands now, it is impossible to put pressure on the Bamul alliance without Drekhorn's abilities. I know from experience, but dimensional travel and fleets alone are no match for us. Moreover, the problem is that the Record Wizard is constantly tracking the enemy clan. If we continue to attack the Bamul alliance, we will inevitably be caught in the tail. Valeria had not yet figured out the location of the enemy tribe fortresses. In the eyes of the royal family, she was the biggest danger to the Jiakmyong clan. The moment Valeria finds out where she is, Jean will personally destroy the enemy tribe's stronghold. Then what should I do? First, we will let the Qingming people go again. There were more Qingming people buried? Fortunately, there are newly discovered buried people. That can't be possible. The imperial family was merely controlling the Jiakmyong tribe to gradually regain their former power, so that they don't have too much trouble controlling them. Simit recognized the fact but did not add anything. Gala, who had no clue, smiled broadly as if everything went well. Oh, there were those guys again. So this time we can raise the power of our Bakaran compatriots? No, we think differently. Please use the Qingming buried people provided this time to operate the aerial fortress. Isn't it better to activate the air fortress after recovering the Bakaran compatriots first? Activate the air fortress first. And I'd recommend building a zip line based on that fort. So to speak, starting a war with Jeep. If we capture their sun shaman, we will be able to obtain information about the sun god. Bival said and turned around. Keep in mind, if something like this happens again, we will immediately stop supporting the enemy tribe. Jeep Draka. The Empire's Dragon Fortress has been attacked by the Red Ming tribe, so our propaganda will lose its strength, Baradin said, looking at the report. Zippel's informants did not see the battle directly, but they had confirmed the ruined Dragon Fortress. Newsletters were placed next to the report. The Lutheran Federation's newsletters were all inciting that the Jin and Bamul alliance were awakening the Jiakmiang tribe and threatening their royalties, and Hufester's newsletters were detailing the great victory of the Koryong fortress. There was bound to be a contrast. Just comparing the damage, Zippel lost a second-class magic tower and the Barmal alliance lost the Bird Dragon fortress, but they rescued most of the reserve knights and bird dragons and even defeated Drek and the fleet. Hufester has not been able to publish a proper rebuttal to the part about the Red Mystery being awakened by Jean Runkendal. I think it would be a good idea to focus our efforts on just this part. Proceed like that, Brother Ronald. Anyway, that is the most important part in order to save us the trouble of directly revising history in the future. However, this incident will once again make the public feel that we are more incompetent than the Bamul coalition. It's even more painful that that's true. Technology is the problem. In addition to teleportation capabilities, the Bamul Alliance also appears to have acquired ultra-long-distance communication. This has been confirmed by spies planted within the Empire. Baradin nodded at Satran's words. If the former head of the family had dealt with Valeria Hister in time and protected Tingenbauer well, the skill gap would not have been this big. The only possibility for us to achieve rapid technological advancement like the Bamul Alliance is to take over from the enemy clan. The chaos control technology that we had invested so much in just before the Battle of the Beasts is now almost useless. The problem was that they had no idea where the Jiakmiang tribe was based. It's frustrating. Since the right to attack is completely in the hands of the Red Ming tribe, in fact, we have no choice but to wait for the invasion to analyze their technology. All you have to do is look at the remains after the battle is over, Matriarch. Of course, it would be a little better if we could somehow capture the enemy tribe alive. Even then, we have no choice but to lag behind the Bamul coalition. Jean must have already obtained quite a few items and remnants of the enemy clan through the battle between Kinslow Branch 3 and Bird Dragon Fortress. Valeria Hiester and Tingenbauer will be hard at work analyzing it. And this defeat would have made them fear Jean even more. Does everyone know what that means? Baradin narrowed his eyes and looked around at the executives. This means that from now on there is a very high possibility that the enemy tribe will only target us and Kinsel. However, Kinjalo invaded and saw Jean coming out of nowhere, so he must have decided that it would be safer to attack us out of the two. The air in the conference room became heavy. Matriarch, have you heard anything from the shaman? No, Captain Ghost. He said that since he was praying so hard he would soon realize something. It is the shaman's job to find out both the whereabouts of the former head of the family and the home base of the Jiakmiang clan. Naturally, Zippel was still tracking Kiliak Zippel. This was because the completion of the Demon Godstone could be accelerated only by completely ending Kiliak and Shenu. If a Shrine Maiden can do something like that, what we need is time. Until the Shrine Maiden obtains the result. The moment Octavia said that, a commotion was heard from the hallway. What's the fuss? As the executive sitting in the last seat shouted, a wizard entered the room. Matriarch, it is said that enemy ships are currently traveling around the Federation distributing such paper. What? Are you saying their ship is flying over the Federation? Give it here. The note that the envoy handed to Baradin with an urgent look on his face contained the following. To the humans of the Lutheran Federation. As of the present time, we the enemy tribe declare war on the Lutero-Magical Federation on Earth. The Federation can never afford us. But when the war ends with our victory, the wounds of blood and death and war will not be the only things that remain in the Union. Before officially starting the war, we will make two promises to ordinary people who are not members of the federal forces. First, we go to war without harming the general public. We are conquerors, not slaughterers. If the soldiers surrender, they will immediately be regarded as ordinary citizens and treated appropriately. It is only soldiers who die from our swords and artillery fire. There will never be a case where ordinary people are massacred. After the Second War is over, we will develop the civilization of the Lutero-Magic Federation by leaps and bounds. The entire Federation will be redesigned with the superior technology and resources of the Jiakmiang tribe, and ordinary people will be able to enjoy all the benefits equally. Our next objective is one of Zippel's first-class magic towers. Within a week you will lose one of the first-grade magic towers. Be prepared to your heart's content. The enemy will make this world perfect again. Bakarun Young, the great fighting king of the Jiakmiang tribe. The executives who looked at the paper blinked, forgetting what they were saying for a while. Just looking at the message, it seemed like the Jiakmiang clan was already confident of their complete victory. You're kind too. You even let me know your next goal. Baradin spoke in a calm voice, but the executives barely suppressed their anger. In the past 1,000 years, Jeep has never been subject to this kind of provocation. What happened to the enemy ships that distributed the paper? I only saw what appeared on Palin. The Federal fleet immediately attempted to shoot it down, but it succeeded in escaping without any significant damage. The difference in speed between our large ships was so great that it was impossible to pursue them at all, and the small high-speed ships were said to have been unable to continue pursuing them because they could not break through the checks. I guess it was inevitable because there was a difference in ship technology. Palin doesn't have any superhumans currently waiting. Yes, matriarch. I get it. There was silence for a moment as the wizard who brought the paper left. Baradin thought for a moment and looked at the executives. Immediately switch to an all-out war posture for level 1 magic towers in all regions of the Federation and bring back major ships dispatched externally. What should the general public near the magic tower do? Lock it down, so that you can't escape. Let's see if they really fight without harming the general public. So to speak, Baradin was thinking of using ordinary people like hostages. It was because I thought I knew why the Jiakmiang tribe had emphasized in their declaration of war that they would not touch ordinary people. The results so far speak for themselves. There are few areas where we have an advantage over the Red Ming tribe in war. Not only the fleet performance but also the mobility of communication means are severely lacking. So you have to somehow buy time so that you can use what you have prepared. By using ordinary people as shields. Do you think that the head of the family will not even be able to gain such time if they, contrary to their declaration of war, continue to kill ordinary people without hesitation? Our Jeep. That depends on the true strength of the enemy tribe, Captain Wraith. However, even if they massacre ordinary people, it won't be that bad for us. Why is that so? If we do something like that, Jean won't be able to just sit by and watch the war between us and the enemy clan. Baradin responded with a cool smile. The declaration of war clearly shows how much the enemy tribes fear you. Amaris said. Tychon was also holding a meeting as soon as he received the enemy tribe's declaration of war. They are confident that if they massacre ordinary people, even if they belong to the Federation, you will not remain silent. So I emphasized this to avoid you from participating in this war. The Jiakmiang people have been collecting information on the ground since immediately after Simit and his gang were released from the seal. Of course, I looked into the records of the demonic goddess that were open to the public and also learned from the Beemont royal family how to avoid irritating the jinn. That is the iron rule of never touching the general public. In fact, if ordinary people were massacred by the Jiakmiang tribe, Jean would not hesitate to immediately provide support. Because that is the proper duty of a human being who is currently ruling an axis of the world as a returner. In other words, it is an all-out war between the largest underground power and the oldest loser on Earth. The general public could now be guaranteed a level of safety that would be unbelievable even in a wartime situation, due to the influence of one man named Jean Runkendal. Of course, as it is war, the general public of the Lutheran Magic Federation is bound to be harmed in some way. You may lose your military family, your livelihood, and your home. But the important thing was that genocide was completely prohibited. Therefore, as long as the Jiakmiang people kept what they declared, there was nothing bad for the Bamel alliance. Because it's just enemies fighting each other, shedding blood. At the last meeting I said that what we need most is time. Time to build a fleet and distribute communication devices to the entire region. Time to complete the mass-produced Yellow and Magic Knight units. Time to find out what means the enemy has. Time until Murakan returns. Time to complete a way for my brothers to get out. Time to do it, etc. And now it seems like there is an opportunity to buy some time. As Jean spoke, his colleagues looked at him. If the declaration of war between the Jiakmyong tribe and Jeep is properly observed, the war between the two powers will inevitably be sluggish. The enemy tribe cannot fire indiscriminately because of ordinary people, and Jeep has no right to attack since they do not know their home base. Then the moment when one side discovers the clue is the key. From the enemy's point of view, a situation is created where they no longer have to pay attention to Jean. From Jeep's point of view, a situation is created where they can find their home base and fight against them with all their might to win. Those two elements were the core of this war. Until one of the two is established, the Bamul alliance can prepare for a war that will inevitably expand in the future. We must issue a statement immediately. As long as we don't massacre ordinary people, we will never participate in a war. I should also add that we will not spare any material support to ordinary people who are isolated in the federal government. First of all, I need to check the first battle myself, so please gather people and start preparing to infiltrate each level 1 magic tower. October 25, 1805. 5 days have passed since Jeep received the enemy's declaration of war. The Bamul alliance's position was conveyed to the whole world, and all that was left was to check whether the Jiakmyong tribe would keep its promise. Naturally, not only Zippel, the target of the Red Myong tribe's invasion, but all major powers were watching the situation with keen attention. In particular, the Bamul alliance had completed infiltrating the Federation by dividing the infiltration team into 5 according to the number of first-class magic towers in the Jeep. That's huge, Mary said. She was staying near the first-class magic tower in Lisrat Autonomous Region with her Yonatana brothers. That's right, sister. How many ships are there in one magic tower? If this number of ships were deployed to all first-class magic towers, there would be several times more ships than during the Battle of the Demon Gods. Even if we catch a small number, it will be about 100 ships. There are approximately 50 ships deployed to each of the second-tier magic towers, so their production capacity is far beyond common sense. Perhaps it's because of the sacred space that the youngest mentioned. Since not much has been revealed about the special nature of that space, it is highly likely that it will also be involved in fleet production. Otherwise, this kind of productivity cannot be explained in the first place. There must be at least 20 places like the Soda Desert underground drying area. The lights coming from the fleet are pretty, Sister Mary. It feels good because it's like looking at a night sky full of stars. That Yona, sister. Those are our enemies. It's a shame to look so pretty like that. What? Say it again, he. Haha, no. Hey Jonah, you're right. If that's the case with Sister Mary, then it must be like that, hee. Okay, I'll try to look at it badly. Looking at it again, I'm annoyed by all the unnecessary flashiness. Okay. Good boy, Arjona. And the Tana guys are also jockeys, so they shouldn't ignore them like that in front of other people, right? Yes, I'll cheer you up. Brother Tana smiled awkwardly, holding back tears. Even though his family became a hero to the world after the Battle of the Demon Gods, the treatment he received from his brothers did not change much. In fact, Jonah was just playing pranks on the Tana brothers because they were cute, and Mary was also proud of the Tana brothers for not being arrogant. Sisters, but can the Red Ming clan really easily put an end to such a magic tower? I think there are at least 3 ghost squads or ghost troops equivalent to superhumans waiting within the magic tower. I'm here to check that, so I'll take a good look. In particular, since this is a level 1 magic tower furthest away from the general population, there is a high possibility that it will be their priority target. There will be no restrictions on attacking. The best case from the Bamul Alliance's point of view is of course for Jeep to counterattack at an equal level against the invasion of the enemy clan. The more damage both sides suffer, the greater the benefit the Bamul coalition gains. If Zippel is mercilessly defeated, the main enemy of the family may change. From Jeep to Jiakmyong. That may be possible, but it is more likely that they will suddenly form an alliance at some point. They have already formed an alliance with the remnants of the royal family, so there is no law preventing them from increasing their alliances if they are on the defensive. Unless the youngest brothers are liberated from La Perosa, I think it will be really difficult. Let me prepare a meal first. Just as the Tana brothers were about to enter the hole they had previously dug, Mary frightened and pointed to the sky. Stop moving and eat later. It seems like it has started. A portal has opened in the sky. What is this crazy thing that's so big? That's pretty too. It's like seeing the entire Milky Way fall down. They are enemies too, Sister Yona. The portal that appeared in the brothers' field of vision was of a larger size than anything Jean or anyone who had personally experienced an enemy portal had ever seen. At first glance, a space is opening up in the sky that would easily allow about 500 ships to escape. The location is exactly above the Lysrit Grade 1 magic tower. Mary and the others naturally thought that what was coming out of the portal would be a large fleet. The magic tower was also on standby with full readiness, so an artillery battle between the fleets would begin immediately. What is that? However, what came out of the portal was something so massive that it could not be called just a ship. Is this the air fortress that Amaris was talking about? In ancient times, when Amaris was active, the power of each power was evaluated by the number of air fortresses, not the fleet. The Jiakmiang tribe had the largest number of air fortresses among them. There were 6 fortresses in total, 5 fortresses ruled by the Deity kings and a flying fortress exclusively for the Tushans. One of them is now displaying its majesty as if it were crushing the Lilith magic tower. It was the name of the air fortress operated by Gala, the great fighter king of Uthrok Fortress. It's nothing compared to the ram of the demon god, but it's terrible. Does that mean you can clear out a level 1 magic tower without a frigate? As soon as the air fortress USU appeared, the Jeepal fleet's bombardment began. A protective shield was formed throughout the magic tower, and the waiting wizards unleashed their magic and unleashed magic. The level of firepower that even those called superhumans would risk their lives to break through on their own exploded in an instant. Mary and the others lay flat on their backs and carefully watched Jeep's response. Although it was 5 li away, the wind was getting hotter due to the heat spreading from the magic tower side. The level 1 magic tower's firepower is better than we expected, sister. The problem is that it already seems like there is no effect on that air fortress. Tana said, swallowing dry saliva. As the saying goes, the bombardment and magic pouring down from the Lilith magic tower was not doing any damage to us. The whole fleet. Raise your power to maximum. The Ghost Corps and the Ghost Troop must leave the Yanhuan magic team and prepare to infiltrate the enemy ship. The head of the tower waved his staff and shouted. The Ghost Corps and the Ghost Troop followed his orders and climbed onto the dragons' backs, but the closer they got, the more they could see that the protective shield was still intact. For example, Lilith Magic Tower was pouring out all its power as soon as the air fortress appeared, but it was unable to pose any threat to the enemy clan. USU hasn't even attacked once yet. It was just floating quietly as if to show off the gap. I will give you a chance to surrender. Those who do not want to fight should raise their hands and come out of the magic tower. A white signal will be considered a surrender, so the commanders of each ship must decide on surrender within 1 minute. The voice of great fighting King Gala rang throughout the area of the magic tower. We the Jiakmiang people always keep our promises. Those who surrender will immediately be treated like ordinary people. The dragons carrying the Ghost Corps and the Ghost Troop were not able to properly approach USU. Although it managed to reach the bottom of the shield, just once, the red brain sticking out like an awl pierced the dragon's body. It was clearly impossible to infiltrate the interior of us using dragons and ships. It seemed that only someone capable of tearing down the shield alone could penetrate. The tower owner must run away. In the end, the Ghost Band and Ghost Group returned to the magic tower and proposed to the tower owner that they should run away. This was because he realized that a battle with an air fortress could not even be established with the power of a first-class magic tower alone. A young child and an armed knight. The gap that separated the first-class magic tower and the air fortress was enough to describe it that way. If the Red Fleet had attacked a level 2 magic tower not long ago, it wouldn't have been impossible to respond to this level, but the air fortress was on a completely different level. The tower owner immediately accepted the Ghost Group's opinion. The Ghost Group that said they would step down were survivors of a second-class magic tower attack. Damn it! The tower owner cursed and fired a signal to retreat. The same signal flares were fired throughout the fleet. If you want to live, you should have done as I said and fired a white flare. That's foolish. Immediately after Gala finished speaking, the lower part of the USU was opened. Zippel's fleet turned its head, and the tower owner and the Ghost Corps were already boarding the small ship and starting to fly. The only goal left for Lilith Magic Tower was to survive and report the power of the air fortress to the superiors. Gala has no intention of even allowing that. Fire on fellow Simmet, Gala said as she poured blood into a glass. Beyond the bridge I could see humans running away meaninglessly. I think it would be better to acquire some of the Gala compatriot magic towers and analyze them rather than completely eliminating them. It looks like it was built with inferior technology, so is there a need to do that? You have to do it. Even with low-level technology there may be elements that can threaten us. What was the price we paid for belittling the Jin Runkendal and Bamul alliance? Yes, that would be the case with Simmet compatriots. Then destroy the magic tower, appropriately retrieve it, and destroy all the rest. This time too, only those who survived the aftermath of the bombardment are intoxicated. Enemy name. A huge red sphere formed in the lower part of the USU. That alone distorted the space around the magic tower, and some wizards and dragons were pulled into the sphere and disappeared without a trace. The magic tower was breaking into pieces like water. The broken fragments are absorbed into the upper part of the USU. Soon after the magic tower was recovered, the main gun of us that was fired was not a simple straight line. Tentacle-like thunderbolts emerged from the pillar-shaped red thunderbolt that was devastating the entire area and attacked the fleeing jeep. The fleeing members of the magic tower were simply massacred without even a single resistance to the bombardment. Mary and the others couldn't help but tremble as they saw that. The enemy tribesmen probably didn't just attack here today, but I don't know what the situation will be like on the other side. But if every battle is like this, there is no hope for Jeep. At the same time, Jeep was under attack in 2 more areas by enemy tribes. The enemy tribe's invasion has also begun on the first-class Magic Tower and the Tower of Story in the Kyun Autonomous Region. However, unlike Lisrat Autonomous Region, it was not an air fortress that attacked those areas but a fleet. As expected, a Ziffel is a Ziffel, but it fights well even though the fleet seems to be significantly underpowered. Quicantel said. She and Bakazlada had infiltrated the Kyun Autonomous Region with the help of the unknown top assassin Bison. The Red Fleet that attacked Kyun's Magic Tower was led by Reikiman, the King of Battle, about 200 ships. On the other hand, Zippel's fleet stationed at the Magic Tower numbered about 150 ships, so Zippel seemed to be lagging behind not only in ship technology but also in quantity. However, currently in Kyun there was Octavia and her guardian dragon Celion. As soon as the portal opened, she climbed to the top of the Magic Tower and unleashed magic, showing her incredible power to stop the Red Fleet. I think it's because of Octavia Ziffel. That's right, Bakaz. If it weren't for Octavia, the tide would have turned quickly. The Grand Wizard of Zippel becomes most powerful when he receives assistance from the Guardian Dragon and the Magic Tower. I also became stronger than when I was fighting. It looks like you have gained enlightenment. Kyun's battle was going in a completely different way than the Lilith Magic Tower that Mary and the others had seen. It was natural since the Jiakmyong tribe had no air fortresses and the Jeepal side had the highest-ranking royals. Although they are enemies. The group couldn't help but hold their tongues as they confirmed Octavia's potential. It would not be wrong to say that her power alone determines the battle. I don't know why you did this, because you looked down on us, but today you will pay for your arrogance and go home. Lucia, the flagship of Jeep's second fleet, surfaced and took up position in front of Octavia. Octavia's red eyes flashed as she took Lucia's lead. Squeak! Hungarian's magical eye, the exclusive secret weapon that pushed Jean to his limit in the Sword Emperor's temple in the past, was engulfing the entire sky in flames. The storm emitted by the wind dragon Salion was carrying the Scarlet Wind to the Red Fleet. The Red Fleet hesitated and stopped firing as the fire spread like a plague. This was because more red brains had to be concentrated on the shield. In order to link up the shield, the Red Fleet gave up spreading out and gathered in one place, and Octavia and the Magic Tower continued to concentrate their firepower accordingly. Flagship Lucia, charge! I will personally step into their formation and crush them. Captain, this is still the first battle. Wouldn't it be dangerous? If you fight while thinking about what happens next, you can never win. Those guys called Jiakmyong. I'm sure other magic towers are also being invaded. Since the tower owner's staff sent a signal earlier, it probably means that Lilith's side has already been defeated. We must win. Okay, I'll gather all of the first line of the revenants. The ghosts scattered throughout each ship, and the magic tower suddenly gathered on the flagship Lucia. Octavia had a solemn look on her face, as if she was truly ready to die. If the entire region was defeated in the first battle where war was declared and even the striking area was predicted, Jeep had no future. That fierce heart was making Octavia even more fierce. The light magic contained in the staff was infinitely sharp, and the group of revenants gathered behind her radiated a spectacular and deadly force. There are no demon stones here now. Therefore, if Octavia and the revenants died, there was a high possibility that they would not be resurrected. Even if the body was recovered and later successfully resurrected, it could never be whole. It was not empty words to rule out later work. 5 seconds before impact. For 3-2. Quad de Duc dash. The lead ship of the flagship Lucia crashed into the Red Fleet's shield. The front was immediately shattered and cracks appeared in the Red Fleet's shield. The enemy tribes that had come up to the ship's hull and were waiting flashed their bright hearts and fired red lightning. Octavia and the revenants entered the enemy ship at once, defeating the Red Thunder with magic and staff. Keep pounding Lucia until everything breaks. We will enter their flagship like this. The Red Lotus was still burning in Octavia's eyes. The mere sight of her made the warriors' whole bodies burn, and they buckled, and the high-ranking warriors seemed to be able to withstand it well, but they did not dare to attack her. The artillery battle between the fleets continued. Not only the two fleets but also the axes that received the bombardment, and its debris shook as if they were about to break apart. Already more than 50 fleets of both sides combined had been destroyed. The Jiakmyong tribe had expected an easy victory, but what they were experiencing now was a fierce battle. It's nothing compared to Jean Runkendal, but it has a power that can't be considered human. Did you say that Octavia is the ghost captain of Ziffle Ziffle? Only Riki spoke as he looked at Octavia and the revenant from the bridge. Yes, compatriot Reikiman. He is the de facto second-in-command of Zippel. The momentum is fierce, but it seems impossible to reach this point. Compatriot Enolan still lacks the eyes to see. If I don't personally finish off the author, this invasion will inevitably fail. But Reikiman's compatriot still has internal injuries. Reikiman has not yet completely recovered from the internal injuries suffered by Jean last time. It's to win. Even if there were Simart compatriots here, they would have expressed the same opinion. Defeat the ships placed in front of the flagship Raviat and open the bridge. I will deal with it myself. And all first-class fighters on each ship should prepare to deal with the Ghost Squadron. Octavia smiled as the ships lined up in front of Laviat spread out to the left and right. I could see Riki Bay in the distance. I am the great fighting king of the Reikiman Hog enemy tribe. You have valuable blood, Octavia Ziffel. Our Reikiman Hog. Was he the idiot who fearlessly attacked Runkendal Sagaju and was broken? You must have written a will in advance, right? Hee. I guess we can't afford to be humiliated anymore. It must be a pity for you because you never let your guard down like that day. Lucia, rush in. Kujijijijic dash. As soon as the command was given, Lucia increased her speed and rushed towards the enemy ship where Octavia was standing. The ship split in half and Salan pinned Octavia and the Wraith into the wind and sent them back to Lucia's broken leader. And Lucia continued to advance toward Raviat at full speed using Salian's wind as a driving force. In the meantime, Raviat's guns struck Lucia several times, but they were cancelled out by the magic of Octavia and the Revenant's remnants and lost their power. In the end, Lucia and Raviat clashed, creating a huge shock wave. Fleet stationed nearby were pushed back, and more than half of the crews of both ships lost their lives in the aftermath. Even Octavia and Reikiman glared at each other, instantly overcome by the feeling that their entire bodies were breaking apart. The moment the staff and Reikiman's sword collided, the two ships that were interlocked could not withstand the pressure and began to slowly fall. If Raviette hadn't been damaged by Jin's Myoking's rain sword and flame fire not long ago, only Lucia would have broken and fallen. However, the two ships now had similar defense capabilities. The average fleet performance is that there is not much difference between flagships even though the enemy tribe is superior. First-class fighting kings from the enemy tribe were rushing towards the two falling flagships. The revenants dispersed to deal with the fighting kings and Octavia focused only on Reikiman. Countless magic red swords and staffs collided, distorting the air. Octavia and Reikiman already had lingering wounds all over their bodies. The fall of the flagships was coming to an end. A huge crater created by the shock wave had already formed in the ground where the two ships fell. Spread out and avoid shock. Two Wangs disperse. Only Octavia and Lockie screamed. When each flagship hit the ground and exploded, none of the others could survive the aftermath. The moment when the ghosts and the fighting kings threw themselves outside the flagship. Octavia and Reikiman were preparing their own secret moves, pointing their weapons at each other. TSK Captain. Big fighting king compatriot. Qingpuyu. Soon the two ships crashed, followed by an eruption of magical energy and red lightning. A huge white and red pillar was piercing the sky. A terrible explosion that the rage and the battle kings could never withstand. The entire fleet stopped firing for a moment and watched the scene. Huge ships were tossing and turning like rowboats before a storm. The explosion continued for over 3 minutes. When the heat finally subsided and the flagships could be seen with the naked eye, it was Octavia who got out first. Whoa, big! She vomited blood and glared at the pit. From that appearance, I was able to confirm that the battle between the Mangryongdi and the King of Fighters had not yet been resolved. A moment later, Reikiman escaped through the rubble on the other side and looked in much worse condition than Octavia. There were wounds all over my body so deep that I could see the bones, and blood poured out through the cracks every time I moved. However, the light heart was shining even brighter than before. Reikiman held the light heart and smiled. It's been a while since I painted a castle. He performed the battle transformation of the great fighting king. After completing his transformation, he was in the form of a huge red snake, and unlike before, he showed no signs of exhaustion. Did you really think you had one, Octavia Zippel? You have a disappointed face. There are a lot of things that haven't been taken out yet. Come on. I'll put an end to it. Octavia spat out blood and raised her wand again. Tower of Stories. The ghost captain is making a good save, Baradin said, looking at the sky. He was finding out the situation of the war without even seeing the Kun magic tower in person. In the sky, Jeep's first fleet and the Red Fleet were engaged in an artillery battle. The volume of Zippel was overwhelming here. The invading Red Fleet numbered about 70 ships, while the number of ships waiting at the Tower of Story was closer to 500. Thank goodness. Satrin bowed her head and answered. So we must quickly deal with them and support the ghost captain. It looks like they also came to the Tower of today's story just to take a look. We will probably open the portal soon and retreat. That's my opinion too, Gaju. They probably only sent 70 ships because they believed in large-scale teleportation. But we also need to let them know that there are situations from which they cannot escape. Is there a way to catch them? Please open the Tower Archon. I will manipulate their portals. Of the 70 enemy ships that came to the Tower of Stories today, not a single one will be able to escape. Satrin headed to the basement of the tower. A demon stone was enshrined in the basement of the Tower of Story. Meanwhile, on the Red Fleet's flagship, Vilka Horn was evaluating Zippel's fleet. As expected, except for that ship called Kojek, the rest are just average. It's at a lower level than the ships the Qingming people used to board. Vilka Horn said. Since there was no Deity King in the fleet that hit the Tower of the Story, he, a first-class Deity King, was in command. That's how I see it, compatriot Vilka. Firepower, mobility, and defense. It doesn't measure up to our fleet in any way. It's a shame. If I had been selected as the Great Battle King, I would have been able to lead more ships and dealt a pretty fatal blow to them before I retreated. At the moment, there is nothing we can do because the numbers are so different. It is true that the technology of the Red Ming clan was overwhelming, but they could not defeat 500 with 70. Since the purpose was reconnaissance anyway, Vilka was slowly preparing to retreat. I will open the dimensional gate. Other compatriots said that there are many monster-like people in Jeep. They may suddenly move, so you must not let your guard down until the end. Since there was no deity king in the fleet led by Vilka, much more time was needed to open the dimension door. Enemy name. Zippel's ships could not easily penetrate the Red Fleet's shield. Due to lack of mobility, they were unable to surround the Red Fleet. Because of this, Vilka and the crew felt a sense of superiority, but a strange sense of discomfort also came over them. But it's strange. Why have none of the so-called superhumans joined the front lines? Were you planning to spread all the superhumans to other first-class magic towers and just protect the Tower of Story with the fleet? If that's the case, it's even more disappointing that my compatriots, the great fighting kings, are missing. Vilka did not yet know that there were Baradin Satron and a number of revenants and ghost members inside the tower. Since they were not joining the fight, it had to be that way. It was about 10 minutes later that the sense of discomfort the Jiakmyong tribe felt began to change into a terrible sense of crisis. The portal will open soon. Prepare the entire fleet for a mass retreat. The portal has been opened. Oh, wait a minute. Compatriot Vilka. Something is strange. What do you mean? The car portal is distorted. At those words, Vilka couldn't believe her ears, and the next moment she saw the portal and couldn't believe her eyes. Grumble, squeak. Some unknown force was crushing the portal that opened at the rear of the fleet. The portal maintained its perfectly circular shape only for a moment. What happened? I don't know. There are no problems with both the settings and the required power, so what on earth is this? Among the Jiakmyong people who hit the Tower of Stories, no one had ever experienced this phenomenon. I heard that some compatriots saw a Qingming warrior blocking a portal in the past, but it was definitely not like this. Beyond being distorted to being torn. The portal was already torn into several pieces, disrupting the sky. The torn appearance seemed as if they were laughing at themselves. Are you ready to pay the price for daring to attack the enemy clan? A voice came out from the torn portal. It was Baradin's voice. Vilka felt his skin sinking and reflexively checked the Tower of Stories. When did it change like that? Unlike the first, the tower was split vertically into two halves. In the center was a large round object that looked exactly like an eye. It was a demon stone. Soon the demon stone's face turned black and it made a strange breathing sound. Unlike during the Sword Emperor's temple and the Demon God's temple, the Demon Godstone had only one empty eye hole. The enemy tribes that met that single eye and gaze were frozen, like animals facing their natural enemy. Vilka could barely make out a voice while tearing at her throat with her fingernails. A handful of flesh fell from my neck, but I couldn't even feel the pain because of my fear. Speed up the cow. First, let's escape the battlefield by flying. If the Red Fleet retreats at full speed, Ziffel's fleet will never be able to catch up. Therefore, Vilka decided that he should first escape to a place where the Demon Godstone could not be seen. But even as I gave orders, I couldn't be sure. I don't know about the fleet, but it didn't seem like that horrible thing would leave them alone. Although I had not experienced it yet, I was able to know what abilities the Demon Stone had and how dangerous it was. That's not something that can be done with their current fleet. The Jiakmyong tribe urgently supplied brain chi as a power source. I felt that if I couldn't get away from the Demon Stone right now, the only thing I could do was death. Or the fear that they might pay a price worse than death was encroaching on the minds of the Jiakmyong people. Not only would I not be able to become an immortal, I might become an experiment and experience something terrible. He must have been confident that he could use the portal to escape at any time. But this is the Tower of Stories. This means that it is an area where no one can realize their will without my permission. Just as the Red Fleet was speeding away, a human walked out of the torn dimension in front of the flagship. The matriarch of Baradin, Ziffel. Rhodey was engulfed in flames. The flames quickly spread and created a huge wall of fire which the Red Fleet was unable to penetrate. It was clear that the entire hull would melt. Baradin was floating in the air with an expressionless face. Soon he swung the Rhodey once and the fire focused and burned the Red Fleet's flagship. About 20 crew members were reduced to ashes and nearly half of the hull disappeared, but the flagship was fixed by Baradin's magic and did not crash. It was only after the front part of the bridge was completely destroyed that Baradin returned fire. All of the crew members sitting in front of Vilka died, reduced to ashes or half-melted. Not human. Or not mortal. Only beings who have received immortal power from the sun can wield this power. Thinking that way, Vilka barely looked at Baradin's face. He was walking through the sky and entering the bridge. What is your name? Vilka, honorable, a first-class fighting king of the Jiakmyong clan. What is the purpose of coming here? Ugh. Reconnaissance. What do you need to do next? Return and inform of the situation. Vilka trembled and drooled as if in pain. Every time Baradin asked a question, his fear-filled eyes gradually became blank. I will ask again. What do you need to do next? Return. No to the jeep. Information about us. What are you doing to me? Quack. Crack. Vilka's right arm suddenly and strangely bends. That wasn't what Baradin wanted. Oh my. Did I pass it by? Baradin was currently manipulating Vilka's memory will and history called Vilka Horn, using the Demon Stone. However, it was less sophisticated than Baradin's wind and was overloaded. Baradin furrowed his brows and sighed. It's to the point where my body is twisted in reaction to the manipulation. If I hadn't missed my father and Shenu, I would have easily succeeded at this level. When Baradin cancelled the manipulation, he was applying. Bill fell forward and let out a rough breath. He couldn't remember what he had just said or why his right arm was twisted. In addition, there was serious damage to the memories and inner self that had been accumulated over the years. Why am I here? Was this situation a battle? What is this person? Could it be that I was harmed by a human? Why on earth are you so afraid? Baradin immediately recognized Vilka's devastated state and sighed. What is your name? Vilka. Han. Are you a first-class fighting king from the Red Myong clan? Vilka nodded slowly. I remember my name and rank. Fortunately, the damage isn't very serious. I almost ruined it to the point where I couldn't use a precious resource. Although he is not the king of battles, he is the commander anyway, so he will be able to dig up the most information. Looks like he's about to take a test. Baradin applied manipulation to the plain warrior crouching next to Vilka. Then before he could answer his name, his neck broke and he appeared to die. I was able to confirm that the second-class Tuong on the other side held out a little longer than that. It seems that only those of a rank called Tuong can withstand the pressure of manipulation at least a little. It seems that all races called Jiakmyong have a certain level of resistance. In that case, those at the Tuong level will have to take their time and manipulate carefully to find out information, and the rest will just have to torture. Baradin turned around with that conclusion. Keep everyone in the basement of the tower. Let's sort out the Tuong level ones separately. The ship is probably equipped with devices to prevent technology leaks. Self-destruction is the most likely, so wait on the plains of Thea until the top engineers arrive. All right. Each fleet commander responded from inside the ship. Baradin could hear them all. And the second and third fleets must leave immediately and support the ghost captain as quickly as possible. As soon as he finished the command, Baradin stumbled for a moment and spit out a handful of blood. I guess I overdid it a bit. You looked unsightly. Then he turned and looked at the rocky area in the distance beyond the Tower of Stories. From the moment he opened the Demon Stone, Baradin was certain that there was a group watching him there. There is definitely a gene in that group. Lord Owl. Baradin looked this way now. If this condition is this distance, even Soren cannot recognize my hiding place. But it feels cold. I guess it's the power of the Demon Stone. Unlike Owl, Gene wasn't really shocked that Baradin recognized them. As for the Demon Stone, neither its exact abilities nor its limits are known yet. It was the same when the enemy tribe was suppressed as soon as the tower was opened. It was just bittersweet that my friend was becoming more and more distant from humans. I feel like I want to just go and beat him until he comes to his senses, but I think it's better to leave for today. Okay, get ready. While Owl was preparing, Jean and Baradin did not take their eyes off each other. Firel, a small town of middle-class ancient beasts. Lilith is a great win, Kyun is a draw, and the top of the story is a great loss. Our prediction was correct. Emperor Aaron Vymant said with a smile. The royal family was satisfied with the results of the invasion. This is the result of Simit's good efforts to encourage the enemy tribes to accept our opinions. If we had sent the activated air fortress directly to the Tower of Story, a situation like Dreghorn would have occurred again. It's a shame we lost Dreghorn, but it might be a good thing, Manoff. If Dreghorn was alive and well, it would have taken more time for the enemy clans to listen to us like this. That is so, Your Majesty. It looks like those stupid and arrogant bastards have finally come to their senses. When you communicated with Baival earlier, you saw that he begged for information about the Tower of Stories. As Manav said, the Jiakmyong tribe requested communication from the imperial family as soon as the battle was over. What on earth happened at the Tower of Stories? Wanga told us in detail what he knew about the Demon Stone and manipulation, and that the only space where Ziffel could use that ability was the Tower of Story. Since the enemy fleet was unable to even escape, it is clear that the Zippel's control capabilities have begun to be fully revealed. Since it was unable to swallow Kiliak and Shenu, it is presumed that it is still only in the entry stage. Even that would have been possible thanks to the help of the shaman. Baradin is probably aware of it too. In the end, there is a limit to completing the Demon Stone with the power of a shaman. Moreover, since the ultimate goal of the Jiakmyong clan is the resurrection of the sun god, the shaman will feel pressured that she may betray them by collaborating with them. In reality, there is no possibility of that happening, but the Huang family was confident that there would be no union between the Sun God Church and the Red Ming tribe. This was because the goals they were trying to achieve through the Sun God were different. What the Sana sect wants is the perfection of the world they think it should be. In that perfect world, the majority of immortals and mortals were not needed. Therefore, at the moment Sana completed her faith, the Jiakmyong people could not remain in the world. Not only the enemy tribe but also those who were not selected will all disappear. More than 90% of all life existing in the world. The shaman and Baradin still need each other, so their relationship will not become distant for the time being. Anyway, things are going great. The Jiakmyongs and Zippel have no choice but to continue their war of attrition, and we receive more and more technological power from the Jiakmyongs, who are becoming increasingly desperate. By the time we wake up Timar Runkendal and Elthiot, we won't have to hide like this anymore. Just as Jean had an ominous premonition not long ago, the Huang family had been planning to use Timar's left arm to clone him for a long time. Also, if you revive Elliot, the Chongmying warrior god that you took care of during the Great Seal, the Huang family will have 2 Changxiang warriors at once. Moreover, by adding the information remaining in Timar's body and the technological prowess of the enemy race, it was possible to turn Majin into the strongest biological golem. Based on that power, it devours the Zippel and enemy tribes that were weakened by the war. That was the first goal of the Wanga, and the Wanga was especially interested in Jeep. This is because except for the sun god, there is no power that surpasses the complete manipulation of history. If he obtained that power, there would be no problem at all in dealing with the Runkendal and Bamul alliance Kinzalo in the future, even going so far as to encroach on the entire underworld. The Huang family was immersed in sweet dreams while imagining the future. I guess I should go check on Elliot. Get ready. Yes, Your Majesty. Top of Jeep story. 2 days have passed since the first official battle between the Jiakmyong tribe and Jeepel. However, Baradin was not yet able to manipulate the minds of the captured Vilka and the enemy tribes. Shaman. 2 days have already passed since the head of the family became like this. Have you still not found a way? Why can't the demon god's stone be unlocked? Octavia shouted as she saw Baradin writhing in pain. She was also seriously injured at Lisrit but was unable to concentrate on recovery because she was worried about Baradin. I'm sorry, Captain Wraith. This is an area I have no clue about. I keep praying but my faith is not there yet. Octavia was going crazy and jumping up and down. Unlike other regions, the family that was said to have won a complete victory suddenly ended up like this. The shaman continued to pray and did not hide her embarrassment, and no one in the family knew how to improve Baradin's condition. Even though it was unknown at any time that there might be a sudden invasion by the enemy clan Satron Ronal, and the other leaders were unable to leave the Tower of Story. This was because if Baradin went on a rampage, no one but them could stop it. Even the idea that it could be prevented was just wishful thinking. What is making Baradin unstable now is not only the result of individual abilities but also the power of the Demon Stone. The Demon God Stone was still in place in the middle of the Tower of Story, which was split in half. Executives attempted to lift the opening several times, but each time Baradin's condition only worsened. Why on earth are you doing this? It is definitely not a problem to give the Demon God Stone some of the power of our sex sun god, because his power can blend with anything without rejection. This is most likely a problem with the Baradin Giffel, not the Demon Stone. Sana, like the leaders of Zippel, was in a restless state. If Baradin were to go wrong, he would be the one to take full responsibility. Moreover, Baradin's problem could soon lead to the collapse of the entire Zippel, and in that case Sana would lose the most important piece for the resurrection of the sun god. Should we first gather the priests and prepare for a runaway? If that happens, it is inevitable that the sex power will be exposed. Kinjalo, please give me the answer. How can we solve this situation? While everyone was distraught, Baradin continued to scream, and the Demon Stone visible through the window seemed to be reaching its limit. The expansion of the Demon God Stone is accelerating. It's impossible to predict accurately, but if things continue this way, it will explode soon. Ronal said, touching his forehead. If the Demon Stone explodes, everything we have done so far will be in vain. Beyond that, the entire area may disappear without a trace. You may have to make a decision. To subordinate the family. What do you mean? Satron. We may have to evacuate first, leaving the family behind. If all the people gathered at the Story Tower die, the family will be destroyed. It's a desperate choice, but I'm sure the head of the family wouldn't want that. Say that. It's reality, Captain Ghost. Also, the head of the family once said this to me. If something goes wrong, the ghost leader should become the head of the family. What's important to me is not being the head of the family. If that was important, wouldn't I have taken action before Baradin when my brother was dying? The only thing that matters is the zipper itself. Anyway, if we lose Baradin and the Demon Stone now, our family will be over. Even if we die, we all die together. Even if we live, we all live together. Aunt. Ronald, do you have the same thoughts as this child? The matriarch once said that to me. Shut up. There is no giving up on Baradin. As you know, I still cannot understand how Baradin came to the throne. But now this child is our only hope. There's no leaving it behind. Octavia's angry voice rang through the tower. Maybe killing Baradin Ziffel might be the answer. Things might get better if you kill him and have another executive take the Demon Stone. This is definitely Baradin's problem, not the Demon Stone. And Sana was reaching that conclusion. I think the Archon's opinion is correct, Captain Wraith. I will stay until the end to offer prayers, so the rest of you can leave. I will stay. Those who believe the shaman's words and leave, please leave. Sana did not stop Octavia further. When the leaders left and killed Baradin, it wasn't even a problem to deal with the wounded Octavia. The leaders decided that they had to take Octavia away somehow. I'm sorry, Aunt. Please forgive me for treating you like this. The head of the family chose you as the next head of the family, so we cannot stand by and watch your death. So just as Satron was trying to subdue Octavia, suddenly Baradin's convulsions subsided. The Demon Stone, which had swelled to the point of bursting, quickly stabilized, and those nearby watched with wide eyes. House owner. Matriarch. Baradin seemed to have regained his senses and looked at the shaman and the leaders, sweating coldly. Are you okay? It's okay. The reason I suffered for 2 days was not because of me or the Demon Stone, so everyone please rest assured now. He calmly explained his condition. He wiped his forehead, gulped down the water on the table and smiled. House owner. Please explain in detail. Right now we are suffering as we wonder if our family will end like this. As you become more urgent, you call me by my name and speak louder again, Aunt. I haven't said anything since I became the head of the family, but you can treat me comfortably as before. In fact, every time I heard my aunt's polite words of respect, I somehow felt a little uncomfortable. Please explain what happened. Tower. The Tower of Story was summoning a being through me and the Demon Stone. That's why I fell into unconsciousness. It was completely unexpected for me, but I was extremely lucky. The Tower of Stories called someone through you? Baradin put down his glass of water and answered. Alona Ziffel. The Tower of Stories has unsealed him. He will soon return to the family. A secret within a secret palace. Misha eventually sensed that his mission had reached its limit. Damn it! Why suddenly? Damn it! Pashing dash. The absolute seal of the secret palace that had lasted for 1,000 years was being broken. The ice pillar imprisoning Alona shattered, causing tremors throughout the palace. Misha kept swearing and glaring at Alona, as if paint had been spilled onto blank drawing paper. Suddenly memories of Alona were surging through Misha's mind. Memories that had been almost forgotten from 1,000 years ago until now are coming back in a random mix. This was because Alona's seal was released. The power of Alona's existence was pushing back the manipulation of history applied to her. The scene of that day that brought Timar to the brink of death came to mind especially clearly. Yes, it was because of you that Timar collapsed so much. Alona Ziffel, are you now going to finish what you were doing back then? I'm back to end this world again. A black spear formed in Misha's right hand. Misha's body holding the black spear was trembling. It wasn't just because he was on the verge of exhaustion due to exhaustion in maintaining the seal. I was afraid. It wasn't the situation where I might have to deal with Alona right away, but I was afraid of the threats that would exist in the world after she was released. There is still hope. It looks like the seal is about to be restored. Probably all the safety devices applied to the seal are working. The seal continued to break, forming new pillars of ice like stairs. Huge pillars as sharp as blades penetrated Alona's body every second. However, they did not cause much damage to Alona. Most of the pillars exploded before they struck Alona because they could not withstand the magical energy released from her, and even if they did somehow touch them, they simply disappeared like dust. The swords of the royal palace and the royal lord in the castle must have been aware of this situation. If the big palace's swords by time and the big palace lord arrives and performs the demonic seal ceremony, Alona can be tied up again. Misha's job was to inject spiritual energy into the seal that had not yet been completely destroyed. So the moment he transformed into his true form and unleashed his spiritual energy, Misha suddenly opened his eyes and faced the face of Alona, who was staring at him. Those eyes that shine brightly and youthfully. The clear eyes were directed at Misha, making it impossible to believe that he was the man who had destroyed a mountain range with a single wave of his hand and massacred tens of thousands of people with a simple magic spell. A chill ran down my spine. Misha raised his spiritual energy without averting his gaze. There was already a black curtain everywhere, but Alona looked calm, as if she didn't feel any threat. Rather, it was Misha who was intimidated. You are the Black Dragon of Runkendal. Innocent voice. Alona was still bound by the cold of the secret palace and could not move her body. However, physical bondage is not a problem. Alona was a person who could unleash as much magic as she wanted without even moving a finger. Murakan? Are you trying to stop me? You have to stay here, Alona Ziffel. I will protect the seal. The voice is different. Well, if it had been Murakan, he wouldn't have been this weak. The name is Misha. It was Misha, Murakan's sister. Every time Alona spoke a word, the magic power surrounding the space was amplified. Misha was crushed by the pressure and spit out blood. Something woke me up and called me. It was a very familiar energy. So I have to go there. I feel like it's a family calling. I won't let that happen. What do you mean you are interfering with me? There was no mockery hidden in those words. Alona just looked at Misha with pure curiosity. It was an innocent expression and attitude that drove many powerful people into despair 1,000 years ago. With a face like that, Alona has crushed so-called superhumans. I'm not normal right now because I've been asleep for too long. My mind is opaque like it's covered in white cloth. My whole body feels heavy and uncomfortable like it's covered in moss. How much time has passed? 100 years? 200 years? Misha did not respond and tried his best to overcome the pressure. The seal that was restored and pierced Alona still did no damage. Looking at the old magic that remains in these ice, it's been a lot longer than that. Karak. Kuduk dash. An explosion occurred in Misha's chest and spiritual energy sprayed out like blood. Because of the pressure Alona was exerting, I was unable to properly control my spiritual energy. I can't control my strength right now, so I ask you to please stop trying and get out of the way. Alona's magic is no different from power. She never chanted a spell or formed a magic circle. Nevertheless, every time Alona injected her will into the magic spread everywhere and collapsed the space. The ice pillar, which had already been reshaped dozens of times, was now recovering significantly more slowly, and the pure white subspace vibrated uneasily, as if it would tear apart at any moment. Even if it means sacrificing my life, I will seal you in this place again. Wow! I would have told you that you can't control your strength, Misha. Have you forgotten who I am because 1,000 years have passed? Misha struggled in pain and looked around. I lost consciousness for a few seconds. The first thing that caught my eye was the enlarged shape of the seal. On the surface it seemed like the seal was given greater power, but the opposite was true. The enlarged ice pillar meant that the bond had weakened. If it grew a little more, it would explode and disappear completely. And then I saw distorted subspaces. Members of the big palace were flocking into the gap. Ms. Shah. Bo Seal. The 7 swords of the big palace, led by Ryu and Hiten, were entering the seal. As soon as they saw the situation with their own eyes, they immediately staged their feast. Liberate the 7 gods and proceed with the Great Seal. The Chilshinji are 7 objects that share the power of man being a divine object and were created just for such a time. 7 swordsmen surrounded Alona's ice pillar, and each took out their sacred skills. Stones that looked like snow crystals floated in the air and instantly formed a seal. Ah, I remember. The second queen. This was the method, the snow which used to seal me. But now neither the snow witch nor man-being exist here. Even if they were all there, they wouldn't have been able to stop me like they did then. Alona continued talking like that and raised her magic power once more. Magical power formed huge vortices throughout subspace, creating a terrible attractive force. As it happened, the swordsman who was sitting right next to one of the whirlpools immediately had his arm torn off and fell to his knees. He was able to survive thanks to the protective shield he was in charge of. Rule. Don't try to save me, just maintain the seal. While Misha and the 7 swords of the secret palace were struggling, Alona remembered the great seal they had unleashed. The idea occurred to me that I had to stop the snowy toad from jumping into space. The snow which may have died, but the queen princess, whom she did not know, would soon arrive here. Like Mort's portal, a pure white disk suddenly formed in all directions. Misha and the members of the big palace couldn't understand it, but each and every one of those disks was being used to block the otherworld snowfield. Measures were taken to prevent any kind of dimensional movement, not only in the otherworldly snowfield but also up to about 100 miles near the big palace. Therefore, while Alona was concentrating on controlling dimensional movement, the great seal of the 7 swords of the secret palace seemed to be effectively pressuring Alona. But Alona was just thinking, how can I get out without killing them? Although Bigung is clearly the enemy who sealed him 1,000 years ago, Misha is also an enemy who helped Runkendal with Mirakan. For some reason Alona didn't want to kill them. Since I had just woken up, I also thought that I should save my strength as much as possible until recovery was complete. This was because there was a high possibility that someone who could be called a strong enemy was waiting for him. Perhaps the voice that woke him up was hoping that he would deal with them. The days of roaming the battlefield like those days will be waiting for me again. Or something different from that. Is there a better life for me too? Alona felt her mind becoming increasingly dizzy. It was not because excessive force was used. Even though she was far below her prime, she was able to kill everyone here and leave within 10 seconds. However, the thought of having to kill someone again made me feel sad. Kududuk dash. The last pillar of ice was breaking. The 7 spirits of the big palace were unable to overcome the overload and lost their power one by one. This was because Manbing, who would become the center of the seven gods, could not reach this place. Soon, the moment Alona sorted out her complicated thoughts, the seal that had lasted for 1,000 years came to an end. I am Ilona Ziffel. One who fights for the family. That's the only life I've been given. The reason I was confused for a moment was probably just because I was far away from my family. Ilona floated in the air and moved her staff as if lightly tapping the ground. Pieing magical power spread like waves in the air. With that simple act, Misha fell forward and lost consciousness once again, and the swordsman of the big palace fell to the floor screaming. As soon as the staff hit the air, magical power was condensed throughout the space. Misha and the big palace seven swords could not withstand that pressure. I don't see a good reason to kill you now. But if you meet me on the battlefield again, I won't be able to save you like I do now. Ilona said, looking down at the fallen. All of the seven gods had fallen to the floor, so there was nothing that could tie Ilona down anymore. More precisely, from the moment Ilona opened her eyes, there was nothing that could bind her. So then try to run away with all your might. If possible, to a place I can't chase after. Ilona walked through the air and reached the wall of subspace. As soon as her wand touched it, the wall tore open, revealing the sacred waters of the secret palace. Ilona walked slowly and left the palace. Every time she stepped into the air, the sea beneath her flipped over, forming waves. October 27, 1805. 2 days have passed since Ilona's seal was broken. Talaris had been going back and forth between the palace and the castle since Ilona escaped. This was because rebuilding the damaged parts of the secret palace and maintaining Jito's seal could not be stopped. I thought it would end up like this one day. But now that the seal on my face is broken, my pride is hurt. Talaris sighed. She was sitting upright, sending the power of Manbing throughout the secret palace. As Manbing's power seeped in, the damaged parts of the big palace were gradually restored. Well, the good news is that now is not such a bad time. This is an era in which the alliance between our son-in-law and Runkendal Bamel stands strong. I guess it's the result of me recognizing and investing in my son-in-law early on. Damn it! Why did you have to wake up in my class, damn it? Fix it, Mom. Daughter, doesn't it look like the heat isn't going away? How much trouble did I have to prevent that seal? Of course, I'll wake up someday. As I told my son-in-law last time, it seemed inevitable that Jito or that woman would wake up. But it could have been later, right? About 1,000 years later. The small beastmen nearby approached Talaris, keeping an eye on him. Then, for no reason, I started to break out in a cold sweat and massaged Talaris' shoulders and back. I don't know if this is any consolation, but this body also knows how you feel. It's better not to blame yourself too much and think about future events. This body has been guarding the Bangma wall, the boundary between the surface and the underground. It must have been at least hundreds of times longer than you. Still, don't you try to think positively? Ugh, I'm just a human, so it's difficult for me to have a bold heart like a Mary's. There is no choice but to be released from the seal someday. Talaris certainly thought that way about Ilona, but when she faced the reality, she couldn't help but feel distressed. It was Talaris who hid Ilona Ziffel's existence until the very end, even in such a hopeless situation during the Gleek's War. Maintaining Ilona's seal is the highest task that a Queen Lord must be responsible for. As you said, the timing is not that bad. Maybe it's a good time to go beyond that. Wasn't the wizard named Ilona Ziffel also a burden that would have to be dealt with at some point? In that respect, now is the right time. That's my opinion too, Princess. When Ilona Ziffel just woke up, I lost my mind too. So I tried to maintain that seal somehow, even if it meant sacrificing my life, but now that I think about it, it worked out better. If I had died fighting against Ilona 2 days ago, my damn brother would never have come back with royalties. After Marys and Misha patted each other on the shoulder and offered consolation, Talaris could not express her anger any further. They were people who had sacrificed themselves for the balance and order of the world for a longer period of time than themselves. It is fortunate that there were no casualties at the big palace. Sir Rule's arm recovered and the other's internal injuries were not fatal. And I agree that the timing of Ilona's awakening wasn't that bad. It will be difficult to start another war of conquest using Ilona Ziffel because of the enemy tribe. Jean spoke and Valeria nodded. The records left by Ilona Ziffel are quite hopeful. As soon as Ilona woke up, she was conscious of trying to avoid murder as much as possible and was confused about the meaning of her own existence. Valeria opened the recording window. It seemed like a decision had been made at the time of leaving the secret palace, but Ilona Ziffel was clearly not in a normal state. As seen in Jin's past recorded videos, he showed a mentality that could not be considered a ruthless massacre. Perhaps like Baradin Ziffel, Ilona also developed internal problems while being used by Ziffel. It's not impossible that you won't be controlled by Jeep as easily as you think. This body looks like that too. The mortal did not become stronger through training and experience alone. If you have risen to prominence like that, you can't be that soft on the inside. It is highly likely that he is a being imbued with the sun god's strongest thoughts. A thought that is incomparably stronger than that of Vale or Hito. Amaris was sure of that. Otherwise I couldn't explain the power Ilona had. She did not reach prowess normally but was born with special abilities like Jonah. What's strangest of all is that the history of Ilona Ziffel had been erased before. The people responsible for manipulating history were obviously Ziffel, so perhaps Ilona could have been their bastard. There is no way an archmage from a proud family could have been erased from history. For the Bamel coalition, that was the best assumption. If there was some kind of problem between Ilona and Jeepel and there was history manipulation as a result, there would be no reason for Ilona to fight for Jeepel. Of course, the sudden appearance of an uncontrollable magician was extremely burdensome. The fact that Ilona left for the Tower of Stories was also recorded, so Jeep's power immediately increased dramatically. First of all, we need to monitor the situation closely. Unless Jeep goes crazy, they won't use Ilona to attack our alliance in this situation. Even with the addition of the Changxiang wizard, Zippel could never mess with the Bamul alliance. There were too many variables. Invasion of enemy clans, whether Ilona is under complete control, etc. In particular, the power of the Bamul coalition itself was bound to be burdensome. It cannot be judged that Ilona will be able to overwhelm the power of the Tushan Ban and Murakan revealed in the Battle of the Demon Gods. Among the magic Ilona Ziffel used was one that restricted spatial movement. Because of that, neither I nor my son-in-law could come to the big palace right away. If that works for the enemy tribe, they will have to brace themselves when they attack areas other than the Tower of Story. On the contrary, it means that Ilona also cannot leave the Lutero Federation. I guess so. But do the Red Myungs have the ability to deal with such a monster? Looking at their records so far, they seem to be somewhat weak against top-level superhumans. I was afraid of my son-in-law, so I decided not to touch the Bamul coalition at all. There will be. Until now, they have been defeated by top-level superhumans and items such as demon stones, but the enemy tribe has not yet regained its former strength. Among the characters except for Tushan and Bakaran Young, there seems to be no one who can fight with Ilona, but the story will be different if the air fortress is added. That thing is on a different level from an airplane. I heard that during the last invasion, the Federation's Lisrat autonomous region was devastated in an instant. Having powerful individuals does not necessarily mean you can win the war. The Jiakmyong people are really persistent and vicious people. But the Jiakmyong tribe was afraid of their son-in-law, so they decided to target Jippel rather than the alliance. What if Ilona Ziffel is stronger than her son-in-law in the eyes of the enemy clan? So wouldn't it be possible for the Red Myongs to change their invasion target from the Federation to the Union? If it were me, I wouldn't do that. Unless Jeepel becomes able to freely move between dimensions like our alliance. No matter how strong Ilona Ziffel is, they cannot support the invasion area faster than Jean. According to records so far, Ilona's strength in her prime is estimated to be equal to or greater than that of Timar. However, even now that she has just emerged from the seal, there is no guarantee that this will happen, and even if Ilona slowly recovers and reaches her prime again. Still, the best move Zippel had was not Ilona Ziffel but the Demon God Stone. Completing the manipulation of history through the Demon God Stone was Jeep's biggest task. There are clearly limits to what can be done with individual force alone. However, Jean knew that Ilona could play a significant role in manipulating history. 3026 wizards including Ilona Ziffel attempted to manipulate the history of Timar Runkendal but failed as they could not overcome the power of his powerful being. March 3, 797, the 5 magic towers of Zifil in the kingdom of Palin are operating safely. These magic towers have not suffered a single external attack since they were completed and look the same as they did 57 years ago. Records confirmed in the 3rd tomb in the past. At the time, Jeep failed to manipulate Timar's history, but it had a history of making the destruction of 5 magic towers by Timar and the Teenage Knights into non-existent history. Under the circumstances, Alona Zifil's influence clearly played a major role in erasing the history of the destroyed magic tower from the records. So if Zifil can completely control Alona Zifil, the work of completing the manipulation of history will be accelerated. You should meet Alona Zifil at least once. We need to find out why Alona was erased from history. And if possible, I wanted to make her an ally someday. Exactly what I had decided before the Battle of Evil Spirits. I'll have to meet Alona Zifil in person sometime soon. If Alona is in the same state as Baradin, she might be able to provide some help. Zifil does not allow meeting easily, so we need to think about a method. Although it was a dangerous job in many ways, his colleagues did not question Jin's judgment. Just by guessing, we can't know anything exactly about Alona and her relationship with Jeep. Also, no one was too worried. This was because he thought that even if a battle broke out, Jin would not die in vain. Even if what Jin faces is Alona in her prime. Above all, Jin had no intention of meeting Alona alone. Misha will soon return as Sodaret's deputy, so it would be a good idea to move with Murakan then. Murakan would now return to the Bamal Alliance. Black Dragon Murakan. It was right after the end of the Sword Emperor Crusade in April 1800 that he left his colleagues to act as Misha's representative. At that time, everyone thought Murakan would return soon. Perhaps Jin will return to Tychon before he completes his training at La Perosa. But the seals were a problem. Alona Zifil and Zito's eyes. Those two troublemakers have been keeping Talaris and Misha tied up until now. For the past 3.5 years, Misha and Talaris have maintained the seals while suffering from internal injuries. Talaris was unconscious until recently due to being struck by Rosa again before the wounds from the Sword Emperor Crusade had even healed. Thank you for your hard work, Misha. You had a hard time too, Talaris. I'm a dragon, so the time spent concentrating on sealing didn't feel that long. But it's a pity that you'll have to watch Jito's eyes for some time to come. Can it be compared to the mission Misha has undertaken? It may be shameless, but I consider it an honor to receive help from Queen Misha. Thank you for saying that. It seems like my younger brother has done a good job acting for me so far, but there are probably a lot of messy parts. Once it's all sorted out, I'll come back once in a while for royalties, so then I'll just relax and have a drink. Jin and his colleagues told Misha to rest for a few days before returning, but she said she couldn't because she was anxious. Now that Alona had woken up, she thought it would be 100 times better to have Murakan there than with her in case of trouble. Don't worry too much about royalties. I will wait and resolve everything, including Alona Zifil. Okay, you feel safe, Jin. But be careful, never engage in one-on-one battles with Alona. You must always meet Murakan with you. All right. Misha, the black dragon born from Sodaret. Although it was short, it was a welcome meeting. Amaris said, patting Misha on the shoulder. Amaris, Misha Talaris. Even though they had only known each other for a short period of time, they felt a deep sense of kinship with each other. All three have a mission to protect world order. Amaris, if my brother makes a mistake, just beat him up. He's probably very close to his prime, so it won't be a problem to beat him with the intention of killing him. Let's do that. Misha, it is complete. Gilly came running with 2 baskets full of pies. Misha's only request before leaving was that he wanted to eat the strawberry pie Gilly made. Wow! Misha took a big bite of strawberry pie and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, this is what it tastes like. It takes all the fatigue away. Misha got rid of 1 basket in an instant and looked at the remaining basket. Is this something you made to give to him? Oh yes, Misha. Pay this, he can eat it every day anyway. Well, okay. This is more delicious. Why is it more delicious? Are you discriminating between me and your younger brother? No way. Absolutely not, Misha. Then how do you explain this difference in taste? The arrangement of the strawberries on the pie strangely seems to form a heart. I'm sure it was made exactly the same with the same ingredients. The arrangement is no different from what Misha just ate. I think it's because of the added love Misha. If everything is really the same, that's the only explanation. Talaris spoke and Misha sighed. Gilly, I told you to be careful from the moment we first met. But you are too much for that guy, so be careful. But it ended up like this. How can a guy like you be so good to such a bastard? I am just someone who assists you and Mirakan. I guess so. Then since my handsome black dragon Appa has no owner, I guess I'll have to take it. As Gilly tried to smile, his colleagues suppressed their laughter and Misha ate the remaining strawberry pie, thinking that the teasing was in good taste. Thanks to you, I enjoyed it very much, Gilly. I really have to go now. Colleagues came out to see Misha off. When Misha, who changed to her true form, unleashed her spiritual energy, the entire big palace area was dyed black. Whoa! Soon spiritual energy gathered together to form a huge waterspout, and Misha slowly floated into the sky along the flow. The appearance was not simply a flight, but a kind of ascension, giving off a sublime atmosphere. I hope we all meet again soon. The moment Misha looked back and said that a black dragon appeared through the clouds in the sky. Ha 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 ha. Mirakan's loud laughter was echoing throughout the sky. At last, this body is back. Would you please shut up and go down quietly? As soon as he got close to Mirakan, Misha swung his wings like a fist and hit his head. Mirakan snorted without even avoiding it. Kyukik, do you think it would hurt me to hit you like that? Yeah, keep fussing. If you want to be tied to the spirit world again. TCH, I got it. I just have to not smile until you leave, right? Why don't you just do that? Goodbye, you devil. Well, I tried it too and found out that you had quite a hard time. Report insults. At those words, Misha tried to pass by Mirakan but turned around and stabbed his back with a hind claw as sharp as an awl. He then mercilessly struck the back of Mirakan's head with his front paw. If it had been an ordinary dragon, his neck would have been broken by the single blow and he would have already died. This is so crazy, so crazy. When will you come to your senses? Accurate blows followed each syllable. I see hurts. Seed? Mr. Child? Do you really want to run away? Do it in moderation. I also have something called face. In the sky, the atmosphere that had been sacred until just now was filled with nothing but beatings and verbal abuse from the Black Dragon siblings. In the end, Misha returned to the spirit world after beating Mirakan for about 50 times. Mirakan cleared his throat for a moment as if embarrassed and then looked down at his colleagues. Among them, the first thing that caught his eye was not the 1,000-year contractor who had overcome all kinds of difficulties without a guardian dragon for the past 3 years. A woman stands next to him with red eyes. It was Gilly. Strawberry pie. Mirakan descending as fast as a hawk. Mirakan, who transformed into a human with a flying energy particle, was already holding Gilly lying down in his arms. What a hard time you've had, Strawberry pie. It's okay now that I'm back. I will turn everyone who treats you poorly into dust. I was doing very well, Mirakan. Of course, among my colleagues, there was no one who treated me poorly. Then why are you crying? You can just drop me off and talk to me. Is it true that you hate strawberry pie? Even so, I won't lose you now. No, it's not like that. From now on, this Mirakan will be by your side forever. Because both of them were handsome, the appearance itself was quite beautiful. Although he never really revealed it, all of his colleagues knew how much Gilly had missed him. However, my colleagues felt somewhat nauseous. Oh, I feel it. And it's a bit uncomfortable. Can't we stop? Runt. Even you can't separate me from strawberry pie. The joy of reunion cannot be suppressed either. Gilly is also feeling burdened. It's a bit painful for us to watch, isn't it? Jean especially felt strange because Mirakan and Gilly were practically like parents to him. There are not many children who can watch their parents' affectionate behavior with such satisfaction. From the looks of it, my mother's plan to take over Mirakan-sama has absolutely no chance of being realized. It was a joke, but even if it was serious, there wouldn't have been an answer. I'm kind of annoyed, daughter. Please comfort me. Don't stick around because you don't want to. Gilly naturally got down from Mirakan's arms, adjusted his expression and clothes, and cleared his throat. Murakin actually knew no shame. He just continued to laugh loudly and look at his colleagues. It's better now. Thank you for your hard work, Murakin. This little guy is stronger than the last time I saw him, right? There must be a lot of stories that have been pushed back. There are faces I've never seen before. You are even more foolish than I heard, Murakin. This body is called a Mary's. When I came to royalty and still had the insight of a Soderette, I saw it and got a general idea of what it was like. It seems to be an old entity that protects a certain border of the world. Nice to meet you, I'm Murakin. Speak informally? Oh, let's not act petty with that way of talking. Amaris did not answer but just stared at Murakin. If he fought he would be able to win, but Murakin felt a pain in his conscience for some reason, so he turned his head away. I also had a hunch that Amaris was going to beat me like Misha. Oh, I was talking informally to Soderette too. Yes, that's right. That devil seems to be an extremely difficult person to deal with, so I will use polite and respectful language from now on. Are you done? That's right. For reference, in the past Soderettes always called this body by an honorific name. I understand. Tess, you're just like that guy. You may sound like you hate your sister, but in fact you deeply respect her. Or is it more than just respect? Please stop making disgusting noises. Even though it had been a while since he returned, Murakin was naturally mingling with his colleagues, as if they had always been together. Even though we had only exchanged a few words, my colleagues already seemed to be in a good mood. Things are not good, but since you're here, we should have a small welcome ceremony. Let's go to Tychon because everyone is waiting. Especially Yuria, and the kids were making a fuss about wanting to see you. I was vaguely aware of it. I remember Elona Ziffel waking up and saying that she was a very strong person. It's strange why I forgot about it until now. Oh, it sounds like you're not confident. What's going on? Is the great Murakin already scared? Cowardice? Little Murakin. I've never felt anything like that in my life. Jean looked at Murakin for a moment. There was definitely a vast energy flowing through it that was difficult even for Jean to measure. It's worth it. There will no longer be a situation where it would be difficult to protect you due to lack of strength like before, so you can always fight with peace of mind. Please continue to take good care of me, Murakin. Are you coming? Jean and Murakin looked at each other and smiled. Nyan. Soon Murakin transformed into a cat and was held in Gillis' arms, but as soon as he experienced the red owl's spatial leap, he started vomiting profusely. Jean laughed at him heartily, recalling the memory of Murakin vomiting at the transportation gate on the first day. He left Stormcastle, and Gilly patted him on the back just like before. After leaving the big palace, Elona Ziffel walked across the open sea for a long time. It was because he didn't want to quickly return to the people who woke him up. It is clear that he is a person who fights for his family, but he was awakened from the seal after 1,000 years. Elona was not very happy about that fact. It was difficult to read my inner self, as if I was quietly looking into a dark, deep well. Cold wind. It's cold. There is no way a human who climbed Changxiang could feel the cold from this much sea breeze. She felt the loneliness of her heart as cold. As a Mary's guest, she was born with strangely strong powers, and the reason was the sun god's thoughts. Of course, Elona doesn't know what power she has. It was the same with Jeep at that time. Elona's transparent footprints were being recorded on the sea. However, to Elona's eyes, when she turned around and looked at her footprints, they did not appear transparent, but were red like blood. The blood of the countless people he had killed 1,000 years ago would have been soaked all over his body. I have never heard a plea for life or a request to ease the pain. Most of the enemies who met Elona at that time were not aware of the moment of her death. Those who had the strength to survive even after facing Elona had no reason to hope for mercy. Just like Timar and the teenage knights, they either fought back or retreated while cursing. Elona was never the first to retreat from the battlefield. At that time, I think I wanted to fight and disappear. With the help of someone who could kill me like Timar. Why did you think that? Did you hate your family? Did you no longer want to kill people? I don't know. The more I thought about it, the more my head pounded, but I couldn't stop thinking. So as my painful heart deepened, my magical powers unexpectedly rose up and I ran wild through the sea. When the magic of the freezing attribute spread, the entire sea froze, and when the magic of the flame attribute surged, it melted again. The magical power that became the wind instantly created a huge storm, and lightning raged inside it. All of that wasn't magic, it was just magic generated by Alona's mood, but if it had been nearby, even the fleet wouldn't have been able to withstand and would have been reduced to rubble. Should I just go into the deep sea like this and not come out? Don't go back to your family. It might be better that way. But the family. Jeep is a family he must protect. The faces of all the members, I vaguely remember, had only two expressions. A face full of fear or contempt. I didn't understand the former, because he had no intention of harming his family members. The latter made sense. They judged that Alona was only strong and did not properly carry out her mission as a Jeep. I'm still the same now as I was then. Even though I feel like I have to fight for my family, I feel confused. I hope someone puts an end to this mess. The moment Alona thought that far, she saw a group of lights approaching from afar in the dark night sky. It was Jeep's first fleet. Kojak. If so, the family head would be riding it. Alona looked up at the fleet, cleared away the scattered magic, and the fleet descended and settled in front of her. Head of Ziffel Baradin. Ziffel meets an old hero of the family. Baradin said as he landed on the frozen sea and got down on one knee. Behind him, the leaders of Jeep and the wizards were all saluting. Alona was shocked. She had never been treated so politely by her family. On the day I posted my major, I received formal praise, but the atmosphere was completely different from now. The compliment was closer to a rebuke. If you could have killed the teenage knight, why did you miss? Why didn't you destroy the entire city of Runkendal? Why do you always do the same thing even if you have that power? Because of this, Alona felt suffocated and her heart felt tight on Chiha days. Facing the eyes of his family watching him was more painful than anything else. I'm sorry for coming to pick you up now. Because we were lacking, we have neglected Sir Alona until now. Can you raise your head a little? Alona and Baradin's gaze met. Alona could not read any hatred, contempt, or lies in his words. Are you the one who called me? It was the Tower of Story, not me, that unsealed Alona. To our shame, we didn't even know of Alona's existence until the Tower of Stories came forward. Top me. Tower of Stories, along with the battlefield 1,000 years ago. This is where Alona spent the most time. When I thought of the tower, the blurry memories and emotions quickly came to life. When she interacted with the tower and generated magic, Alona felt more stable than ever. The Tower of Stories was her only refuge and friend. Almost 1,000 years have passed and the Tower of Stories has still not disappeared. That's why the energy that called me was so friendly. I dare say it seems like the tower has been waiting for Alona all along. As I just said, we didn't even know of Alona's existence, but the tower itself unsealed Alona as soon as the conditions were met. If I were not careful, my life could have been in danger. At those words, Alona felt the loneliness built up inside her melt like snow. It felt like a friend I had forgotten was hugging me. You, the head of the family, were in danger just because of me. The tower has decided that Alona is more important to the family than me, and that is absolutely true. So don't worry about it. But you said you didn't know anything about me until recently. I am not a very worthy person. I got a glimpse into Alona's life when the tower broke the seal through me. I would have made the same judgment as Top. Can I go to the Tower of Stories? In the family, Alona can do anything she wants. There is no place in the family land that Alona cannot go to. There is nothing in the family that Alona cannot have, and there is no person in the family that Alona cannot control. Even me, the head of the family. Alona found it difficult to choose an answer, so she just stared at Baradin and his people for a while. Then what do you and your family want from me? Please protect the family. It's the only thing I know how to do. If you want to help the family because it is your duty, Alona, you have already fulfilled your responsibility 1,000 years ago. It's just that the incompetent and arrogant ancestors of that time did not acknowledge that fact. If you want to help the family with compassion or affection, the current Jeeple is not the family that Alona knew. It's just a request from me, the head of the family, so if you want to help, I won't hold any grudges if you just refuse. The more she talked to Baradin, the more Alona felt her insides becoming as calm as a lake. Soon Alona was able to realize the reason. It was because everything he said gave me a warm comfort like I had never experienced before. And the more Baradin read Alona's mind, the more angry he became at the arrogant and foolish ancestors of that time. They are trash, not worthy of being called ancestors. Even on the day the demon god stone is completed, your history will never be revealed to the world again. When Baradin assimilated into the tower and unsealed Alona, what he looked at was not only Alona's life. We also got a glimpse of Zippel's incompetence at the time when he was unable to achieve his long-held wish even though he had such perfect conditions. Your words bring me great comfort, Baradin. It's just devastating that the hero who protected the family was so lonely. Thanks to you, I can now figure out what I want to do. Tell me, I will help you with anything. I want to live a better life than before. I want to avoid unwanted killings and not feel lonely when I look back on my day before going to sleep. Can I understand this to mean that you want to retire and live a life of giving? That's not it. Since Top risked his life as the head of the family to call me, it must mean that he still loves his family. The same goes for me too. It meant that I wanted to do things for my family and achieve the things I just said. In that case, I understand that it means that you want to exclude meaningless killings and go to a battlefield full of glory rather than loneliness and confusion. I think so. I only know how to fight my enemies and kill them. I can't say there are no unpleasant fights. However, if Alona feels distressed one day when she goes to battle, you are free to leave the family at any time. I don't want to leave. Under any circumstances, I will not leave unless Toph abandons the family. Instead, I said that there is no one in my family that I cannot control, so if that day comes again like it did 1,000 years ago, then I want to change my family according to my will. You don't need my permission for anything, Alona. But you are the head of the family. Until that day comes, I will become a faithful member of the family who serves the head of the family. Also, for some reason, I feel like that day will never come. I have never felt so comfortable in my life as I do now. That's too much praise. But it's true that hearing you say that makes me feel better. So now wake up. I feel embarrassed and sorry that you keep looking at me. Baradin slowly got up. Alona smiled broadly. It was an expression that had never been made 1,000 years ago. Then I will take you to the Tower of Stories. Kojak began his flight to the Tower of Stories. Alona looked at the city below the window and saw a different landscape from 1,000 years ago. Unlike then, I was already feeling a sincere desire to protect those cities. House owner. Please speak, Alona. 1,000 years have passed, so there must be a lot of new things for me to know. There is one thing I'm most curious about. What is it? Among Jeep's current enemies, is there anyone stronger than me? Baradin immediately thought of Soren Van Gien and Murakan. Alona. Timar Runkendal. What was it like during the time of Runkendel's first head? Alona thought for a moment and answered, I don't think it happened back then. Then it's probably no different now. November 7th, 1803. Who? This is the gift that little Luce prepared for Murakan. It's a fairly rare item. Buck buck. Murakan said, lying on his side and scratching his back. Next to it was a pile of cookies baked by Latry and a basket full of uneaten strawberry pies. Murakan was reading the collection of spring stories that Luce had entrusted to Tychon. Well, it's not a copy, it's the original. How did you get something like this during the evacuation? Anyway, he's an amazing guy. I like it very much. Are you playing around with Murakan again? What kind of joke is this, Quicantal? I have nothing to do. Everyone is busy except you. What am I good at? It's a fight. But now there is no fight. There is no fight. Do you think I play because I want to play? Well, that's true. The enemy tribe continued to invade only the Luther Magic Federation. The fight between the two forces was named the Red Horse War. Even though Alona was released from the seal, Zippel was unable to secure a victory. Rather, they were struggling with a more detailed invasion. This was because there was no space movement technology like the Bamul Alliance. Of course, Alona's appearance was not without meaning. If you failed to determine Alona's location, and struck the area where she was waiting or miscalculated the time for her to arrive. At the battlefield, the enemy clans that faced her were annihilated without exception. The fortunate thing from the enemy clan's point of view was that no one from the Air Fortress or the Great Fighting King had yet encountered Alona. They were already classifying Alona as something more than a warrior from the Qingming race. There was a rumor coming from the hallway. Murakan recognized the sound of Jean and Gillis' footsteps and quietly moved the spring flower shop and snacks out of sight. "How are you, Runt? And my strawberry pie? I was meditating." "You know very well, kid, but when you have this much power it takes quite a bit of time just to sort it out. Wipe the cream off your mouth and speak. It's obvious that I was playing, so what? You could say it's all part of management." "I guess so. I'm going to Jiamwangi with me." "Jiamwangi? I get it. You're going with strawberry pie too, right? Unlike you, Gilly has a lot of work to do and needs to rest. If you want to play with Gilly, you can do something too." "What kind of cold sound is that? Are you saying I have to do something to be able to go on a date with strawberry pie? Doesn't dating and hanging out have a slightly different connotation? Strawberry pie, are you of the same opinion? Well, rather than just sitting here watching a collection of short stories." I understand. In that case, let me do something meaningful immediately and then come back." "Let's go, kid," Murakan said as he followed Jean outside. Gilly burst into laughter as he looked at their backs. "Weak. Ugh, even if I found my old strength, I still can't get used to this." When the Red Owl's spatial leap ended, Murakan vomited again. "I have to go here and there today. What should I do? Ugh. At least this much to play with strawberry pie. Is Jean here? Mr. Murakan has also come. Brother Jean and the great black dragon Murakan." Valeria and Luce welcomed the two. "Oh, Luce, I received a good gift. It's a work that would fit well into my collection. If there's anything you want, tell me." There were already parts in the drying yard that needed to be significantly reduced. "Please solve it with Murakan's great power. I think we need some time with just the knights and wizards here. It's meaningful enough for strawberry pie to acknowledge it." "Okay, let's go." Murakan immediately followed Luce into the drying yard. "What about Dr. Quall?" "These days I'm concentrating on research, leaving most of the construction to Luce. I'm in the lab with Honka, but since he's sensitive it's better not to see him. I'm almost going crazy. If anyone else but me enters, there will be an uproar." Honka the monster toad was the one who spent the longest time with Maliat Hester in the past. This means that I watched the process of making yellow for the longest time. Thanks to this, Honka's memory was of great help in producing the mass-produced yellow. Honka did not actually understand Maliat's work, but when he described what he had seen and heard, Quall would make inferences based on it. "I see." It is no exaggeration to say that the growth of the Bamul Alliance depends on the results of Quall's research. Distribution of communication devices, development of mass-produced yellow golden fleet, La Perosa return project, mass production of red owls, etc. Except for the storage paper production that Wantaramo Forest is carrying out, all of this is Quall's responsibility. In addition, Ziffel and the Red Mystery were unable to keep the Alliance in check due to the war, and Kinzelo's condition had not yet improved with Orgel and Zephyrin, so now was the best time to focus on research. Among them, mass production of communication devices and ELO were tasks that had to be accomplished immediately. It's a war between the Red Devils right now, but there's no telling when it might turn into a world war. Above all, the Jiakmyong tribe is not the only problem. The Bangma wall, guarded by Amaris. As soon as it collapses, the remaining demons in the underworld will begin their activities. And they had no good feelings about the earthly world. After the world was split in half, the demons were unwantedly trapped underground. The goal of most demons was the resurrection of the sun god or the occupation of the earth. There is only one entrance to the underworld. But he is the one who unknowingly brings mortals from underground to the surface. It is very shameful. I don't know what kind of trick they are using, so I have to find out, ask how they did it, and punish them. How many demons did he summon? I don't know for sure, but I'm guessing it won't exceed 10,000. However, the number of demons strong enough to pose a real threat is believed to be less than 10. It's at the level of gathering dust. Did he steal metal from this body like a thief? using that steel portal ability you mentioned. According to Amaris, the demons controlled by Orgel are nothing more than dust compared to the whole. They would even possess ancient technology like the Jiakmyong tribe, so they were bound to be a difficult opponent for the current Bamul alliance. Of course, it would be best if the seal wall was not breached. Alona's seal also broke at a moment when we least expected it. Bangma Wall and the Demon King Jito being sealed in the Holy Kingdom. Jean had an intuition that they, like Alona, would one day be suddenly released. Bamul Union and royalties. We had to be able to stand firm even after all the dangers presented themselves. Murakan's return alone is not enough. Jeepal, which was waging a sluggish war with the enemy tribe despite Alona, was proving that fact. The power itself, not the power of one individual, had to be overwhelmingly strong. I will report the progress for you. 5 or more communication devices will soon be manufactured at once and distributed to each base. Portable communication devices have also been prototyped, but they are not yet usable in practice and need improvement. Still, it's encouraging that a prototype has already been released. It's much faster than Gen Tebin expected. There has not been a prototype of the mass-produced Yellow, but it seems Qual is finding clues one by one thanks to Honka. As I said to Yellow, I think the finished product will be released within a year. It's only 1 year, so the Red Devil War won't end within that period. If there are no problems with Bangma Wall and Jito, there will be enough time. And the Golden Fleet? Well, the analysis of the recently acquired items from the enemy clan has yielded some results. There's a fundamental problem. You know that, right? I heard that a large amount of optical hearts are needed. That's right. You need to be able to convert a light heart or something equivalent into a power source. And to get that much light heart, you have to complete the La Perosa restoration project or get it from the enemy clan. We don't know when the former will be completed, and there is a very high possibility that the latter will not. The Golden Fleet blueprint was created based on the Light King clan, not the Red Ming clan. It's not like we can steal the light heart from the enemy tribe. To do that, you have to participate in the war. I feel uncomfortable using the red heart of the Red Might. Even if the optical heart exists now, turning it into a power source is another matter. This is not an area that can be solved technically. At least that's what we know so far. Are you saying we need power or technology? Maybe. Lost parts of the Golden Fleet blueprints given by 4 brothers named Boras. That probably has something to do with it. It is currently impossible to find the lost blueprints. Those parts had been lost even before the current Ming dynasty were trapped in La Perosa in the first place. Therefore, the Golden Fleet cannot be completed without my recording magic becoming more powerful or obtaining some groundbreaking means. Of course, even if it is not a Golden Fleet, it is possible to create an equivalent fleet if there is enough time. In order to improve recording magic, you need to find a lore site, but Valeria had not been able to check any other lore sites after Maliot. In my past life, Valeria seemed to have found most of the lore sites when I was about 27 or 8. In this life, a lot of history has changed because of me, so it's likely that it will be sooner than that. But there are too many burdensome factors to just wait. Also, even if recording magic became stronger, there was no guarantee that the lost blueprint would be found, and even if it was found, there was no guarantee that the method would be feasible even now. Therefore, Valeria and Qual were focused on groundbreaking discoveries. That means they have to think about it and find a way to do it. As expected, the La Perosa restoration project and the production of the Golden Fleet are the most problematic. That's right, because of those two things we're conducting a million different experiments. But yesterday the doctor and I came up with an idea. What are you thinking? Coulter. Coulter. Coulter, Julian's guardian dragon. In the past, after being rescued from Joshua's villa by Jean, he had not yet regained consciousness even after ingesting part of Ozdok's internal stem. It was inevitable because my heart was completely broken. However, thanks to Julian's extreme care and the efforts of his colleagues, there have been signs of things slowly improving recently. Yes, Thunder Dragon Coulter. When he wakes up, I plan on trying to communicate with the storm god Patel. Patel's power is like a thunderbolt, and he is fundamentally as powerful as a god. I think it might be the answer. Storm god Patel. Jean recalled the day he fought him in the Chongsi Islands when he was a reserve jockey. Murakan beat up Julian and Patel descended in response to the power of Graham contained in Sigmund. If Graham's remaining thoughts hadn't awakened and given me strength, I would have died there that day. Hee that's funny. After being so arrogant, it's as if his power has been sealed and he's being held and swayed by an insect. How are you, bug? Do you like your power? It's a shame that you can't even come down without that bug. Can't God be a little more dignified? In addition to the bug theme, it looks like you think you are part of the old Ming dynasty. I don't know how I got that sword, but... What? That's... of the Ming dynasty. This sword was given to me directly by the person who killed your brother. Have you ever heard of my brother's name? A conversation with Patel, who descended from the Bluebird Islands. At that time Patel checked Jin's fanatic heart, and as soon as he heard Ban's name he was filled with fear and started a match. Moreover, when Jin summoned Tess during the battle, he was once again frightened and showed an unsightly appearance. I didn't have a single good memory. There was no feeling of majesty or sublimity at all, and all I could remember was that I was a fucking god. That timid and frivolous god. I don't know if it will help. I might be able to help you. When you were a prospective jockey, I heard that Patel begged Murakan for his life. There must have been bad feelings left. So if you refuse to cooperate, Murakan will beat you again. What would happen then? Jean was momentarily speechless at Valeria's surprisingly simple thought. It wasn't a line Valeria would say. Now that you say it like that, I feel like this is a situation that really needs even the faintest possibility. That's right. And as you know, it is very rare for a god to lay down his weapons on a contractor. Among them, Patel is more special because it gives 3 weapons to the contractor depending on his or her satisfaction level. Maybe we can convert the light heart into a power source like Patel weaponized the power of the storm? Yes. If that's possible, we'll be able to build at least 1 golden ship before your brother's return. Because there is a light heart that you brought along with the blueprints from La Perosa. I roughly understand. I will have to prepare to contact Patel as soon as Coulter wakes up. Jean thought of Julian, who stayed by Coulter's side every day. After becoming a teammate, he played his part at every important moment, but he was always in a dark mood because of Coulter. Like Kazan and Beriz, he also opened his heart to his comrades, but he strongly felt that his life would have no meaning if Coulter was not awakened. When Coulter wakes up, you will see the gloomy man smiling. You hardly ever smiled until recently, Valeria. That's why I said it was better this way. Anyway, this is the latest progress. Everything else is fine, but there are no special results in matters related to La Perosa. Even if things don't go well, don't be impatient. Everyone knows how hard you and Dr. Quall are going through this. And even if it is not, the Golden Fleet production is scheduled to begin soon, when the construction site is completed. Balaam is doing a great job. Now that I think about it, today is the day Balaam is coming. Would you like to take a look? It will arrive soon. Anyway, there will be some time left until Luce finishes the task she asked Murakan. Good. The 2 rode Shuri and headed to the sea outside the Jiamwangji. As soon as we left the Jiamwangi area, we had to put on layers of protection because we were full of spirits, but the beach was as green as ever after purification. The knights waiting on the beach to receive the steel saluted, and Balaam, who had just arrived, also waved his body in the shallow sea water to say hello. Sci-Fi. Hi. Hello, Balaam. Long time no see. How about Blacksmith Island? I hope everyone is doing well. Have fun working every day. Oh, did you bring something else besides Hagang today? Valeria said as she looked at the steel that Balaam was spewing out. Jean couldn't help but be shocked when he saw that special amount of steel. This was because it was the ancient perennial season. They say the iron is better than the sea river. It's not just good, it's an ancient perennial. I never ordered it, but the blacksmiths asked me to send it to you. I said it was good when making golems. The ancient perpetual iron brought by Balaam was sent by the blacksmiths as soon as they heard about Yellow's production. The blacksmiths of the Minche Association that Jean knew never used ancient iron to make things other than weapons. Moreover, with this amount, most of the ancient millstones of Blacksmith Island would have been released. This was a passage that showed how much they care about the development of the Union. Although we don't see each other as often as our colleagues at Tychon, they are all doing their jobs in their respective positions. Tell Uncle Honka that we can hang out next time. That guy needs swimming. Okay, I'll tell it to Honka. Shaved head. No, say hello to Pecan. Nung with a bald head. Balaam smiled and left to carry the steel again. Jean and Valeria laughed as they looked back and carried the steel to Jiamwangi with the knights. When I returned, Murakan, who had finished the work, was waiting for me. What is it, kid? You kept strawberry pie and I apart so viciously that you made me do the work and then you went on a date? Woo! Jean felt a little uncomfortable, but he put on a confident expression. Can't you see he's carrying steel? I also came to work. And they say that someone separated them. It wasn't malicious either. Didn't you hear what Gilly said? You said that working is much better than reading a collection of short stories. Sheesh, I won't say a word anyway. Where are you going now? I'm going to stop by the Sword Garden for a moment. I need to see if the Magic Knight unit is being trained well. Is that all it takes? I don't want to throw up again. It's not like strawberry pie patting you on the back like last time. I thought about going to the Empire, but seeing you throw up made me think I'd just have to go to the Garden of Swords. Other dragons survive teleportation well. Humph, that's because they don't have as good sense as this Murakan-sama. Anyway, once you visit the Garden of Swords you're done, right? Teleportation is over. Starting in the evening, you have to attend the welcoming ceremony for Tychon immigrants. Instead of me, hold a meeting at night and spar with Tychon's top fighters in the early morning. Ah! Then, when can I play with strawberry pie? Well, let's go. Valeria burst into laughter as she watched the two bickering. Just as the two were about to climb up to the Red Owl, Luce was seen running towards them. Jean naturally thought that he was going to ask for an autograph again like Enya. So she tried to take out a pen, but Barbobo was incarnating above Luce's head. Hey, Jean. Mr. Barbobo. It's been a while since you, sir. What's so urgent? I'm Murakan. Nice to meet you. I heard right away that you came back, but I'm only now saying hello. Just like in the past, if you don't like it, they won't beat you up, arrest you, kill you, so don't be nervous. That's a good thing. I'm sorry for not being able to cooperate with you 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, Runkendal sent knights to get Barbobo's contract when the Bakal Autonomous Region was a kingdom. At that time, Barbobo went into hiding because he did not want to get caught up in the fight between the two major families. I understand now. Do I have to be sorry? Thank you for helping the little guy even now. Barbobo was quite surprised by Murakan's moderate attitude. Those who remember those days always reacted this way when they met Murakan. Thank you for understanding. Anyway, the reason I found Jean was none other than K.Tam. Are you talking about the artist's god? When he signed a contract with Luce and agreed to help the Alliance, Barbobo requested that he protect the gods close to him. This was due to the rumor that Zippel was accelerating its hunt for God, which would become the material for the demon god stone. The god of painters K.Tam, the god of picture frames Ox, the god of pencils Telpen. Jean accepted the offer and immediately moved the three gods to the safe area they wanted. Among them, the god of painters is you. I think it would be better to hear it directly from K.Tam. What Barbobo said about K.Tam at the time. However, contrary to what you may have heard, K.Tam has not yet said anything special to Jean. Okay. It looks like K.Tam wants to talk to you. He wanted me to find it as quickly as possible. The last time Jean saw K.Tam, he seemed to be carrying a heavy burden. So I didn't say anything else as he looked confused, but it seemed like he had a change of heart. It seemed like what K.Tam wanted to say to me was related to Sodaret, and he seemed to have a very difficult time saying it. As soon as Murakan returns, he's looking for me. Jean somehow had the feeling that the reason was related to Murakan's return. No, you can just come. Why are you making such a fuss about telling our kid to come? Because of the demon stone, it is difficult for mid-level gods like us to move without protection, Murakan. If you touch it, it will be absorbed. Well then, there's nothing we can do about it. Yes, God, or whatever, since he is a member of the Alliance, it would be right for Murakan to protect him. You've really changed a lot. So nice to see you. Sodaret will definitely be happy to see this. Thank you for the compliment. I understand, Mr. Barbobo. I will just stop by the Garden of Swords and then go see Keitam right away. Soon Jean and Murakan rode the Red Owl and headed to the Garden of Swords. In the Garden of Swords, knights had lined up in advance and were waiting after receiving notification that Jean and Murakan were coming. Murakan immediately went to the Garden of Swords upon his return, but there were many knights who had not yet seen him in person as he regained his strength. Therefore the knights were full of expectations. Expectations are high to see how majestic the legendary black dragon of the family, which is said to be nearing its prime, will show. Kitchen. However, the first thing the knights saw as they raised their swords was the sight of Murakan, his face turning white and his back bent. Oh, so just resolve it on board and leave. Jean could only shake his head and touch his forehead. The knights were embarrassed but did not show it and maintained their discipline. After a bout of vomiting, Murakan took on a solemn look on his face. Welcome. Leet and the previous head of the family stepped forward and bowed their heads. Jean was still unfamiliar with being greeted in this way by them in public. While Leet lowered his head, he secretly used earth magic to clean up Murakan's vomit. Deacon Leet Sagaju and I are hospitalized today just to encourage the knights, so you don't need to be that nervous. I am just grateful that the great black dragon gave us his golden time to look after our family. It's also to see the things this body was told to have before. Are you fully prepared? Unfortunately, I could not save it. And I sincerely ask you to understand that I will not be able to obtain those items in the future. Murakan stood up on his neck and put his face close to Leet's ear. Hey Leet. Well, it wasn't a big request. Then should we deploy personnel from the Family Alliance to save limited editions of springtime novels in this situation? Come to your senses. Moreover, as soon as I arrived, he started throwing up and said I was embarrassed. Joy. Anyway, whether it was 1,000 years ago or now, being picky is extremely picky. Try one more word. I will throw you in the dungeon with the authority of the head of the house. Oh my gosh, I'm scared to death. The knights lined up could not hear their whispers, but neither did the elders. Ballas and Tasha's faces swelled from laughter and Alpin closed his eyes in despair. However, Murakan and Leet were not actually on bad terms. In fact, they were so close that Leet was often the first to joke around. For a while, Jean and Murakan looked at the knights and encouraged them. Most of the knights lined up were wearing dirty armor. They had just gathered together while carrying out their mission. I am always proud that you are my knights. Now let's disperse and return to our seats. And for those groups that have some break time left, come to the Central Training Center later. Murakan will personally evaluate your achievements as a sparring partner. Insect. For those who have to go on a mission again right away, don't feel too bad. There will be many opportunities like this in the future. Sparring with Murakan. Naturally, the knights had never dreamed of such a thing. There was no reason for such a noble and strong being to spar. All right. As the knights dispersed full of anticipation, Murakan glared at Jean. Little sparring? There was no such thing as this, right? This is also part of encouragement. Why don't you want to do it? It doesn't look right. I think the guardian dragon that helps the knights train without any formality is cooler. Up to the 7th star, if this body breathes incorrectly, it dies. Then you will have to be very careful when dealing with him. Are you really going to say it's difficult? Nothing is difficult for this Murakan. Good. As I just told the drivers, this is an event that will happen often now. Of course, I won't let you do it one-on-one. We will put it in at least trillion units and the knights will literally fight with all their might. As you well know, that is one of the factors that makes unmanned companies grow the fastest. All-out combat experience. Well, that's true. Sagaju gave a good opinion. I too was already frustrated with Murakan lounging around. While Leet is becoming more and more eloquent. I think I shed a few tears the first day I came back. Instead, if you do well in sparring with the knights today, I will give you the best collection of chunhua that I personally found. Haha, of course you are the only one. Okay, whatever. I tell everyone who has time to come, I'll help them all grow one level at a time. So let's start right now? Murakin headed to the central training ground with burning enthusiasm. Leet looked at his back and burst into laughter. Sometimes I feel relieved that that idiot is still an idiot. Me too, head deacon. Let's go in. I tried to organize it as much as possible, but it is still quite a report that you need to look at in person. There was a piece of report sitting on the desk in the office. Jean calmly looked at the reports for a while. As expected, there is no problem with internal affairs at all. As a result of stopping the trade in gimmicky steel, our financial situation has improved, and magic storage paper is being produced without problems. But this is what I should pay special attention to, right? Jean pointed to a report with his finger. It was a report on the status of Zippel's biogolem. The report stated that beings presumed to be demon swordsman biogolems appeared in the Red Demon War. Yes, Lord Soga. The golems that Sagaju confirmed in the past at Jeep's sacred site are now being put into action. Of the 22 biogolems confirmed to date, 19 have a combat power estimated to be at the level of 8 or 9 stars. It seems to be at a similar level to the Master's completed form that Kinjalo is producing. It was the unknown top assassins who infiltrated the battlefield and wrote the report. Their evaluation could not have been much different from reality. Yes. However, the 3 commander-level biogolems are on a different level. Each one is presumed to be at least a superhuman, has a clear sense of self, and has commanding abilities. The name of each entity is Betty Almatia Kun. Moreover, unlike other biogolems who are referred to by identification numbers, the 3 are treated as if they were people. Jean was lost in thought as he read the sentences written in the report out loud. Is this the result of analyzing the traces of Valeria's magic left in the shrine? Probably had something to do with Alona as well. The holy place is the remaining energy of the sun god. And according to Ameri's estimation, Alona was a being imbued with the most powerful thoughts of the sun, incomparable even to Vale. I think Alona Ziffel's power may have enabled her to overcome the spatial limitations of biological golems. I think the same thing. It's definitely related. The important thing is to check the population and production speed of biogolems. We will be able to respond to the general magic swordsman golem through the soon-to-be-completed magic knight unit and mass-produced yellow. Betty and Almatia Kun. What do you think of those 3 special entities? I don't think such golems can be mass-produced. God or something equivalent to it must have been used as an ingredient. It also seems like they won't just be battle golems. I think these are the golems needed when performing certain rituals through the Demon Stone or the Tower of Story. But it's just a guess, so we'll continue to find out. These are golems to be used in rituals. I think the head deacon's guess is correct. Along with Alona, tremendous power has been added to the Jeep once again. However, I was not particularly disturbed because it was something I had expected for a long time. Ziffel has been studying biological golems since Jean was a reserve rider, and Jean had already personally confirmed their existence in the Holy Land. For the time being, the enemy clans will diligently dig up information about the biogolem on our behalf. And Jeep will try to figure out the enemy's stronghold based on the enemy tribes they captured last time, so we must not lose sight of the spoon we are holding. I understand, Sagaju. Afterwards, Jean held a meeting with the heads of the Lut Squadron for about 2 hours. Most of the content was about the progress of the Alliance's core projects and the Kinjalo Alona Jeep. Phew, I think it's roughly sorted out. Now I have to watch Murakin and the Knights spar. Since Sagaju is here, why don't you stay with our old people once in a while? There hasn't been a proper fight since the last time Hito was rescued, so my body feels stiff. How could I spar with my ancestors? And there's another place I need to visit, great-grandfather. It's a shame. But Murakin, you'll be okay, right? I also want to join in like the other knights. Isn't that right? You're in your 20s? The 57th generation is still very energetic. Yes, although we in our 20s died young, we didn't have much blood. So we lost to me in the last bet, ha ha ha. Ugh. Alpin narrowed his eyebrows in exasperation but had nothing to say. Because he lost the bet to destroy the Red Fleet, he had no choice but to admit that Ballast name was higher than his own. The actual military power may be higher in the 57s who trained longer, but in fact my father is overwhelmingly superior in history majors. Like a fool you made a bet that you shouldn't have to make and then lost, and then you showed off your cute side again. Tasha grinned and fist bumped Ballas behind Alpin's back. The two people were immersed in the fun of teasing Alpin. Please endure my sparring with Murakan today, great-grandfather. Instead I will talk to Murakan another day. Our great-grandson. No, if Sagaju says so we should do so. 57th. Next time you spar with Murakan, why don't we decide the winner one more time? Of the two, the one who is more recognized by Murakan has a higher name. TSK good. Don't regret it. There is no stopping this time either. At the training ground the sparring between Murakan and the knights was in full swing. Everyone is great, but we need to be a little more bold. As I've explained many times, I'm sparring, but you should act exactly like you would in real combat. No matter what you do, I won't get hurt or die. Murakan had not transformed into his true form and was constantly pushing away the attacking knights. Magic knights were also seen attacking while using stored paper. Although he is not yet able to perform battles perfectly as a magic swordsman, it seems that if he improves his skill in using storage paper just a little more, he will be able to scare his enemies. The sparring ended around evening. I will finish sparring. Thank you all for your hard work, Knights of Runkendal. Murakan lowered his voice and dismissed the knights. Now let's go to Mr. K. Tam. The Onya drivers had good spirit, so I had more fun than I expected. The youngest division members have grown beyond recognition. The little guys who couldn't even catch a horde of orcs. Murakan and I will have to compensate you as promised. Take this. This is the only collection of springtime paintings in the world. Leet smiled as he held out the spring painting book he had brought with him. Hee. It's very rewarding. Yes, Leet. I thought you would get something like this. I've never seen a cover this red. It must be something huge. Then I'll see you two later. Soon the red owl carrying the two people took a leap into space, and Murakan opened his collection of shrines with great anticipation. Aya! What's this? Leet, you bastard! The collection of shrines had naked men depicted in very insincere drawings, and the author's name written on the last page was Leet Hester. When the red owl finished his space leap, the landscape that appeared was a beach filled with the Milky Way. The area where Jean in the past of Suttran Kingdom visited to meet All Mango's contractor after becoming a horseman. Ugh, looks like I have nothing to vent about anymore. Damn you, Leet. Do you despise me like that? I drew it with you in mind while I was busy, so don't be like that, Murakan. Next time I go to the Sword Garden, I won't leave you alone. Really? Murakan looked at the tavern located on the beach with a frown on his face. A warm orange light was softly lighting up the surroundings. This was the bar where All Mango's contractor Jojobi worked. And now not only All Mango but also K-Tam and Ox Telpen were seated in the tavern. The safe area they asked Jean to go to is this bar. Jean and Murakan looked at the tavern and lost in memories for a moment. Memories came to mind of the first time I went on vacation with my Taikan colleagues, of opening Timar's second tomb sealed in a giant clam under the sea, and of meeting Sarah. Oh, Jean Kyung. Jean? It's Jean. All Mango's contractors Jojobi and Ox, the god of picture frames, and Telpen, the god of pencils. Welcome, Jean. The three of them were playing a card game. Long time no see. How have you been, gods? Hello. Murakan? Murakan? Oh, stop being surprised when you see me. Are you saying you're not the same old bastard anymore? I see. I heard that you have almost regained your old strength. Congratulations. Thank you. Ox and Telfin smiled sheepishly, and Jean looked at the two gods in wonder. They are gods whose power is so low that they can appear at will without a contract. Ox and Telfin were truly the worst of all gods. Some academic circles go so far as to classify them as spirit creatures or special creatures rather than gods. Do these people actually have special abilities like All Mango? Just when I was curious, Jojobi rolled his eyes and called out All Mango. Jean, it's Jean. Did you bring the refreshing cookie litra cookies? I couldn't take care of it because I heard the story about Tam in the Jiamwangji All Mango. But Taikan must have been sending quite a few cookies on a regular basis. Humph. There are no more cookies left since these guys came. Since we have 3 more mouths, we need 3 times more. Thanks to this, I can now eat only fish and shellfish. Anyway, the gentleman who is said to be the god of clams always says cookie teriong every time he sees me. I like Reiki the best. Your god will not like Reiki very much, Murakan. Sodaret, that friend, must also want to consume something other than spiritual energy, right? Let's say so. Anyway, I have some business to do with the artist who is a rookie or something, so let's get this over with quickly. This body is busy. Now that I think about it, that guy is the only one I can't see. K-Tam is working with a contractor in the room over there. Among the new gods who came here, K-Tam was the only one who had a contract. Work? What work? What kind of work would the artist god do? Of course he would draw pictures. So if you wait a bit and touch it while working, jump up. Murakan suddenly opened the door before All Mango finished speaking. The inside of the room was completely covered with drawing boards and picture hangers, and among them a man and an incarnated K-Tam were seen struggling. Ka-ia, what are you doing? I begged you not to touch me while I was working. Who and what kind of idiot did this? I was so crazy about dying. Aren't you afraid of incurring God's wrath? Murakan? Hey, come Mango. This guy is Murakan, right? Lord Jean. As soon as the man and K-Tam saw the 2 people, their anger eased and their expressions relaxed. Eugene, sir. If you had told me in advance, I would have gone out and waited. Oh, sorry for appearing strange for a moment. I was a bit sensitive while I was working, so I made a mistake like this without even knowing Jinjiang. I was just drawing the Garden of Swords. The man was Billy K-Tam's contractor. Nice to meet you. Murakan, I am K-Tam, the god of painters. I don't know about you, but I had a close relationship with Sodaret, and I was the god who granted his important request. So don't hit me because I was startled and screamed. It looks like he was concentrating on something, but I feel sorry. I was a little anxious because I wanted to go home quickly. No, nothing to worry about. I was the one who called Jean and you. Actually, I called him, and he didn't even greet me properly. But this bastard. Is it okay if you are Murakan? Do you know how hard I am right now? Those damn jeepers are freaking out about demon stones or something, and no work is coming out. My greatest masterpiece suddenly became an uproar as if it were infected with a plague. Do you guys know this feeling? K-Tam. Please calm down. Let go, Billy, let go. Kill that guy today and I'll die too. Murakan was shocked by that sight. Oh yeah, whether a god is weak or strong, he must have this level of character. If you're still angry even after finding out who I am, here's some cold water. All Mango handed it to me. That's right, drink it all up. Whoa, now my senses are coming back. Please understand, Murakan. If I touch it when it's like this, it'll turn around. That's possible. I've seen art world gods do that a few times in the past. Then why did you call me and the kid? Because of my masterpiece. Masterpiece? Yes, this is a work I put my all into. It's so perfect that even I, a rookie artist, can never draw it again. Tears formed in K-Tam's eyes. Murakan naturally patted him on the shoulder. And from the moment Jean entered the studio, he could not take his eyes off the works that filled the walls. I was so overwhelmed by the indescribably beautiful paintings that I was momentarily lost. Landscapes, portraits, and even abstract paintings scribbled like graffiti. Everywhere I looked, I felt like my eyes were wide open and my mind was on edge. Unless it was the artist's god or the contractor, he would never have been able to draw like this. Every piece here looks like such a masterpiece, K-Tam. These things are nothing more than rubbish compared to that child. What kind of work is it? This is this work. What K-Tam was pointing at was the work he had been working on with Billy just now, and it looked like nothing more than a black paint board. Perhaps because I saw his skills, I felt like there was something profound hidden in the black paint. Isn't it just painted black? It has to look that way in your eyes. However, this is not just a picture, it is a space. Space. Yes, Murakan. The space depicted in this drawing is recognizable only to me and Billy. Also, it was a space that only I could enter, only I could modify, and only I could control. Please explain so I can understand. This picture is a subspace commissioned by Sodaret. Are you sure it's Timar's tomb? Yes, to be exact, it is a painting that was used as Timar's tomb. Sodaret soon moved Timar, who was buried here, to another location. And this work became completely mine. In the past, Murakan had felt disappointed by the fact that Sodaret had left arrangements for Pecan and Almango without his knowledge. But not now. I simply believed that if I approached the truth with Jean, the day would come when I would naturally understand his intentions. Please continue speaking. Sodaret didn't say much to me. There was no such prophecy as was made to Almango that the promised contractor would appear after 1,000 years. However, Sodaret said that with a tired face. Unlike other tombs, this relocation was not due to Zippel tracking, so you can rest assured. Zippel doesn't know that I helped him. Zippel had no idea that K. Tam had helped Sodaret. If he had known, he wouldn't have disappeared, and he wouldn't be meeting Jean and Murakan now. Has there been any explanation as to why Sodaret moved Timar? Does not exist. It was probably a consideration to prevent me from getting caught up. When I first asked for the painting, the Sodaret seemed to be in bad condition. I also received the request because it was an opportunity to draw a masterpiece, but I did not want to get involved in your war. It's an embarrassing story, but I was afraid. As the god of painters, I just wanted to bless painters. Is it because I recently guaranteed Kadam's safety that you had a change of heart? There is no reason for that, but to be quite honest, it is because the work suddenly broke recently. And if it becomes even more damaged than it is now, the things I put into my work from 1,000 years ago will be completely lost. Before that happens, I felt that qualified beings should take a look. The beings who deserve to see the work that K-Tam mentioned were Sodarets or those who were deeply related to them. This only applies to Jean and Murakan Misha. You can't believe that something from 1,000 years ago is captured in a painting. Like Mr. Almango, you have been hiding great abilities. Is that the case with Ox and Telfin? We don't have anything like that, Murakan. Yes, our role is just to make K-Tam picture frames and sharpen pencils. I see. Then what happened 1,000 years ago, did Mr. K-Tam include in his work? The problem is that I don't remember that. Until recently, even the smallest elements were clear, but immediately after the work became contaminated, it became difficult to recall it. But I am certain that it was about you, Murakan. That's why I called Jean as soon as I heard the news about you. It's a story about me. K.Tam said that his work was suddenly ruined, and he couldn't remember the contents from then on. Then it is highly likely that it is Zippel's manipulation of history. Doesn't Zippel know that K.Tam helped Sodaret? It is highly likely that it is not a manipulation of history. As I said before, this work is a masterpiece that I gave my all to. Since the work itself is closely connected to the spiritual world, if the work is damaged, problems also arise in my memory. I kind of understand it now. So you want me and the kid to go into the picture and check before the events you captured from 1,000 years ago are further ruined. That's right. Wouldn't it be better if we find out who damaged the painting in the process? That's right. If you find it, please give me a very premature death. Okay, easy. We can go in right away, so get ready quickly. It won't be that easy, Murakan. There are guardians I drew in the picture. It was originally a painting to be used as Timar's tomb. And since the guardians are paintings, I depicted them very strongly as I wanted. What? What does that mean? There's a guardian inside? That's right. Isn't it natural that this painting was originally intended to be used as a tomb? It is not at all natural that there is a subspace in the picture, that there is a guardian inside, and that the fighting power of those guardians is at the artist's discretion. How strong are the guardians? I don't remember the exact inaction. As I said before, as the picture got damaged, my memory also started having problems. The only thing is that it is incredibly strong. Surely there is a guardian with spear-level combat power? Probably not that. I would say it is something that defies probability. Among the people of Timar at the time, there was no one who was stronger than him. I am. Of course, I know very well that it was difficult for you and Timar to determine superiority. Then I might have drawn a picture of your prime. If I were in my prime, there would be no chance of winning, even if the kid and I fought together. Is it true? That much? I heard you're close to your prime too? Close and perfect are different. This Mr. Murakan from those days. First of all, I can't kill him unless he's Changxiang. I can't kill him. No matter how many strong guys come, if they don't have Changxiang, they can't kill them. Sounds like a bluff. If you don't want to, you can grow up too. Well, kid, what do you know? You have to be Changxiang to know this, right? Kaya Kyakia. Jean almost stretched out his fist. The good news is that everything I draw can only exist in paintings. Whether it's Murakan in his prime or something stronger than that, it's impossible to get out. If it were possible to bring the picture into reality, Kaitam would not have been treated as a middle or lower class god. But if you enter my painting for that time, it is your reality. You can get hurt by the Guardian's attacks. Therefore it means that if you don't defeat them, you could die. In other words, according to what Kaitam said, the painting contains history from 1,000 years ago, but other than that there is no other reward and there is immeasurable danger lurking. Kaitam nodded as if embarrassed. He thought he had nothing to say if Jean and Murakan refused to enter the painting. But Jean had no intention of giving up. We decided that if we could see for ourselves a piece of intact history from 1,000 years ago, that alone was worth the risk. Moreover, the paintings began to become contaminated suddenly, and Kaitam said it was unlikely that the reason was a falsification of history, which Hilurum or Lokia Ganesto. Jean had a feeling that this incident was somehow related to them. But if one of them is the culprit, I don't know why they suddenly damaged Kaitam's painting. Is it because I shouldn't know the history depicted in the painting? Then there must have been a better time than now. There was a time when I was so powerless that I couldn't help Mr. Kaitam. The reason why the suspects damaged the painting would only be known if they went in and checked it in person. Kaitam, are there any safety measures for entering the picture? Something like a means of immediate escape. Because control of the painting has been lost, it must be assumed that it does not exist for now. However, if you deal with the damaged pictures inside, you may be able to regain control. Is this actually a request to restore the painting? Even if you think so, I have nothing to say, Murakan. But I really think you should look into the stories from those days. In the first place, no one can even get in without you, because you can only enter if you can handle spiritual energy. It is just my wish that the work be restored. Even if you return safely after examining what happened 1,000 years ago, there is a high possibility that my painting will not be restored. Oh, why do you take a joke so seriously? But are you really sorry? Of course. Really? That's right. Then can I understand this to mean that I can accept whatever compensation I ask for? Well, it's true that I'm sorry, but since you say it that way, I think I'm losing my temper a bit again. Kaitam asked us to go in, so what more compensation do you need, Murakan? Maybe we can find important clues about 1,000 years ago. That's the biggest reward. Because it's probably history that even you don't remember. No. Still, maybe the painting can be restored thanks to us. I really need to get something from this angry man. Stop being annoyed and tell me. What? Please draw a collection of spring paintings. A collection of spring paintings drawn by the artist himself. It's amazing. I will be able to heal the eyes that were damaged by Leet. I'm amazed, Murakan. Are you asking that of God? Okay, I'll draw it. Jean, if you have any drawings you would like me to do, please let me know. I would appreciate your kind words. KK, then I'll take the kids' share as well. I'll just come back, think about it, and tell you. Anything is more valuable than a collection of spring paintings. Anyway, you can't see me doing well, right? Sheesh. When I was young, this little guy had a cute side to him. Let me get into the picture right now. Mr. Kaitam. Even though there were virtually no safety measures at all, Jean was not burdened or afraid. I said there would be no Changxiang due to probability, so there is no enemy that Murakan and I cannot face now. Although there are variables such as the existence of Murakan in his prime, it is ultimately a painting. It has to be different from the real Changxiang. Even if the size of the power was the same, there was no way that Grimm would have the same fighting power as Changxiang. No matter how lively the painting was, there were bound to be limitations. If it were possible to describe a being exactly like Changxiang in reality at will, Kaitam's painting would have been Timar's final tomb. There are such guardians, so there is no reason to do something like village head. I get it. Ox Telpen. Ox and Telfin came next to me. Ox wrapped a translucent frame around the picture hanger, and Telpen took a pencil out of his mouth and handed it to Katam. As soon as the pencil touched Katam's hand, it grew so large that it looked like a spear rather than a writing instrument. I will draw an entrance passage into the picture. Everyone should stay as still as dead, because it requires extreme concentration. Especially if the Moroccan door suddenly opens like, "Before you bastard, won't you go crazy while I'm working?" Thinking about it makes me angry again. You know. I told you to shut up. This time, along with Moroccan, Jean was a bit surprised but stayed quiet. Katam was already swinging a huge pencil over a black drawing. The eyes filled with madness flashed brightly. Moroccan twirled his index finger around his head, and Jean shrugged his shoulders. Each time the pencil moved, a white round circle was forming little by little on the black drawing. After a while, a landscape began to appear inside the white circle. Forest? Is it a mountain? Because the circle was small, I couldn't see the scenery clearly, but I could make out that the trees were all green. It was as if I was looking down at a forest or mountain through a small gap above the clouds. Even at first glance, it was clear that it was huge. Drop, drop. Katam's sweat was falling on the floor. He sat down and wiped his forehead as if he was done. Phew, I barely opened it. I almost couldn't do it. It looks like there are a lot of trees for a tomb. It looks like part of a huge mountain range. Is there a tomb somewhere out there? Probably so. I don't know how to get over this miserable feeling of not even remembering what kind of scenery my damn work is. Go and see and tell. If it is restored, I will draw over 100 volumes of the collection of springtime paintings. Please. Thank God. Please give me the answer. Abosho, God is you. By the way, 100 books? Jean of course expected Moroccan to shout and make a fuss like that. So I reflexively tried to cover my ears, but Moroccan was staring intently into the circle. His eyes were shaking as if he was shocked. Moroccan. That's my mountain range. Your mountain range? Yes, my mountain's my home. I can tell just by looking at those trees. I'm sure it's the Moroccan Mountains. Mt. Moroccan. The name of the highest mountain on earth naturally comes from Moroccan, the owner of the mountain. And now Moroccan felt the memories of those times he had forgotten come rushing in like a tide. Memories of a time when Mt. Moroccan was not a mountain, but a mountain range that ran throughout the entire Hufester. At that time, the Moroccan mountains were called Hupester's Spine, and Moroccan was the sole ruler of the mountains. It means that Mt. Moroccan was originally a mountain range. Yes, the mountain that remains now was all that was left after it was completely destroyed. The storm castle at the top. Ugh! Suddenly Moroccan grabbed his forehead and bent his back. Is Moroccan okay? Are you okay? Whenever I remember those damn days, I get a headache. I don't know how I could have forgotten such a huge mountain range of mine. It is said that the center is located in middle and encompasses the entire area of Hupester, from the southernmost to the northernmost. Such a huge mountain range existed in Hupester? Okay. No dragon could pass through those mountains without my permission. Even if 1,000 years have passed, should there still be a story about such a huge mountain range? Not a single line about the Moroccan mountains was recorded in any history book, and not even a story was passed down orally. There was only one old legend left in Runkendal. It is said that 1,000 years ago, after the black dragon Moroccan was defeated by the first head of the family Timar Runkendal, he gave him the Tempest Castle and fell into a long sleep. Jean was overcome by intuition. The story from 1,000 years ago that Katam captured in his paintings is probably Moroccan and Timar. I think it's the truth about these two people. Moroccan took a deep breath and raised his head. Hey, Mr. Katam. Now how do I get in? If you plunge in head first, you will fall in as if you lost your footing. It looks like you've already regained some of your old memories. I have to come back, not just a little but all of it. Don't forget to wait for the 100 copies of the spring collection. Let's go, kid. As Katam said, the two approached the circle, and as soon as they put their heads in, they felt as if the ground was collapsing. I blinked once and a thick bush was revealed. It must have been somewhere in the Moroccan mountains 1,000 years ago. Wow, that gentleman's abilities are truly amazing. Is this really in the picture? The smell of the earth and the wind blowing from all directions, it all seems real. Moroccan said, looking around. This tomb is different from the ones I visited last time. Instead of just peeking into the past, you can actually use physical force. Jean sat down and gently brushed a blade of grass and said. The blades of grass were moving back and forth following Jin's touch. The circle the two entered was nowhere to be seen. I can't see the circle. There is only an entrance and no exit. Are you worried? Are you afraid you won't be able to go out? No, after all, this is a subspace, so if necessary I can tear it apart with a spirit sword. I haven't tested it. This was because this subspace was already damaged, so if you touched it for no reason problems could arise. That too, but I feel reassured because I have Mr. Moroccan. To put it bluntly, if you and I go around together, wouldn't it be easy for us to feel danger wherever we go? I won't be scared even if Alona Ziffel comes. That was true. The combination of Jean and Moroccan was now at a stage where even if they acted somewhat recklessly, no matter what variables they encountered, they could most likely be resolved by force. That's why I entered the picture without much hesitation. That's right. Kaha. It's been a long time since I felt this way. Yes, if this is Moroccan-sama's residence, it should be like this. It should be this majestic. Jean thought it was fortunate that Moroccan seemed to be in a good mood. Whenever Moroccan recalled events from 1,000 years ago, he would get a headache or appear to lose his mind. It was the same when I first met Orgel in the old Auterium when I was a reserve rider, and when I saw Hito's old sword, Shakan, currently used by Bale, in the Soda Desert. Every time I hit Moroccan to help him come to his senses, but fortunately this time he got better quickly on his own. Is it because I have become stronger, or is it because the memories that came back this time were not as shocking? When Timar tried to kill you for going on a rampage, I was the one who stopped him. Moroccan, do you not remember me? Whose name does this bastard dare to abuse? From the looks of it, he looks like an old demon, but there's no way Timar would get along with you. Also, since it was a heavy rush, it looks like you picked up some stuff from somewhere? What happened that day was... Are you trying to say that it was Timar, not you? Aside from the fact that you don't recognize me, you remember that day's fight as Timar's responsibility. I can't even imagine how unfair it would be to my dead friend if he found out about this. Jean recalled the conversation between Orgel and Moroccan at the old Auterium. If the truth about the fight between Timar and Moroccan remains here, and if what Orgel said that day is true, can this guy handle that? Jean was more worried about this than the unidentified guardians that K-Tam had drawn in subspace. What are you thinking, kid? That doesn't look like an expression of emotion upon seeing Moroccan-sama's residence. I was wondering, what if something happens where I have to hit you again? It's a situation where you have to face something from the past and lose your temper. Is that because I just got a headache? By the way, I can't handle it if you make a fuss. That won't happen, don't worry, kid. Let's take a quick look, and it looks like this is a mountain range extending to the southernmost part of Middle. It's just in the middle of a mountain, but you recognized it? Then wouldn't you know that it's my house? When I first looked at the picture from the outside, I recognized part of the mountain range as soon as it was visible. This was an area I particularly liked. There were a lot of idiot dragons who thought it wasn't my area and passed by without thinking. Felt good to beat those guys. I miss you so much. For a while Moroccan was very excited and talked about the memories of those days. It was mainly a story about the time spent in the mountains, but the most important thing about Runkendal didn't seem to come to mind. Is it that good? Then. But it's even better now that I have strawberry pie and you. I can't forget this time and have no desire to go back, so don't be upset, contractor. Oh my, I'm so thankful that I don't know what to do. Anyway, I don't know where to go now. Does Timar's tomb exist separately? You said Mr. K-Tam recorded events from 1,000 years ago. In my opinion, this entire space is a tomb. It seems like the entire Middle Kingdom from 1,000 years ago was captured on canvas. Since it's the southernmost part, let's go towards the border. We want to make sure that there are descriptions beyond the border as well. Meow! Shuri escaped from the red prison. As I ran down the mountain, I immediately came across a border area with a strange landscape. There was a white background with only a border and nothing beyond it. K.Tam didn't draw that part at all. The security forces that were supposed to be guarding the border were nowhere to be seen. So there's nothing. It's obvious where we need to go, kid. It's a storm. Is there anywhere else but there? Then all the guardians will be gathered there. What kind of people would there be as guardians? Mr. K.Tam drew the kingdom of Mytel, so I think it's probably about the teenage knights. Let's fly and go fast. Can't we take the Shuri and look around a little more slowly? Black Dragon sometimes wants to be immersed in memories. You don't know you're a kid. Yes. Then let's take a look around. Although time was money, I couldn't refuse after seeing Murakan happy. If Jindo himself grew old one day and had the opportunity to look back on memories from his youth, he would not pass it up. Of course, Murakan is not very old by dragon standards. And why? Shuri started running refreshingly along the mountain range. The wild animals that were occasionally seen looked at them curiously. After running for a while, Shuri was jumping over mountain peaks, and when she reached the low peak she could see the city and village below. Not yet. I couldn't figure out which part of the painting was damaged. The mountain range was filled with only the fresh scent of memories, and there was no polluted scenery to be found. The weather was clear and cool, which made Jean feel better as well. Let's go down to that village. People might remember me. Okay then. But wouldn't I be scared if you suddenly came? He said he usually did that when he saw you in those days. This time Murakan transformed and carried Jean and Shuri on his back. As I started descending, I quickly reached the village. That's what dragons, demons, and strong humans with crooked postures do. Ordinary humans in the kingdom of Middle who have seen me in person are not like that. Rather, they welcomed and worshipped it. Sometimes I would solve people's problems just to kill time. Catch the monsters, drill a well, and beat up the vicious officials. Something like that. Everyone loved me so much. Did you have that side to you? Would it be me who would always catch, beat, and kill someone? A black dragon that is generous to small creatures is Murakan. Looking back, it seemed like that. Murakan was usually afraid of humans with crooked posture, as well as beings such as dragons and demons, typically when he first met Casimir, but he had many friendly moments towards ordinary and weak people. He also plays well with children. In other words, the only people Murakan quarreled with and threatened without any particular reason were those who were classified as enemies or warriors by his standards. Humans. This body has arrived. Although it was not real and was only a picture, Murakan screamed as if he was dealing with real villagers from that time. And as soon as people walking down the street saw Murakan, their faces went blank and they started screaming. Aya! Everyone run away! Escape? How to run away? Didn't you hear about Laurent? With just one breath the entire area disappears. At that sight Murakan stopped trying to land on the ground but stopped in the air as if frozen. The big amber eyes were constantly blinking. Damn you, monster! Why do you keep doing this for no reason? Are you gonna play with us like bugs and then kill us like the people of Laurent? Laurent was the name of another city nearby. Shut up. I'm sorry, Murakan. That guy seems crazy. Please at least save the children. I pray like this. The village quickly became a shambles. The people gathered in front of Murakan were each begging, swearing, and screaming. Their screams were so vivid that it was impossible to believe they were just paintings. What? What does this mean? Who are you mistaking me for? When did I kill you? It was just 2 days ago that you annihilated Laurent. Are you saying you've already forgotten that? Is it because massacres happen every day that you don't even remember? Shut up. Why do you keep provoking Murakan? Shouldn't we at least save the children? Have you ever prayed so hard that your children were saved? That guy is the devil. It's something that shouldn't exist in this world. The sensation of Murakan's heart beating frantically spread across the scales of his back. Jean also recognized the fact that the spiritual energy he contained was unstable and tangled. It was a precursor to a runaway. Maya. Shuri licked Murakan's back as if she was worried. I have never done anything like that. Since I was born, I don't remember ever once killing helpless humans for no reason. What is that reaction? Did you suddenly feel guilty? Just because you don't remember it doesn't mean it never happened. The young man who kept swearing at Murakan spoke in a calm voice. Jean was wondering whether he should hit Murakan. But fortunately, soon Murakan showed himself regaining his senses by controlling his tangled spiritual energy. He got over his shock and let out a deep sigh. There seems to be some misunderstanding. First of all, I have no intention of harming you. And whether you believe it or not, the things you just said I didn't do. So tell me in detail. It seems that there is another me here, so I will definitely find it and take revenge on this body. Are you serious? Okay. This body has no history of ever speaking twice. And what was Runkendal doing while that bastard imitating me was causing such trouble? What are Timar and the Teenage Knights doing? When Timar's name was mentioned, people's eyes widened. Timar has been mortally wounded by Murakan and is fleeing. Do you really not remember, or are you playing with us? If not, are you really a different Murakan? What? Oh my head, what does that mean? And you just asked me if I was another Murakan. From now on, the guy who massacred civilians and sent them to Timar's bed should be called a fake Murakan. That bastard only chose to do things he didn't like. Okay then. Murakan, who is in front of me right now, has no intention of annihilating me. Oh, that's right. He is fake and I am real. That bastard is just a picture drawn by Mr. K. Tam. No, this is the content. Anyway, the trash that is tarnishing my name is fake, so stop saying things like begging for my life. I feel like a bad guy. I will vouch for this friend's story. Jean said, jumping off Murakan's back. The people who had not known until then that Jean and Shuri were riding on Murakan's back looked at him in shock once again. Jean was wearing a Sagaju coat embroidered with 10 black swords. Whether it was 1,000 years ago or now, Runkendal's clothing has not changed much, so people thought of Jean as a knight of Runkendal. Are you a knight of Lu Runkendal? Yes, I was on my way back to Storm Castle after carrying out an external mission with Murakan for a long time. So please keep speaking in peace. What happened to the head of the family? So to Mr. Murakan. False. Sorry. So you were attacked by a fake Murakan. We don't know the details, but we heard there was a big fight in the Black Sea. Thanks to the quick help provided by the Teenage Knights, he was able to return alive. But there were more than one person who saw Timar injured. According to the villagers' explanation, the Teenage Knights seemed to have chased the fake Murakan for a while after rescuing Timar. The chase continued from the Black Sea to Middle, and in the process the Teenage Knights suffered major and minor injuries. The false Murakan stopped attacking only after they barely reached Middle. The general consensus is that it was probably because it was burdensome to fight head-on against the rest of the Teenage Knights waiting in Middle and all of Runkendal's might. However, the fakes did not just engage in all-out war, but have continued to attack various parts of the Huffister Alliance, including the Middle Kingdom. Are you trying to stop me and kill me? Yes. There may be a reason why we were unable to accurately determine Timar's location. They must have kept in mind that Timar would recover with numerous sacred items and come back. That's all we know. I see. Thank you for talking to me. I guess I'll have to go to Storm Castle now. As Jean climbed onto Murakan's back again, the villagers exchanged glances and sighed in relief. It's hard to believe that he survived even after seeing Murakan. The kid and I will definitely put an end to that damn fake guy, so everyone stay safe. My. Why? Shuri also raised her front paw and showed her fighting spirit. Thank you. There is no way Murakan, the guardian dragon of Runkendal, would do something like that. This is the real Murakan. Please punish him. The group left the village with the people's earnest support. It is cancelled if you go slowly looking around. Going full speed right now. I guess one of the guardians drawn by Mr. Katam was me back then, and the guy who polluted the picture made me crazy, right? Probably so. Oh, I feel uncomfortable. I'm getting angry. Even if it's just a picture, a guy who looks like me uses my name and uses the same powers as me is doing this. I will find both the fake guy and the guy who polluted the painting and tear them all up. As Murakan crossed the sky swearing, Jean recalled the record he had seen in the second tomb. There really is a tower. That means the matriarch is inside it. Ah, Murakan, is this really the only way? I'm honestly not confident. Timar has become weak. I can handle it all by myself. The reason I called you was just... That's not to say that I don't know if this is the right thing to do. Isn't it too harsh to say that we have to kill the head of the family with our own hands? For the family and for us. Don't hesitate when you come here, Paidler. Do you think I would want to kill him? No words can express this miserable feeling. It's painful for me too. The conversation between Murakan and Paidler in that record. According to the records, there really was a tower on the Black Sea. And there was Timar, who seemed to have fallen into a demonic fire. And just as Murakan was about to finish Timar with Lord Padler, Sarah Orgel appeared. Orgel said there was a way to save Timar and made a suggestion. Because the records were cut off, it was not possible to see what the proposal was. It is true that Murakan and Timar fought in a tower on the Black Sea. Although it was close to unilaterally suppressing the weakened Timar. Are the things that are happening in the picture now due to pollution related to that time? Whatever happened from 1,000 years ago that Katam left behind, we will only be able to properly understand it once the contamination is resolved. Murakan. Why? But if we go to Storm Castle like this, won't we be attacked? You and the fake look the same. I think the people in Storm Castle right now are bound to misunderstand. But you can't go leisurely. Anyway, for now you have to be at least a teenage knight for the attack to work, so ignore everything else and keep going. For the conversation we can go to Storm Castle and explain it step by step. It would be nice if misunderstandings could be easily resolved with words like that. First, let's set up a few situations. Because we have to explain our existence. After flying for 2 hours, Mount Murakan began to come into view. And while on the way, Jean and his party saw them and saw that each territory was lighting beacons and firing signal flares. Naturally, all nearby cities, including Storm Castle, were ready for attack. I see an evacuation procession. It looks like an evacuation order has been issued, but does that mean you're going to fight while destroying the entire city? As soon as Jean finished speaking, swords and artillery fire flew in from somewhere on the ground. Approximately 3,000 knights were unfolding their swords. However, all those sword skills could not even inflict the slightest scratch on Murakan. Murakan immediately increased altitude towards Stormsing Castle. From then on, the sword skills of the common knights did not reach the party at all. There was virtually nothing ordinary knights alone could do to deal with a dragon as strong as Murakan. Wizards could perform chain magic in groups or fire long-distance magic, but knights had no choice but to fade unless they were fighting on the ground. However, the story is different for special strong players such as the teenage knights. Wedge dash. Suddenly a threatening blow struck from halfway up the mountain. There was no need to visually identify the owner of the sword that immediately cut off a chunk of Murakan's protective shield. You're a teenage knight. Yes, they are the only ones who can penetrate my shield like this. What kind of guy is this? Everyone must be a happy face. One after another, sword energy was leaving flashes in the sky. Murakan quickly changed direction, avoiding some and blocking others by overlapping his shield. Murakan, you are spreading your magic all the way to Storm Castle. Yes, I was already anxious to somehow find you and take revenge on the matriarch. Come down, I'll kill you. Ah, this voice. I think I might remember who it is. It was Jin's voice that I heard for the first time. So far there are a total of 6 teenage knights that Jean has confirmed through records and reality. Sildare, Diana, Sarah, Paidler, Lokia, Vale. The teenage knight who was currently so angry that he was shooting sword energy with the intention of tearing the sky apart was one of the remaining 4. I have to go down and just look at his face. The mood is quite scary. Are you okay? Do you think this Murakan will be okay? It's a joke, right? Yeah, it's a joke. Murakan suddenly descended in the direction from which the sword energy flew. In that brief moment, dozens of rays of sword energy flew in, and some even grazed Murakan's body but did not hit him at all. Yuzuzu, that is. The trees were crushed by Murakan's wings and body, revealing the appearance of the teenage knight. He was a man who used a chainsword and had long hair and a handsome scar on his face. Are you ignoring me? It comes down to the ground on its own. Ah, Drainax, it's you. Murakan immediately remembered him. Drainax Runkendal was the head of the Kamal family, which was renowned as the ruler of southern Huffister 1,000 years ago. Like most other teenage knights, he changed his last name to follow Timar. Don't call my name with that dirty mouth because it will make you vomit in disgust. Hey, how did I forget about you? He was a guy I got along with really well. What kind of bullshit are you talking about? You like me are someone who finds it easy and convenient to solve problems with fists, right? So it would be better to have a conversation with someone other than you. I'll be at Storm Castle, so I'll see you later. What? Stand there. You bastard, stand still. Murakan blocked and dodged Drainax's sword energy and increased his altitude again. No matter how great the teenage knight was, it was impossible to catch Murakan, who was running away. This was because it was impossible to interfere with flight by emitting energy like ordinary dragons. For your information, I'm a fake kid. I am the real Murakan, and the guy who made Timar like that is a fake. Maybe when you come to Storm Castle again, someone will explain. Ka-ia. I'll kill you. Don't come here, come here. Kill. Drainax's angry cries were quickly receding. Drainax could not overcome his anger and fired his sword energy at the rear of the group. Wouldn't it have been better to just explain it calmly? I think it actually stimulated me more. It's because you don't know that idiot. He is the type of person who will never listen to me unless a colleague who is perceived to be smarter than him explains it to me. So you're saying you weren't that kind of colleague? As you know, not only is this body amazing, but it also has an amazing mind, but that guy doesn't know that. It's so reckless, it's so reckless. Soon Murakan reached the entrance of the Storm Castle. Their 2 teenage knights and selected elite knights were waiting for the group with their backs to the castle wall. Murakan, it looks like they went to Storm Castle today to make a settlement. Pains me to see your depravity. Now we will wash away those ugly sins through death, so I hope you feel even a little bit of remorse before they disappear. For a moment, I didn't come to fight. I'm here to reveal the truth. There was someone waiting for me who I could communicate with. Hey Fry. So you were Fry Runkendal, right? It wasn't me who hit Timar, it was the real Mura. Oh, it's happening again. He's fake and I'm real. I'll explain in detail, so put down your knife. You are mocking us to the end. Even hell cannot contain all your sins. Well, I won't be able to wish you good luck like I did when we were colleagues. Instead, I'll curse you. Everyone, attack. No, just listen to the story for a moment. Murakan shouted urgently, but the knights fired their swords without hesitation even for a moment. It was a sword attack fired simultaneously by 2 teenage knights and 500 elite knights. Murakan evaded the attack by twisting his body around in the air. I'm going crazy, Fry. You weren't this kind of person. Of all the teenage knights, you are the most kind and rational one. Why would the merciful Virgin of Hamelin do this? The merciful Saint of Hamelin. Even before Fry became a member of Runkendal, the people of 1,000 years ago called her that. Although she was born with great power, she never wielded that power carelessly, and always lived as a seeker who was concerned about alleviating the suffering of the world. When you harmed the head of the family, you didn't just harm the family. Because of you, this entire world has become dangerous. Now Jeep will control history as it wishes, and if we do not stop it with our insufficient power, without the head of the family, the world will turn into a terrible place. So that's not what I did. Oh yes, you were also there with the Violo. Can you at least listen to me? Huh? Shouldn't you have kept the witch's cat hanging on Murakan's back and talked about it? Yes, now I understand. Why did you suddenly become so drunk on evil that you harmed the head of the family, betrayed the family, and killed so many people? In the end, you, like Lokia, became attached to a witch. Violo shouted, pointing his sword at Shuri. Violo was renowned as the best swordsman in the Empire, but was influenced by Timar, and changed his name to Runkendal, and became a teenage knight. And why? What on earth did the witch promise to do such a thing? They say it prevents the disappearance of Sodaret. In that case, not only you but the Sodaret may have betrayed us as well. Yes, that would be correct. In the first place, a guardian dragon can never harm a contractor to the point of death. And why? Shuri shook her head and shouted as if she was aggrieved. Shuri was saying in the language of the red jade cat, that she had been abandoned by her former owner. Ah, Shuri should have left it in the red prison as well. I forgot that Shuri was the red jade tomb of Halurim. Jean touched his forehead and held out the red jade to Shuri. You didn't do anything wrong, so go in and wait, Shuri. Once the unfair situation is resolved, I will tell you well. Mayan. I told you to hide it, but you actually put the witch's red jade grave in it. You don't even know how funny they think of us that they are playing pranks like this, Mirakan. Sci-Fi. The sword energy surged in like a tidal wave and was constantly pounding on the protective shield. In particular, Fry and Violo rode the night's sword wind and flew close to Mirakan, swinging their halberds and long swords. What is a man wearing family clothes? Are you the witch's puppet who will kill us all and use us as the head of the family? The spiritual energy curtain was repeatedly torn and restored, and Mirakan kept swearing in frustration. Please, you bastards. I can't deal with you properly. So stop. Mirakan was shouting almost pleadingly. The 10 knights and knights were all just pictures, but they were guardians whose personalities resembled those of Sildurai and Sarah in the tombs of the past. So Mirakan did not want to harm them. This is not a situation like the one in Siltharay where a test as a 1,000-year contractor is needed. Look at me calmly. If I were that fake guy, would I just dodge or block without counterattacking? It would have already turned the entire area into a wasteland. Most of the knights would have died as soon as they saw me. At those words, the teenage knight's eyes wavered for the first time. However, the attack continued, and although it was only for a moment, a gap was visible, perhaps because my mind was shaken. The teenage knights immediately recognized the fact and quickly took a defensive stance. Of course, Jean and Mirakan did not exploit the loophole. The reason why Fry and Violo showed their weaknesses so easily was not because their skills were lacking. It was because he trusted Mirakan that much. Before the fake Mirakan betrayed him, Mirakan was the being that the teenage knights relied on the most. I was late to say hello because the situation was chaotic. Teenage drivers. I am not a puppet of the witch Halurim, but I am Bamel. Would you please look at my sword? Jean deliberately hid the name Runkendal. As expected, it would be better for me and Mirakan to pretend that it was Sodaret's arrangement. Of all the situations I set up with Mirakan on the way, I thought that would be the best. In fact, this is a world in a painting, and you are the guardians living in the world drawn by Katam. We have come to fix the contaminated painting and look into the history of 1,000 years ago. Rather than explaining it that way, it seemed to make more sense to say, the person sent by Sodaret. In some ways, it's not entirely wrong. That's Bradamanti? Yes, this is Bradamanti, the brother sword of Barasada. You might be asking if this was even part of a ruse. Take a look for yourself. I'm sure you know very well that no one can imitate Pecan's products. Jean released Bradamanti from his belt and threw it at the teenage knights. When I snatched the sword and examined it, there was no doubt that it was genuine. Bradamanti took Pecan Minche, saying he couldn't leave it unfinished. Surely you didn't bring it here to harm him. Of course. Please calm down and take some time, and I will explain calmly. We will also clear up any misunderstandings about Red Jade Shrine. Shuri. Mirakan first descend and settle down on the ground. It must be tiring for you two to maintain flight status with sword winds. The teenage knights thought for a moment, but then raised their hands to stop the knight's attack. Okay, let's listen. If you were planning on harming us, you wouldn't have missed the moment when we both showed our weaknesses at the same time. It seems like he has the ability to do that. The teenage knights, the transcendent strong men, with only one step left to reach Changxiang, immediately recognized Jin's skills. Thank you. Oh, thank you, you idiots. Now that the little guy is talking, I'm finally listening. I was very worried whether I should subdue him by hitting him in a painful way. The group and the teenage knights all came down to the ground. Where did you get those clothes? It's similar to our clothing, but a little different. The clothes. Aya! These damn bastards will not be able to destroy the Storm Castle as long as Draenax is here. Whoops dash. Before the voice, Draenax's strike fell behind Jean and Mirakan. Mirakan looked back and struck Draenax's sword with his tail. Ah, this bastard again. Oh, it hurts so bad. Just try swinging the follow-up blow. No matter how much you do, your chin can be shattered, Draenax. Stop Drainax! Stop Drainax! 3 people stopped Drainax at the same time. Drainax stopped swinging his sword again and tilted his head. Huh? Fry, what is this situation? You were clearly fighting in the air just a moment ago. Didn't they somehow drop Muraken and drag him into a ground battle? That's not it. What this guy named Bamel and Muraken are saying is unusual, so I'd like to talk about it. You stay quiet, Violo. I asked Fry, right? Whoa, okay. Listen to Fry. I tried to tell a story. I guess what this young man and Muraken are saying is unusual. Oh, I see. I get it. If Fry is like that, then it must be like that. No, I and Fry said the same thing. I told you to be quiet, Violo. Do you want to get hit? So what don't you like? At that time there were only 4 people in the world who could control Drainax. Timar, Fry, Butler, Leet, and the Black Dragon Misha. Frey, this guy told me a little while ago that he wasn't a fake. Did he say he was real? Anyway, he said something strange. Is that what it's about? Yes. The teenage knights stared at Jean and Muraken for a while. I am the one Soderette left behind for days like this. And everything we said just now is true. The Muraken who attacked Timar was fake, and the Muraken here is the real one. Jean said, floating his spiritual energy in his palm. And he unbuttoned his shirt to show his bright heart. You may have heard stories about La Perosa from Timar. I spent my time there receiving training from the Ming dynasty, and one day a Soderette suddenly came to La Perosa bringing with him an unconscious Muraken. Soderette said the enemy cloned Muraken. Jean continued his story while observing the mood of the teenage knights. Not even Soderette knew how Muraken was cloned. However, it is certain that the real Muraken here was attacked by a fake without anyone knowing, and the fake has been mixing with Runkendal since then, pretending it's real. So as soon as the opportunity arose, the fake stabbed Timar? That's what I heard from Soderette. I don't know any more details than this. I am merely a person prepared for Soderette's arrangements, and Muraken was unconscious until he left La Perosa with me. Yes, I lost some of my memory because of what happened to that fake guy. I've got most of my strength back, but I'm having a bit of a problem with my head. Huh? Is that why you looked at me and spoke as if it had been a long time since you last saw me? How could I have forgotten you? You definitely told me that. That's right, Drainax. But we have never heard anything about you from the matriarch Bamel. Besides, if Soderette knew that Muraken was fake, why didn't he tell Gaju or us? They probably didn't have enough time to save the dying Muraken. I don't know the exact reason, because I was just training at La Perosa when I received the order. And Soderette has kept my existence a secret until now. I think Soderette sees me as some kind of, secret weapon. Secret weapon? Yes, secret weapon. Now is the time to utilize this little guy, so Soderette has sent support. As you probably noticed right away, this guy is incredibly strong. This is a story that is difficult to understand, Bamel. Yes, I think so too. But I think what matters is actions, not words. And what I will show the Lord through my actions is to punish the fake Muraken who harmed Timar. Jean made eye contact with the teenage knights and continued talking like this. So please allow me and Muraken to fight together. You won't be disappointed. The teenage knights looked at Jean and Muraken in turn. Muraken transformed into a human and emphasized that he had no intention of fighting. Okay. After taking a quick look, it seems like your hands are lacking. Timar is injured and is running away, but where are the others? Why are there just the 3 of you? The others? The moment Drainax was about to respond, Fry raised his hand and stopped him. They are all on external missions. I'll be back soon. Muraken believed Frey's words straight away, but Jean immediately realized that they were lies. You probably don't trust us yet, so you want to hide our power situation. However, it is highly likely that the number of people who have come out now is the current maximum strength of the Storm Castle. We didn't prepare an ambush or surprise attack. They took a fighting stance, assuming that the fake Muraken had launched an all-out war. Of course, if there were more teenage knights and troops, they would all have been deployed. I see. I haven't heard back yet. How do you explain the clothes and the witch's red tomb? Bamel. The clothes are items made by the royal family of La Perosa for Timar in the past. He said he had knitted it for him to wear when he went out after training, but he had forgotten. So I wore it when I came out this time. The name of the red jade tomb is Shuri, and it was abandoned by Hilurim and reaped by Sodaret. Similarly, you were in La Perosa? That's right. He is a pitiful child, as he was cursed with immortality by a witch before he was abandoned. Fry remained silent for a while, making eye contact with Jean. It was not easy to judge whether his words were true or not. To summarize, you are a secret weapon prepared by Sodaret. Murakan here was once attacked by a fake, received treatment and has memory problems, and came back to fight for his family. This is it. Yes, Lord Fry. Fry was lost in thought for a moment. If what they say is true, unexpected reinforcements have arrived. There would be hope in punishing the fake Murakan. But if even just in the unlikely event it was a witch's plan. Just as Fry was thinking about that, Jean released Sigmund and held it out to them. If Murakan and I were enemies, there would be no reason to do something like this. Even if I were a witch, I don't think they would send someone like me or Murakan just to act as a spy. If we team up with the fake Murakan and attack here together, it will be inevitable that Stormcastle will fall. For now, I can't think of any other way to express my trust, so I'm handing over the remaining swords. I don't think he's a person who will become weak just because he doesn't have a sword. You can tie me up. Even if you were to trap him with an ancient iron, he wouldn't be someone you could subdue. Then what are we going to do, Fry? Please consider my position too. As soon as I recovered from being attacked by the fake guy, I ran straight to the family. But Timar said he was running away because he was attacked by a fake and you attacked me. How do you think I feel? Mr. A. Murakan, calm down. Oh, you look serious. No, how can I explain it in words? Where is that fake bastard? Please tell me, even if you have a rough idea of where it is. If me and the kid go and get that guy's head, you'll have no choice but to believe it too. Just the two of us is enough, so let me know quickly. It wasn't just acting. Murakan sounded really angry. Even if it was a situation in a picture, it felt like vivid reality to him. If you find out that I really am Murakan, why will you feel sorry later? What are you going to do if you don't tell me right away? If you don't want to tell me that, just go find it with the kid. Let's go, kid. I thought it would be better to match the rhythm. When Jean shrugged and asked for the sword back, Fry eventually shook his head. Okay, I'll believe it. I really want to believe that the Murakan who is currently committing betrayal and massacre is a fake. I doubted 1,000 times whether that devil was really the black dragon we knew. Are you okay, Fry? Fry says he believes it, so why are you throwing a tantrum? Violo, do you think you're smarter than Frere? Drainax, I was just asking, but you've been making a fuss since a while ago. What don't you like? Will we have a game after a long time? Both of you stop, because we have chosen to believe these are our friends who have now returned and those whom the Lord God has arranged for us. It's especially troubling if Drainax keeps showing such shortcomings. Yes, sorry. Fry returned the swords to Jean. Barmal, you seem like a wise person, so I think you will understand our suspicions. For us, accepting you and Murakan would be a gamble. Honestly, I would like to spend more time verifying it, but the situation is not that good. Of course I understand, Lord Fry. You won't fully believe it until you experience it with me. But if you fight together, you will know. I am a person who is willing to sacrifice my life for Runkendal at any time. How can that be? You say you trained at La Perosa with the help of Sodaret, but in fact you don't seem to have any contact with the family. It was decided that way from birth. Yes, the kid has been training only to fight for Runkendal since the time he had an ego. It's like I had a crush on you without my family knowing. Then there was another cruel side to Sodaret. For the sake of Runkendal, a person was made to live a desolate life from the moment he was born. Murakan was shocked and did not respond. Jean noticed that they didn't always have a positive perception of Sodarets. Everyone wants to be the head of the family. Damn it! Sodaret, you traitorous bastard. Is this what you meant by keeping your promises? Come out and show yourself, you damn. Lord Sildaray, if even the Lord is like this, what are the other family members to do? Please pin it. The guardian spirit didn't make the head of the family like this, right? Please lower your voice, Lord Sildari. Who else but Sodaret made the matriarch like this? Where on earth was that incompetent god, and what was he doing when the head of the family was attacked? Sildari's scream in the recorded video of the first tomb came to mind. The image of Timar lying in a hospital bed, emaciated and unconscious. At that time Diana scolded Silthare and told him to follow the matriarch's last command. You might hate Sodaret because you thought Timar was wronged by me. But what did Violo say earlier? You asked me if the witch had decided to prevent the disappearance of Sodaret. It seems like there is a big problem with Murakan's memory. He has even forgotten the disappearance of the god he worships. Sodaret was already slowly disappearing before signing a contract with the head of the family. Both we and Jeep knew this. Jin's eyes widened. Then it might have something to do with the loss of communication with Sodaret before I returned. However, since the history in the picture I am currently viewing is not complete, I cannot make a hasty judgment. However, it is clear that Sodaret has not completely disappeared even now. It is highly likely that you are in a situation where you have to hide for some reason. If it had been destroyed, not only my spirit but also Murakan and Misha would not have been able to maintain their form. Or maybe it has disappeared and all the remaining power is left to me and the black dragons. Either way, Jean guessed that Sodaret had used all of his remaining power for himself and Murakan Misha, including regression. You said that? Damn, I don't remember anything at all. Then does the witch have a way to prevent extinction? I don't know. But even if it were possible, it wouldn't be a normal method. They will ask for a lot of money in return. Of course, I have no intention of lending a hand to a witch. No matter what happens, I won't do something like that. It's just something that just came out, so don't doubt me or be like that. It was understandable nonsense to think that you were the real Murakan. Anyway, I'm glad you're back, Murakan. I've forgotten a lot of things, but I'm glad you still remember the mission given to you and our name. I told Drainax earlier, but I wonder how I forgot about you. As soon as I saw it, it came to mind so clearly. He, the Saintess of Hamelin, even had a crush on this body. You can say that right in front of the person involved, Murakan. That's an old story too. Is that shamelessness not cured even after losing my memory? That's right, it was like that. You could say it's phrased dark history. What's good about a guy like that? Then why do you say all the right things, Violo? How can Murakan be left behind with a wonderful man like me? I always share similar opinions with Fry and the head deacon, right? You just always pick something else. And you are closer to a beast than a man, Drainax. Where is Leet? Because the head deacon is serving the head of the family, we do not know the exact location of Murakan. You're not hiding it because you don't trust us yet, right? I really don't know. But even if I knew, I wouldn't have answered. If there is a situation where we are needed, the state of California will contact us first. Okay, anyway, it means that it's difficult to completely see us as family until we kill the fake guy. Can we go catch him right now? No, it would be better for you two to stay here and protect the Tempest Castle with us. Why? On the way, I heard from the villagers that this guy was invading all of Hewfester. Isn't it better to find and attack them first before more innocent people die? Fry hesitated for a moment, choosing an answer. Master Fry, I think there's something we need to protect here in Storm Castle. It's hard to hide anything from you, Bamel. You're right. There is one item in Storm Castle that the fake Murakan is targeting. That's why he's deliberately attacking all over Hewfester. They're trying to lure us in. May I ask what kind of object it is? You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Anyway, Murakan and I will stand by and wait for the fake Murakan to attack. Fry stared at Jean quietly and then answered. The sword of the Barasata family head. That is what the fake Murakan is targeting. Okay, Pharisee, what does the fake guy want to use it for? In the past, Sodaret told the head of the family that Barasata is not just a sword but also a key to somewhere. Barasata is the key? I've never heard of anything like that. Murakan tilted his head and said. It was also Jin's first time hearing this story. This is something we learned from the deacon only recently. I don't know exactly where the key goes, but I just heard that it should never fall into the hands of a fake Murakan or a witch. There is a huge danger coming to the world. Jean and Murakan have already experienced a sword being used as a key through Shakan of the Veil. Then does this mean that Barasada is also the key to opening the tomb of another Timar? But for some reason I have a feeling it might be something else. If it was related to the tomb in the first place, Pekan should have known about it. It was Pekan Minche who gave Jean information about Timar's first tomb. He was the messenger who heard the story about the tomb directly from Sadaret. Therefore, there is no reason for Sadaret to omit the information about Barasada while choosing Pekan as the bearer of the first tomb. Pekan was even the creator of Barasada. There are two assumptions that come to mind. First, Pekan knew about Barasada's secret but forgot it due to history manipulation. The second is when Sadaret added a special device or granted abilities to Barasada without even Pekan's knowledge. Either way, it was clear that Barasada's secret had not caused any problems in the world to date. The real Barasada is currently owned by Soren Runkendal. Moreover, in the 1,000-year history of Runkendal after Timar's death, Barasada has never left the family and been used in someone else's hands. Of course, the fact that Barasada is the key may also be a setting created as part of contamination. I couldn't be sure of anything before I faced the truth of the picture. Perhaps my father went on the Black Sea expedition because he knew the secret of Barasada. Suddenly I wanted to see Soren and the Luna expedition. When I saw my father in my world, he still looked strong. As my father said at the time, if I do my job, there will be a day when we can meet again. I felt strange again. I never thought that the day would come when I would miss my father. I missed him and Luna now more than ever. It's a huge, unidentified danger. There's going to be a lot of chaos here and there. Yes, there is no way Leet was talking nonsense, so I must keep it. Over there? Where else is the problem? There was a bit of a commotion in La Perosa as well. It's not as serious as here, so you don't have to worry about it. Murakan shook his head, calling reality La Perosa. Fry blinked as if something was strange but didn't ask any more questions. Do you have any idea when that fake Murakan guy will attack? I don't know. However, they are constantly attacking other regions to provoke and lure us, so we will not be hasty in starting an all-out war. That's why I was even more surprised today. I have never hit a storm castle myself before. That's why Drainax asked me if I was spreading my magic all the way to Storm Castle. Yes, Murakan. He doesn't have the confidence to confront us head-on. So by tormenting the powerless, they are trying to somehow get at least one of us to go somewhere else. Until now I thought it was because I got hurt while fighting with the head of the family, but now I see that it was because he was a fake. Now that Frey's judgment had failed, Drainax now completely believed in Jean and Murakan's words. Then, if it were really like this, would you three have been scared? We are already breaking through head-on with ease. Haha, Murakan. Those words are a little hurtful. This bastard looks at us funny. Isn't that right, Violo? I agree. We are teenage knights. We are teenage knights. Don't you know what the Murakan teen knights are? Honestly, isn't it true that this body is incredibly strong? Of course, it is not easy for me to defeat the three of you and all the elite knights at once. Still, if you know that Barasada is in Storm Castle, it would be easy to charge in and destroy them all, then just grab your sword and run away. You admit this, right? I have no choice but to admit it, which makes me even more angry. Right, Violo? I'm getting angry that you keep saying the right things, Drainax. Now look, Fry. I heard Violo and I get along so well. Fighting and stuff like that are all just a joke. Okay then. Murakan is strong. Murakan and Drainax. Violo burst out laughing while Jean and Fry sighed inwardly. Jean was embarrassed by Murakan and Fry was embarrassed by both of them. Have you eaten? Yes, I just picked it up on the way home. But since you've wasted so much effort, let's prepare some food. You probably won't have much to do while waiting anyway. I will also prepare reports related to the fake Murakan, so please take your time and look through them while you eat. I understand, Lord Fry. I feel very reassured after accepting you and Murakan. Murakan, I would like to have a welcome ceremony for you and Bamel when you come back. As you can see, that's not the case. I hope you don't feel disappointed. Do you think I am that kind of person? Instead, we will hold a large welcoming ceremony when everyone returns. When the head of the family and the other colleagues all gather at Storm Castle again. Murakan couldn't hide his bitter feelings and smiled awkwardly. What Fry was talking about was a landscape that can never be seen again either in the world of paintings or in reality. Frere seemed to read something in Murakan's expression this time, but did not add anything. Jean quietly patted Murakan on the back while she and the teenage knights looked elsewhere. The Storm Sing restaurant was a scene not much different from the present. Rather, the old and repaired parts were as clean as new, and even the weather was sunny unlike the usual storm. The sunlight shining through the window was beautiful. While we were looking at the report, dishes were brought out one by one. The fact that the Murakan with Jean was the real Murakan was spread throughout Storm Castle, and the servants cried and greeted Murakan with joy. We thought Murakan had really become a devil. And you don't know how much we resented him. My son was also killed by a bastard in Loran not long ago. Please take revenge. I am so happy that you are back, Murakan. We prepared it with foods that you usually enjoy. In addition to meat, various pies were constantly being served. Whether it was 1,000 years ago or now, your appetite is truly honest. But back then there was no one who made strawberry pie as perfectly as strawberry pie. I really want to see strawberry pie. You must be so lonely and lonely without me. How much you miss me. So, it's terrible, it's terrible. Somehow when I came back from being Misha's assistant manager, I decided to go with strawberries. It seems like Gilly Taryong has gotten much worse. Humph, isn't it obvious? 3 years is a short time for a dragon, but not for Gilly. How would a brat like you know what it feels like to give affection to a being with a limited lifespan? It meant that I had to be quiet in front of other people because I had chicken skin. Are you and I strangers? Let's not talk. Eat some pie. Drink some water. Well, it's not as good as strawberry pie, but it still tastes like memories. I was famous for my love of pies, so there were people who dared to open a pie shop in my name. Of course, since they were common citizens, no sanctions were imposed on them. I once secretly ate it and transformed into a black dragon to surprise it. As soon as Jean was full, he focused on the report. Even if you only look at the content a little, you can see how hard Pampangsiang has had to monitor the trends of fake Murakan. How many cities and villages have we destroyed in the past month alone? How many knights died during the chase? Soon Jean recognized that there was a pattern in the fake Murakan's behavior. All the reports about the time when fakes were raiding the entire Huffister came from outside. On the other hand, middle reports are all written directly by knights of the Storm Castle. Recently, massacres have been committed only in the Middle Kingdom. The fakes were attacking middlemen at intervals of 2 to 3 days. Have you looked into it? Yes, the fakes are only targeting middle these days, Lord Fry. And the Shulvier Tulankidia Loran raided over the past 10 days is not far from Storm Castle by the standards of all fakes. It feels as if a storm is sweeping over middle from the outskirts and constricting it. We were recognizing that too. If this is the case, his next hunting ground will probably be Ruga and then Mito. Rugadu was a nearby city and Mito was a village at the bottom of the mountain that Jean and Murakan first visited. So we have issued evacuation orders to Rugadu, Mito, and other nearby areas, and dispatched engineers to control them. If we finish off Rugadu and Mito and all other adjacent areas, the only places left for fakes to attack are Storm Castle and distant areas. What do you think, Bamel? Do you think the fake will finish those regions and then target distant regions again, or will they target Storm Castle? Jean was lost in thought for a moment. The Teen Knights are obviously incredibly strong, but Murakan's inaction described in the report is probably even more than that. Since it can devastate a city with a single breath, it would not be difficult to wage an all-out war against a Storm Castle with 3 teenage knights. I remembered what the villager said. I think he has decided that unless Timar comes back after recovering with the Holy Spirit of Numerous, he will definitely be able to take over the Storm Castle. So if we confirm that Timar does not come directly to rescue them, even though they are attacking the nearby area, I think we will advance to Storm Castle. Few the chances of the matriarch returning now are very slim. In that case, he will come soon. And that evening, The family's guardian knights, who should have returned after issuing an evacuation order to a nearby city, did not return to Storm Castle. A crazy storm started that night, as if the sunny weather that lasted until the afternoon was all a lie. And a black dragon was fiercely tearing through the black clouds and flying towards the Storm Castle. It was a fake Moroccan. Jean and Moroccan. The two people were the first to feel the presence of a fake. The police officer is coming. He's a fake guy. I was worried that he might visit other areas again, but fortunately he came to see me in person. The teenage knights also raised their senses and recognized the power of fakery. Gather all knights within the castle. It is the day of the decisive battle. I guess I'll have to kill him today and wash away the resentment of the head of the family. Bamel Moroccan, show me your skills. As soon as it appeared in the nearby sky, the storm became more intense and the night became darker. I thought it would be believable to say that some evil spirit, not a dragon, had descended to end this place. The teenage knights were busy moving and directing the knights. It's strong. It seems like what K.Tam drew was really you in your prime. Even though there is still a considerable distance between me and him, I can clearly feel its enormous power. Joy. Yes, it's fake. It's nothing more than a painting. The way you say that means it's as strong as you feel, right? Of course the real me was stronger than that, but that's right. He's a dangerous guy. You need to be nervous, kid. When I went outside, the knights were already deployed. Among them, even among the least powerful knights, none of them were frightened. Everyone is fighting with a resolute attitude, prepared to die. Jean and Moroccan climbed up to the gate. You know very well, but as long as he's in the air there's no answer. He swept through Rugadoo and Mito, so he must know of my and Moroccan's existence. It's a shooting range soon. Srung. Jean slowly pulled out Sigmund. The pale blade glistened calmly in the storm without a trace of moonlight. We need to bring this guy to the ground with me and the kid at the center. Freyner provides long-distance support and attacks with the knights when the ground battle begins. Drainax and Violo are in charge of close combat with us in the air. The teenage knights nodded. Bamel Moroccan. Please speak, Lord Fry. Why? I feel sorry that I was not able to welcome you all at first, but now that such a big fight is about to begin. Storm Singh now completely trusted Jean and Moroccan. Only people who were truly enraged by this situation and willing to die for Runkendal could spew such speculation out into the dark sky beyond like the two people just did. An intense fighting spirit that seems to overwhelm and tear apart anything. Nothing like that. I'm also glad I have you. Looking back now, I don't think we could have taken it on our own. I told you you wouldn't be disappointed. It is an honor to fight alongside you. We too. The moment Fry answered. Suddenly a black whirlpool appeared in the middle of the sky that Runkendal was looking at. The fake's exhaled breath flew in. Sigh! At the same time, Moroccan leaned back as much as possible and clenched his fists. His fists and legs were covered with black dragon scales, and as he took a step forward, one side of the castle wall collapsed. Ugh! Then the fist he thrust forward released huge and sharp spiritual energy like his breath. Two streams of spiritual energy collided in the air, distorting the space. Before the randomly scattered spiritual energy could be returned to each person, Moroccan transformed into his true form and surrounded the entire castle with a black barrier. Are you ready to receive the punishment for not only impersonating this body but also for harming Timar and killing countless people for no reason, you ephemeral being made of lies? At those words, the fake stopped in the air and stared at Moroccan. That guy is bigger than Moroccan. The huge bodies of the two black dragons seemed to fill the sky. Although they looked exactly the same at first glance, the body of the fake one was larger and gave off a more intimidating aura. What the Mito creatures said was true. I heard there is a being that looks just like me. I guess that power is quite worthy of consideration. Who made you? This guy still thinks he's real. Okay, there's no point in talking too much. If you just get it right, you'll feel like, oh, I'm fake, I'm trash, worse than a bug. Do you think that would be possible without Timar Runkendal? There is no one among you who can kill me. If you obediently hand over Barasada, I will spare your life. In particular, I think I will have something to use about you, the fake one, for a long time. Wedge dash. Just as he was about to finish speaking, he climbed over the castle wall and crossed the storm. The rain falling on him evaporated on his blue brain, leaving an afterimage. The fifth secret technique, the speed of light thrust, is the king. 7 rays of sword energy divided the black sky into equal parts and rushed towards the fake. The fake had already put up a shield, so 6 of them were blocked, but the last sword energy fired overlapping went into the gap and stabbed the fake in the chest. Spiritual energy poured out like blood from the hollow wound. However, the spirit continued to fall to the ground and then quickly returned to the fake. It's not just super regeneration. Is there no damage to the absolute amount of spiritual energy that makes up the fake? If I were in my prime, there would be no chance of winning even if the kid and I fought together. Is it true? That much? Are you saying you are close to your prime? Close and perfect are different. TSK. At that time, Murakanim couldn't be killed unless he was Changxiang. They can't kill you. No matter how many strong guys come, you can't kill them if they don't have Changxiang. As soon as I struck the first blow, I remembered what Murakan had said before entering the picture. As he said, Jean felt as if he had cut into the sea. No matter how huge a mark is left on the water, the sea quickly regains its original form. Jean thought of things he had that could effectively attack fakes. Eternal Fire Flame, Maingwang Rain Sword, and Annihilation Dark Sky Flame, Jade Demon Emperor Choi Zhonghyang's family's 5 will. Among them, I decided to save the Eternal Flower until the end and take it out when I can clearly target the heart. It was judged that the closest thing to the characteristics of Changxiang was eternalization. This is my first article. I didn't know that Timar was hiding someone like this. Even Timar won't know. Is that so? It appears to be in La Perosa, and it uses the power of the Emperor. You don't need to know anything about me, because we can't be together under the same sky. The fake snorted, unable to understand that those words were alluding to the world in the picture. That's when I wish it would be like that. I'm interested in you. There are a lot of things you need to find out by keeping you alive. Quad Duk Dash. Murakan clung to the fake and bit his neck. The fake also bit into Murakan's neck at the same time, and both were holding their breath in their mouths. Their breaths exploded, and for a moment the 2 dragons' heads were covered by the spiritual energy they exhaled. It looked as if the entire head and neck had exploded, but both suffered almost no damage. And Jean and the teenage knights rode the sword wind and surrounded the fake in an instant. Drainax and Violo's swords first tore through the layered curtain, and Jean entered through it and approached the bastard. The sword energy of the 9 swords of annihilation spread like wings and struck down both of the fake's wings. Next, the 7-sword Yongsal aimed at his chest, and Yu Songwu aimed at his back. In particular, the Tushinji Yongsal, as its name suggests, is a sword specialized for dragons. The blue sword, curved like a hook, was constantly digging out and cutting out the scales on the chest. I could see that the guy was in pain and was slow to block other attacks because he was focusing on killing the dragon. There is no damage, but it seems like it feels pain. Or recovery through Reiki reduction consumes mental power, or in any case the guy tries to avoid attacks as much as possible. I can pull you down to the ground. Even while the 2 dragons were tangled and spinning, Jean and the teenage knights accurately attacked only the fake. It was an area only available to the top-ranked superhumans. In the first place, if it weren't for them, they couldn't handle the breath and spiritual energy that the 2 black dragons constantly spewed out. On the storm castle side, Fry was ready to attack the fake. Next to Fry were large thick spears with points made of ancient iron, and she was holding one of them, carefully aiming the fake. Now is the time. 2-hack wedge dash. When Fry threw the spear with all his might, the bottom of the castle wall collapsed and a shock wave spread. The spear fired diagonally left a dazzling trace in the black sky and hit the fake's head exactly. Before he could even look towards Fry, she was already throwing a new spear. Every time the spear hit the guy, a heavy vibration rang out on the battlefield. Little by little, the altitude of fake Murakan was decreasing. It emitted black spikes from its entire body and pushed away Jean and the teenage knights who tried to get closer. However, the 3 people cut and broke the all with their swords and persistently stuck to various parts of the fake's body. He plunged the sword into his neck, tore off his wing membrane, and released aura and magical power into his abdomen. In the process, big and small wounds appeared on their bodies. It was intense from the beginning. It was Jean and his group who achieved what they wanted first. After a struggle, Murakan climbed onto the fake's back. Murakan sunk his teeth into the nape of the fake's neck and pounded its shoulders and wings without stopping with both forepaws. The two wings formed awls and stabbed the sides. Plop, plop, poop. The fake scales, flesh, bones, and organs were shattering and scattering spiritual energy. It was also being restored. Although it is causing pain, no fundamental damage is being done. Get away! Drainax swore and slammed his sword into the shoulder where Frey's spear had pierced. The spear broke, digging deeper into the fake wound, and Violo slashed the awl aimed at Drainax and Jean. Even if the fake was replicating Murakan in its prime, it seemed impossible to escape this state without transformation. Both the knights and Murakan continued to apply pressure by suppressing all of the awls emitted by the fake with their spiritual energy, so there was a limit to their physical structure to just escape. In the end, the fake momentarily turned into a human and settled down on a mountainside on the ground. Jean and Drainax Violo fell like lightning and struck with their swords. However, the next moment the three stopped moving at the same time and created a sword storm. He instinctively sensed danger and twisted his downward path. The fake smiled at that sight. Do you think something will happen if you bring me down to the ground? In particular, you fake guy was the most desperate. Maybe it's because he knows me well. I'm going crazy. Who is telling me it's fake? I can't come to my senses. I got hit less. Okay. Now that I think about it, you suffered more from someone else getting hurt than you did. Then I will destroy the storm castle first. Barasada is over there anyway. The fake said so and stretched out his hand towards the storm castle. Reiki is used like this, it's fake. And fake contractors. At that moment, the entire mountain range, including the summit of Mt. Murakan, where the Tempest Castle was located, was dyed black with spiritual energy. And the knights waiting at the storm castle suddenly saw the shadows beneath their feet distorting strangely. Almost all the shadows throughout the storm castle were distorted like that. The beings whose shadows had been twisted by the man's power became identical to the shadows. The first thing Jean and his group saw was the mountain range turning into dough. The mountain ridges stretching out in all directions around the center of the storm were collapsing. It was a phenomenon that occurred when the shadow of the mountain range moved according to the fake will. The destructive power is amazing, or the technology is amazing. It wasn't that kind of area. The Reiki liberation used by fake was literally a divine power. By controlling the shadow at will, it exerts a fatal influence on the target. Cool. Lord Fry. Aya. The knights of the storm castle were writhing and screaming. Fry was resisting the false power, but most of the other knights were encroached upon by their own shadows and felt terrible pain. Just think about it. Shadows rose like wildfire and were devouring the knights. In an instant, a river of blood and spiritual energy flowed through the castle, and Fry looked at them with trembling eyes. How on earth should I help you? How can I save the knights? Fry also felt his head pounding and his intestines twisting. Even she could only resist temporarily, and in the end, if the fake continued to use his power like this, she would meet the same end as the knights. Stop it! You bastard! Fry reached down with his spirit, which was up to his ankles, and found the throwing spear. However, the moment I grabbed the spear, my little finger, stained black with spiritual energy, was bent upside down and touched the back of my hand. Despite the pain of having her finger pulled out, she threw the spear regardless. The spear attacked the fake even more fiercely than before, but could not reach it. The spear stopped about 5 steps in front of the fake and disappeared into the swirling aura. As expected, the response came right away. I think about 500 people died. How about you fakes? Do you see how ridiculous you look in my eyes? Reiki liberation black chain. Murakan's spiritual energy released tore through the false curtain and shot out black chains. However, it dispersed like smoke and reappeared in the air, transforming into its true form and spreading its wings towards the storm castle. The distance increased too quickly. The group immediately followed, but the fake breath swept through the storm castle first. Pray! Murakan screamed without realizing it. I'm fine. Fortunately, Fry was using his halberd to cut the fake breath and unleashed his magic sword technique. Runkendal Demon Sword Secret Technique. Wrath of Hamelin Frey Runkendal. A bone-piercing cold suddenly descended on the battlefield as if the ice had been opened. For a moment the fake's body froze and Fry leapt and swung his halberd at its heart. With the sound of ice breaking, a huge wound was left on the fake's chest. Jean and his party did not miss the opportunity and targeted his rear once more. Phew! Jean and the teenage knight's swords and spears simultaneously pierced the fake's back and chest. All three felt the sensation of their heart being caught on the tip of a knife. Jean was unfolding eternal painting at that time. A definite moment that could pierce the heart came faster than expected. Jin's eternal flower Frey's demon sword Biggie, and the decisive battle between Drainax and Violo. All of them were hitting the fake heart at the same time. Ka-aza! For the first time the fake lost his posture completely and let out a scream. The party did not miss the opportunity and stabbed the heart once more, and Murakan also drove a black chain through the open wound. Murakan concentrated his spiritual energy on the black chain with the intention of ripping out his heart. The black chains tightly held the heart, but they were unable to pull it out and broke first. Jean and the teenage knights also fell to the ground due to the spiritual energy emitted by it. Spiritual energy was gathering into the fake open chest. Fry gasped and looked up at the man's tightly closed chest. He said, "There is no one among you who can kill me. The fake contractor looks like you used conversion strike, but that's a shame. That's not enough to pierce Murakan's heart. Just wipe out the fire in your chest and talk about such bullshit. Ah, this fire is creepy. Seems like it won't go out until I kill you, right? Then even if I wanted to save you, I couldn't." Jean did not respond but changed his sword to Bradamanti and unleashed a firestorm. It seemed that the Maingwang rain sword would also restrict the movements of the teenage knights. If the situation continues as before, the teenage knights will definitely suffer as well. If it were outside, it would have been better to buy time with the Emperor's rain sword and plan for the future, but this is a world where only middle exists. There is no place for our ancestors to retreat to. Just as the teenage knights truly accepted Jean and Murakan as colleagues. Jean and Murakan also no longer thought of them as mere paintings. As K.Tam said, inside the picture is reality, and even outside they were the real Jin's ancestors. That black Sarah's? It's Sarah's fire. The teenage knights were shocked to see the fire but did not ask about it. Also, the fake was amplifying spiritual energy. Perhaps due to the nature of the subspace called Grim, Tess was not summoned. Tess, it's a shame that guy wasn't summoned. That guy's fire could have hurt that fake guy's heart more than me or the kid. So far not a single attack that could be considered a clear effective hit has been successful. Despite this, Jean and the Murakan teenage knights continued to rush towards him without losing their fighting spirit in the slightest. The knights who survived the first liberation of the fake spirit also carried out the examination with determined faces. Even if the fake killed them with one breath, it seemed like the knight souls would remain and stand firm. A fire engulfed the fake, lowering its altitude again. The fake waved its wings, conscious of the eternal nature of fire. However, it was impossible to completely prevent the fake from getting closer to the storm castle. Its gigantic shadow was gradually casting a dark shadow over the storm castle walls. The knights who touched the shadow froze and were swallowed up in the darkness, and the sword curtain quickly lost its light. What I have decided today is the destruction of the storm castle and the recovery of Barasada. It means that the future has already been decided, no matter how hard you struggle. It's funny how you're talking like a third-rate villain out of fear that Timar will come back, and someone will say that you're not a mean-spirited bastard. Now the party and the fake were engaged in a melee in the sky of Storm Castle. Once in a while, Murakan, with the help of his knights, threw a fake into the castle, and each time part of the building collapsed and huge fragments flew out. Meanwhile, mountain ranges stained with fake spiritual energy were shaking. Jean and the teenage knights pushed back the spiritual energy pouring down like a tidal wave from the mountain range and suppressed its control of space. The fire was still burning brightly, melting the scales of the fake Murakan. Sometimes organs including the heart were revealed. Other organs were repeatedly destroyed and repaired, but no matter how many times the heart was stabbed, not even a small scratch was left. The guy didn't even scream, as if he was used to the pain now. The teenage knights were breathing heavily. The power of the sword strike was not diminished, but time was clearly on the fake side. The guy's aura was exploding more and more fiercely. I can cut. Jean is like before. I was reciting a spell just like when I braced myself when encountering a difficult enemy. Even if you can cut a guy's heart, there is nothing in this world that you can't cut. Unlike those days, it is now much closer to the truth than a lie. Even so, it's just a lie that has already been seen through. A spiritual energy resided in Bradamanti. When the darkness that filled the blade became deepest, the fake turned around and glared at Jean. For a moment I fell into the illusion that Timar is back. The fake was seeing Timar in Jean. I don't like it more and more. The same was true for the teenage knights. They too were feeling the theme from Jean. Whenever the situation was unfavorable and there was no hope, I was looking at those deep hard eyes that appeared from nowhere and stared at the enemy. Did you say the future is already decided? Jean cut down the spiritual energy and fake breath that spread from the mountain range and closed the distance between him and the creature. Murakin and the teenage knights were blocking the one trying to fly. For the first time, the fake showed a desperate defense. He tried to block Jin's vision by dyeing the area dark with his spiritual energy, and exploded his energy like crazy to try to get Murakin and the teen knights away. Fry and Violo were thrown away, but Murakin and Drainax did not let go of the creature and slashed their swords and teeth enlarged by aura into both wings. The fake swung its front paw towards Jean, who rushed forward, risking the fixed wings being torn apart. Jean narrowly avoided the guy's front paw. Although his cheek and shoulder were torn by the wind pressure, he was able to dig into his arms and swing Bradamanti. Spirit Sword Type 1, Soul Slash. The blackened blade pierced the fake's front paw and cut into its chest. The guy opened his mouth as if he was choking, and Jean swung his sword in the opposite direction, aiming for the heart once more. The sensation of something being caught on the sword then being released was clearly conveyed. Although it wasn't able to be cut into two pieces, cutting the soul was clearly inflicting a different blow to the guy's heart than before. The guy rolled his eyes and let out a tearful aura, but instead of being immediately converted, it seemed to disperse into particles and disappear. And Jean and the Murakin teen knights did not miss the fact that the fake had spilled something while hastily widening the distance. Sigh! A piece of heart the size of a walnut fell on the floor. When Jean trampled on it, the piece that lost its strength crumbled. The fake groped its heart with its front paw as if it couldn't believe it. Jean glared at the fake and strengthened his grip on the sword. The future, you said, was wrong. Soon Jean opened his spiritual sword again and took a stance. The teenage knights were next to him with Murakin on top of them. You had the energy of creativity. Fake Murakin said, covering the wound on his chest with spiritual energy. Although Jean had received that energy from Ron during the Sword Emperor Crusade, it was purely the power of the spirit sword that cut into the false heart. No. I got cut because it was you, not me. If this body was in its prime, how could that not work? You cheap fake bastard. The fake that had recovered from its wounds appeared to have suffered no damage. However, no matter how small, a broken piece from the heart means permanent loss. From now on, the fake was no longer invincible against Jean and the others. However, the party did not forget that they had to be more cautious. Even if it was fake, the opponent was Murakin, who was described as in his prime. Of course, as Murakin expressed, it doesn't seem to be as good as the real thing, but it is definitely enough to end the entire world in the picture. Bradamanti was once again darkly drenched in spiritual energy. The wrath of Hamelin, the magic sword unleashed by Fry, was now gathering the wide-open cold energy and focusing it on the fake. And just as the fake was about to move, Drainax and Violo unleashed their magic sword technique at the same time. Runkendal Demon Sword Secret Technique. Hell Phantom Blade Drainax Runkendal. Wind God Sword Violo Runkendal. Drainax's magic sword contained fire and Violo's magic sword contained wind. The two swords leapt left and right, each spreading huge fire and wind, forming a secret energy. The Hell Phantom was a sword that utilized the characteristics of a chain sword to the maximum. The sword body stretched like a whip and instantly wrapped around the fake, creating a red curtain. The fake had its wings torn and was unable to move as intended due to the chain swords constantly stabbing at its body. The only way to destroy the Hell Phantom blade is to hit Draenax directly with a stronger and faster strike. Fortunately, the fake was able to take the damage from the Hell illusion based on its resilience and aim for Draenax, but even that was blocked by Violo's magic sword. God of Wind. Violo was the first and last knight to have a great nickname with the attribute Wind. Since the history of the Runkendal demonic sword was discontinued, this name has always been used only by wizards, mainly Melzir's contractors. However, Violo was the only person who achieved the name of the Wind God without the help of God. It was he who freely changed the sword Wind that the teenage knights rode in the air battle, and it was he who cut the fake one now so that it could not maneuver by creating wind. Even though he was invisible, Jean was instantly recognizable. The fact that Violo's sword controls the wind and absorbs it with its body. The absorbed wind was converted into a sword Wind when Violo intended tearing the fake's entire body apart. The three attributes of the magic sword wielded by the teenage knights bound the fake. They did not unfold their magic swords to deliver a fatal blow. It was a sword solely for tying up fakes. The only one who can deal a fundamental blow to this guy is Jean. Jean was being assisted by teenage knights just like Timar back in the day. Krya. Murakan also joined the teenage knights. From a distance it approached the teenage knights with a barrage of breath in a position where it would not be harmed, and from a close range it tangled with the fake, biting the creature like crazy and swinging its front feet, wings and tail. Inevitably the magic sword's secret weapons did hit some of Murakan, but the teenage knights controlled it appropriately, so it did not cause a serious shock. Jean stared at those fighting while maintaining a posture that allowed him to unleash his sword energy at any time. While Murakan and the teenage knights were suppressing him, it was decided that it would be better to go in and shoot him with a sword rather than aiming for his heart. It was a possible tactic because everyone had faith in each other and had the ability to predict each other's attack path. The secret story of Lord Frey's magic sword is central. However, since their energy is weaker than at first, they will be keeping Murakan's tent in check. As expected, as soon as Hamelin's wrath faded, the teenage knights flexibly changed their joint attack as if they had promised in advance. Instead, Frey rode Violo's sword Wind and constantly targeted Fake's rear with Murakan. Due to the magic sword's secret technique, she was limited to emitting a huge amount of aura and magic power, but each and every one of her strikes had the quality of a top-level superhuman. Ka! The moment Draenax began the climax of the Hell Phantom sword, with all his might a ray of black sword energy crossed the sky. Jin's soul cut right through the fake's chest. Although the pieces didn't fall like before, the soul cut clearly destroyed part of the guy's heart. Even if it's slow, it will eventually be completely destroyed one day. There will be some cards left for the fake. But it couldn't be predicted. There weren't many of Murakan's techniques that Jean knew about. To begin with, when Murakan looked back on his heyday, he said that he mainly just tore things to pieces through overwhelming power rather than special techniques. It seems to be an enhanced version of spiritual energy liberation, black chains, or breath, but there may be something else. Murakan has almost no memories of its heyday. Separation. The second soul slash divided the battlefield. Murakan and the teenage knights split up for a moment every time Jean fired a soul slash, switching their attacks to a long distance. This time too the soul cutting did not miss the heart. The black sword energy escaped somewhere through the heart and through the back. Cough! The fake appeared to be falling to the floor, vomiting cloudy spiritual energy. The red-hot Hell Phantom sword wrapped itself around the guy's right leg, and Violo poured all the wind he had into the sword's body to help the guy fall. Because it hit part of the main building of the storm castle, completely collapsed, forming a huge crater, and the shock wave destroyed the castle walls. Jean, who was the first to leap, fired a spirit slash from the air into the pit before the guy could escape. The black sword, which had no vision but had already grown to its limit, would touch the heart no matter where it struck. The sword energy was blocked by something solid and kept bending and bending this way and that. Whoa! Jean soon catches his breath and lands on the ground. My sweat-soaked hair was heavy and I felt like I was dizzy for a moment because I had been so focused just now. The guy is still alive. The only reason they stopped the attack was to catch their breath. The group still looked at the pit with their senses heightened. The fake which broke the ground and got out of the pit in an instant was shaking like a haze. The spiritual energy spreading around was unstable, going out and forming repeatedly, and black hearts that had been cut and burst here and there were visible on the chest, which had become translucent. Certainly looks like it has suffered a serious blow. A strange sense of discomfort was overtaking the group. My intuition is that if I try to approach it now and end it, it will backfire. Pooh! The guy burst into tears and let out a creepy laugh. Why did you give up? Okay? Murakan, I suddenly understand why I am here. I think of myself as you. The group's eyes widened at those words. In particular, the teenage knights had to suppress their growing emotions for a while because they had been resenting Murakan. Fighting alongside the real Murakan strengthened my trust, but hearing it directly from his mouth was a completely different feeling. Okay, you finally admit that you are a cheap fake. The subject had a hard time imitating me. Now let him get beaten again and again. That guy is persistent. I have to go after my last struggle, is that right? The false Murakan's spiritual energy was amplifying. Its blurred body turned dark and dark again, and a new pair of wings formed on its back. The two horns on top of its head grew even larger, and its amber eyes burned like fire. That was another state of Murakan that Jean and most of the teenage knights had never seen in person, and it was a state of himself that Murakan himself could not remember. Murakan began to feel a severe headache as he saw the fake's transformation. My head hurts again. It was because of memory. Murakan was reminded of forgotten memories from 1,000 years ago by seeing the fake's transformation. I was thinking about the days when I struggled to forget things I didn't want to remember. Jean was nervous and did not take his eyes off Murakan and the fake Murakan. Just like the day he first met Orgel, Murakan's condition deteriorated rapidly. Moreover, it is impossible to believe that this fake power is not Changxiong. Is it some kind of awakening? I couldn't just start attacking first. There were no gaps left in the current fake Murakan, and every place his eyes and spiritual energy touched was no different from his territory. Even if the heart was cut with a soul cut, it was doubtful whether it would be able to inflict as much damage as before. The Murakan of those days is truly being recreated. Ka! Murakan, it must be painful. Funny enough, you must have believed that all the massacres and destruction I have committed were all lies. Shut up. I have never done anything like that. No, you committed numerous massacres. He killed innocent people like bugs, executed his family's knights, stabbed daggers into the hearts of his trusted colleagues, and even tried to harm his contractor. That is the truth, Murakan. As soon as the fake finished speaking, Murakan rushed forward and unleashed his spiritual energy. However, since I had lost my senses in an instant, I felt like I would be fatally injured by the fake power if things continued like this. He started attacking without protecting himself at all. Jean and the teenage knights had no choice but to throw themselves at the same time to protect Murakan. Black chains rained down from the fake spiritual energy curtain that stretched endlessly across the sky, and Jean and the 10 knights were able to protect Murakan by defeating almost all of them. However, it did not stop a single black chain from piercing Frey's back. Frey, impaled by the chain, stopped moving, frozen in the air. Although he did not die, a black mass was seen coming out of Frey's body and being absorbed into the chain. It was her shadow. Frey! Lord Frey! Even then, Murakan could not regain his senses and tried to continue attacking the fake, but the fake easily blocked his approach with a spiritual barrier as if it was a joke. Now Frey will die soon. Even if you cut off the chain, you cannot avoid certain death once you have been stabbed. Frey died at your hands 1,000 years ago, but you still don't remember. Are you going to continue to reject the truth like that? Jean cut off the chain that stabbed Frey and then swatted away other chains that flew at Murakan. Murakan, of all the things I have done while recreating you from 1,000 years ago, there is only one thing you did not actually do yourself. Like this. The storm castle is destroyed without a trace. Black Dragon Ultimate. Darkness arrives. The fake was unleashing Murakan's ultimate skill that he had forgotten about. The world was immersed in darkness. At least everyone in Stormcastle had no choice but to feel that way. All visible space was turning black as if it had been painted. And people were also being immersed in that darkness. The sight of the knights spreading their swords all over the castle and mountain disappeared. Ka-hak! Oh! Pow! The knights affected by the coming of darkness screamed for a moment and then exploded to death. The darkness that had encroached on them exploded. Their blood, flesh, and bones were scattered somewhere in the dark space and then disappeared in an instant. Only those who resisted even a little left behind a deathly scream, and most of them were not even aware of the moment of their death. It was 3 seconds. The time required for all the elite Guardian Knights on the battlefield to die. Now all that was left was Jean and the Moroccan Teen Knights. All those knights. All of them. Jean felt his skin sinking and held on tight. It felt like an invisible awl was piercing my brain and my entire body. Moroccan and the teenage knights were also feeling the same pain. The power of existence. That was the reason why the remaining party members did not immediately explode when darkness arrived. The power of their existence was resisting the fake's designated death. But Fry didn't seem to be able to hold out for long. Jean noticed that her consciousness was switching off and on again every time she blinked. Frey, come to your senses. If I kill him, I'll start treatment right away. Just hang in there. The real Fry Runkendal died 1,000 years ago, and the dying Fry is nothing more than a drawing. Jean felt unbearable anger. All of the teenage knights here became guardians to protect Timar's tomb even after death. Today this world disappears. Cuddad. While the entire Stormcastle was falling apart, the fake's low voice was clear. Moroccan and Jean Runkendal. You will not be able to escape this world. The location of the fake was unknown. He was swimming in the darkness, appreciating the suffering of Jean and his group and the dead knights. Even though the name Jean Runkendal appeared, the teenage knights did not even have time to question it. The shape of the spirit sword has changed. Are you now trying to tear apart subspace and escape? If so, you should have made a choice before this happened. Now it's impossible. You shouldn't have come in here. You two won't get anything today, and you won't get out alive. The fake said, checking on Bradamanti. I have no intention of leaving until I kill you, fake. You are probably a servant of Loki or Hilurim. Does it matter? In my view, the important thing is that the Black Dragon Moroccan, whom you believe so much in, was in fact nothing more than an ugly traitor slayer. Moroccan was still struggling to push away the returning memories. The memories of running away so badly to forget the days when I couldn't forgive myself were nothing compared to the pain of my body. Black tears continued to flow from Moroccan's eyes. He was throwing his head into the darkness, letting out loud screams and clawing at himself. Jean decided to leave him alone for a while. As of now, it didn't seem like the condition would return to the way it was before. Suffer as much as you want, I will protect you this time. If I get rid of that guy, I'll face him. The truth from 1,000 years ago. No matter how harsh it is, how cruel it is, how disgusting it is. In the end, it was something Moroccan had to handle entirely on his own. I couldn't move forward without facing the past. If you are truly at fault, you can atone. Just like we have done so far. Since you became my guardian dragon, you have always fought for me and my family. After that's all over, let's think about what to do together. Jean caught his breath and closed his eyes. But if you're not at fault, you don't have to suffer so much. Either way, neither I, Gilly, nor the other companions are leaving you. Even if you atone, we will be together, and even if you just suffer, we will suffer together. So just wait a moment. I'm going to kill that bastard and come back. Foha! Suddenly a deep cut appeared on Jin's chest and blood poured out. The coming of darkness is destroying Jin's existence. I'm in tears. You really don't think Moroccan can atone for what he did, do you? Those who die without knowing why will not come back no matter what they do. Jean didn't answer. I had no intention of believing anything the fake said until I faced the truth from 1,000 years ago. I just quietly raised my sword and prepared it. Get ready to cut this guy down. Even if he is not truly a being who has achieved prowess, his visible combat power is clearly that of a prodigy. Firepower is no answer. It's best to look at the competition as if it's differentiating between the real and the fake. Jean opens his eyes again. The darkness created by the fake began to vibrate. The fake didn't care and continued to distort the existence of Jean and the teenage knights. All three did not let go of their swords even as their entire bodies were torn apart and exploded. Similarly, we assist you this time as well. Bamel? Or should I call him Jean Runkendall? The two of us will find the space where it's hiding and tear it apart. It will only be a moment. Twice if you're lucky. Once is enough, ancestors. As soon as Drainax and Violo heard those words, they rushed left and right and extended their swords. Two dazzlingly shining swords were cutting through the darkness. It was a nameless magic sword. The two people were instinctively releasing their true energy to cut through the darkness of the coming darkness. Just as Jean suddenly realized eternalization while fighting against Vale, they were also reaching the power that only the demon sword can have. The darkness parted without a sound. The scene outside the darkness revealed each time was a river of blood and a collapsed storm castle made up of rubble. A desolate castle site, a broken family flag, a storm that still rages cruelly, and a dark, closed sky. Everything they were trying to protect. The cut darkness was filling up again in an instant, but the two people's swords gradually became closer to the fake reality. And finally the moment when the two magic swords simultaneously peeled away the darkness hiding the fake reality. The breath it vomited hit the teenage knights. Drainax's right shoulder and part of his upper body disappeared, and Violo lost both arms while slashing away with his sword. This was because the magic sword Jinky had exhausted them. Jean faced them as they collapsed and extended his sword forward. Spirit Sword Ultimate Type 1. First Knight. The fake felt that his five senses were blocked for an instant. All the spiritual energy flowing in the darkness stopped moving, and a blade darker than my own darkness appeared before my eyes. Swak dash. The blade cut into the guy's chest. However, it could not reach the heart, and it struck the camp with its wings. However, Jean broke through the wings and plunged his sword into the guy's heart once more. At that moment, the fake lost consciousness for a moment due to the impact and pain of the first night, but that was all. The heart was not pierced. The point where the blade penetrated was about the size of a finger. Even though it was a sufficiently threatening blow, it wasn't enough to kill the fake. Spirit Sword Ultimate Type 2. Second Knight. Jean, who had already expected it, followed up with Yongyam's second ultimate attack in a row. The spiritual energy spread out for the first meal instantly gathered into Bradamanti, and the sword body soon became a huge black vortex in the shape of an inverted cone. The second Knight is a sword that maximizes the power of spiritual energy itself. Every time Jean swung his sword, a vortex stirred the darkness, and he could not easily escape. However, Jean also knows that he has no chance of winning in a firefight. The second Knight could not be greater than the power of the sword or fake, which was the strongest power he could currently produce with his spiritual energy. Because of this, the fake was once again putting pressure on the true. Drainax and Violo, who had fallen in the darkness, were looking for Fry. And Fry got up and was wandering around looking for something. With unsteady steps, she was looking for a piece of land that had been revealed when her comrades had cut through the darkness a moment ago. This was because there was a sword there that should not be given to a fake. Even though her consciousness was blurred, she found the place at once, even though there was the same darkness everywhere. She was blessed with a sense of duty that nothing could break. Drainax, Violo, please open this place. Violo handed over his last true energy to Drainax, and Drainax once again unleashed the nameless magic sword through that true energy. Barasada was stuck in the rubble like a flower that had finally bloomed. With trembling hands, Fry carefully held Barasada in his arms, as if he was holding a child. At that moment, the fake confirmed the existence of Barasada, and immediately moved to Frey's side through the darkness. At that moment, Murakan instinctively blocked the path of the teenage knights. The fake's breath plunged Murakan into the darkness instead of the teenage knight, and Jean did not miss the opportunity and stirred the fake's heart again. The second type of vortex formed on the sword body and tore through my heart. It felt like my grip was being torn and twisted by the recoil caused by my heart colliding with my spiritual energy. And Jean just loosened his grip on the sword. Bradamanti was catapulted out into the darkness. The original plan was to forcibly dig into the guy's arms without letting go of the sword at a time like this. If you take the risk just once and delve deep into him, you will be able to put an end to him. In the end, I believe that if you keep your distance, the difference between reality and illusion will inevitably be revealed. But now Fry was throwing Barasada towards him. Jean caught Barasada as he was being rushed. The very moment when I held Barasada in my hand, Jean realized that he had finally reached the distance he wanted. A distance where you can cut out his heart without missing a beat. The fake was amplifying the spiritual energy of the coming of darkness, which had begun to move again without knowing that fact. Jean felt the pain of every bone in his body being broken, but he was able to use the sword he had chosen in advance to kill the bastard. It would be the same even if a greater pain than this was coming. Jean was able to swing his sword in any situation. That was the achievement achieved so far by a man named Jean Runkendall. It's the end fake. Runkendall owes. Transmigration. Barasada was waking up in Jin's hands. Even in past lives and rebirths, the sword Jean chose was Barasada. Of course, he had never touched Barasada since the selection ceremony, but Jean felt the sword in his hand as if it had always been with him. Even though it was a kind of imitation made of a picture, Barasada was no different from the real thing. And it recognized the black Jinn. That he is worthy to be his own master, that he can wield himself and annihilate his enemies. Suddenly I remember the day I ended my career as a reserve jockey. Soren presented a variation of O's reincarnation on the day Jean returned to the family to become a horseman. An extremely slow sword, but unavoidable. Barasada. The fake opened his eyes and focused the darkness on Jean. The power of death that was being applied to the Teen Knights and Muraken was all directed at Jean. But no matter how much pain grows, nothing can make him stop. Could not be disturbed or even slightly disturbed. Just as the fake was hoping for Jin's death through the coming of darkness, Jean was hoping to cut him down with a sword. There is no need to even measure which side's fighting spirit is deeper and stronger. The fake's confirmed death quickly became blurred and Jin's sword became increasingly clear. Why can't I avoid it? Fake couldn't understand Jin's sword approaching step by step. My body didn't move as I wanted, as if I was chained. Didn't you say it was the end, fake? So there is no need to try to understand. Jean was clearly aware of the man's feelings. Only those who transcended their limits without anyone's help were able to burn their fighting spirit even in the face of reincarnation. This did not apply to fakes. A being that is itself an illusion cannot stand against reincarnation. Jean slowly moved towards the fake one step at a time. Before reaching the guy, the sword he swung once cut off the spiritual energy that formed the darkness. As if the dark cave wall was crumbling, the area of darkness was narrowing. Barasada, shining bright white, was opening the way. The pure white sword energy spread endlessly in a circle, erasing the coming of darkness. It was also slow, but fakes were equally unavoidable. If there was just a little more distance, if fakes would break away from the narcissism of being invincible and face reality. There must have been at least one opportunity to somehow struggle and hide in the darkness again. Even if it wasn't achieved through struggle of one's own, well, the power he possessed was clearly within reach of Changxiong. I should have run away before this happened. Jean echoed what Fake had said and swung his second sword. The sword struck by the bell split the fake's chest. The bastard tenaciously protected the heart, but its armor-like spirit, scales, bones, and flesh were all cut off. The guy's shiny black heart appeared. It already looked broken and cracked here and there. No, it can't be like this. I am Muraken. This means that it has become the Muraken of 1,000 years ago. The being whom all creation so revered. I can't be defeated by someone like you who hasn't even reached the castle yet. Once the foundation is revealed, the true colors come out. If it had been that guy instead of you, he would have been able to beat this much. If it was truly a creative act. I'll kill you. The fake was risking everything and making its last struggle. Even the spiritual energy that maintained the heart began to be used to strengthen the coming of darkness. The darkness that had cleared was filled again, and Barasada seemed to lose her light for a moment. Black chains rained down continuously from the two pairs of wings that roared and spread out, and the swirling spiritual energy seemed as if it would engulf Jean and tear him apart at any moment. What a pointless thing to do. However, Jean shattered even that with a single slash with his third sword. The threatening black chains were absorbed by Barasata's blade and dispersed into pure white particles, and the darkness was cut into chunks even bigger than when the 5 rites first unfolded. The fake still had to face Barasata, who was approaching his heart without being able to widen the distance. Stop! What benefit do you think killing me will give you? You're welcome. You will face the dirty and terrible truth. Your guardian dragon will go crazy in front of you and become just like me again. If you stop now, I will tell you who sent me here. You're tempting me for a moment, you bastard. But what can I do? I promised that guy that I would kill you right away. This picture shows that this world has been deteriorated due to pollution. I am the core of it. If you kill me, the whole world may collapse. If I die, you too might be trapped here forever. Anything can happen in a corrupted world. A fake was a fake after all. No matter how much he resembled Murakan, there was a gap between him and the real Murakan of his time that could never be overcome. In the first place, Changxiang was a being that could never be created. No god could create a being with the status of creation at will. I'll take care of that. Let's find and kill the guy who created you. It's disgusting to hear any more, so disappear now. Shoak dash. The fourth sword strike was a straight, slow stab that pierced the fake's heart. As soon as I pierced the guy's heart, the black landscape of the coming of darkness was erased all at once. It flapped its wings and trembled all over. Wow! You'll regret it, Jean. Runkendal. This place, you shouldn't have come. As the fake said. The coming of darkness was not the only thing affected by the destruction of the heart. The scene of the collapsed storm castle that had begun to be visible again, the storm had cleared and the sky filled with bright moonlight was engulfed in unstable vibrations. Without hesitation, Jean twisted his sword and completely destroyed the guy's heart. Black pieces continued to scatter in all directions and disappear without a trace. Now there was no feeling of fakeness at all. It was a vain disappearance, as if to prove that it was nothing more than a fake. Jean won the Wii. Although a handful of blood was spit out, there were no fatal injuries. I guess it's true that he is the core of this world. It feels like the entire subspace is in danger, as if it could go out at any moment. I wasn't anxious. There had to be a way, whether it was to tear apart subspace with a spiritual sword and escape, or just hold on by force and find a way out. If I had been worried about that in the first place, I wouldn't have come in. However, at first I thought it was okay to have no solution since I was with Murakan, but when I looked back I realized that he was still suffering. In fact, the condition was worse than before the fake disappeared. As a result of the contamination of being fake being removed, are more of the memories that Murakan was rejecting coming in? Jean returned to Murakan and the teenage knights. Murakan's pitch-black tears were forming a puddle. Drainax and Violo comforted the fallen Fry and held her conscious. With the disappearance of the fake, the power of the coming of darkness disappeared, but there was no way for Fry to survive. Even before being hit by the coming of darkness, she had already suffered fatal injuries. Jean. Runkendal. Fry looked up at Jean. Yes, ancestor. Bamel is a pseudonym, that's my real name. I had no choice but to deceive you because I thought it would confuse you. I felt something was strange from the beginning, but I wanted to rely on it. Now I see that even if we had refused, you would have helped us. Don't say Fry. Just stay conscious and focus on breathing. We'll take you to the healers soon. Drainax, Violo. We are probably similar to the fake Murakan. However, we are here to protect the fake while damaging it. Isn't everyone feeling it? Friends. Fry was vaguely aware of the truth about the world they lived in. As the world began to collapse, information that the beings in the picture were not supposed to know was flowing into their minds. Drainax and Violo closed their eyes tightly without answering. The teenage knight's other colleagues did not return from external missions, and there were no reinforcements even though the fake was so active. I realized that this was ultimately a world that recreated parts of 1,000 years ago. But Jean Runkendal. Unlike us, you and Murakan, that stupid black dragon who we thought betrayed us. They must be living in reality. After experiencing you, I am convinced that the land we ultimately protected is still ours. 1,000 years has passed a long time. Damn it, why does that black dragon guy keep doing that? Hey, Fryme and Violo are all going to disappear soon. Will you come to your senses and say hello? We died 1,000 years ago, so we'll never meet again, you bastard. Yes, Murakan. We both don't know, but it's not right for you to send Fry away like this. Come and listen to Frey's confession, which he couldn't do. No, Violo. Why are you suddenly saying such nonsense in this situation? Just as Fry was getting angry, Murakan transformed into a human and trudged towards Jean and the teenage knights. He fell down, hit his head on the ground, and repeated the same words in a daze. I'm sorry, guys. Killed you. The family's knights killed people. It was all my fault. Yes, Murakan. It was all done by you. At that moment, a low, dark voice came from somewhere. It was a voice that both Jindo Murakan and the teenage knights had heard before. Jean hears the rest from past recorded videos left behind by Sodaret and the rest from his personal experience with him. It was Timar Runkendal. After brutally murdering your colleagues who trusted you, are you now planning to deal with me as well? Is that your decision with Sodaret? For a millennial contractor? Timar's words became clearer and the scenery was changing. The truth from 1,000 years ago that K.Tam captured before the painting was contaminated is being revealed. Murakan's face turned white and he looked around. Timar was seen glaring at himself from 1,000 years ago. Murakan couldn't look straight into those resentful eyes. Timar and Murakan 1,000 years ago. The place where they were standing was a storm. This is not the storm castle in the picture, which was completely destroyed in the recent battle with the Fake, but the storm castle from 1,000 years ago that still stands tall on the top of Mt. Murakan. Jean and the teenage knights looked at the new scenery with their eyes wide open, and Murakan squeezed his chest and looked away. No, not this. Yeah, there's no way I would have done that. There is no way this Murakan would have sent his knights and Timar to kill you. Jean was worried that Murakan's mind seemed to be collapsing. He repeated over and over again what he had just said. It feels like it could suddenly explode at any time. Murakan's spiritual energy is becoming more unstable than before. Soon a spear was formed with spiritual energy behind Murakan's back. The window was shot straight into a landscape from 1,000 years ago, but the landscape was not affected at all. As observers, the party can only observe the scenery from 1,000 years ago and cannot exert any influence. The phrase I just heard, "It's all your fault," was not said to the real Murakan but to the Murakan in the scenery. In the scenery, Murakan was gritting his teeth without answering Timar. Stop, Murakan. It was Drainax. With serious eyes, he looked back and forth between Murakan and Murakan Timar from 1,000 years ago. They say we are just guardians, but our souls will be the same as the real us from 1,000 years ago. So the three of us are qualified. You deserve to know what happened back then. It seems like you can't destroy the scenery anyway, so calm down and stay still. Yes, Murakan. We will soon disappear, but before that happens, I want to see it with my own eyes at least once. Our history that we don't know. Fry also endured the pain and did not take his eyes off the scenery. The teenage knights were determined to resist extinction at all costs until they confirmed the entire truth. This is all a ruse. A witch or someone else. Yes, Lokia. They said Lokia betrayed us. It's their plan to frame me. How could I kill you? How could you want to harm Timar and slaughter innocent people like that? Painful memories can easily drive a person crazy. Murakan was being engulfed by an irresistible flood of old memories. However, Jean decided not to say anything more to Murakan, because I had already said everything I needed to say to him. Whatever the truth is, let's face it together with ourselves and our colleagues. Jean and the teenage knights left the crouching Murakan behind and fixed their eyes on the scenery. When I first heard that you were trying to kill my colleagues, I didn't believe it. Even it was Lokia who said that, and as you know, I was suspicious of Lokia. Timar. But Lokia did not betray. He was just keeping in contact with the witch to find a way to resolve my demonization. But I never thought you would stick a knife in our backs like this. You and Sodaret. Stop it, Timar. I didn't kill you for the Millennium Contractor or the Solderet. Are you sure you don't know? Then are you still trying to tell me that I'm crazy? Like the day you brought my brother and Paddler to the Black Sea Tower to kill me. I completely regained my senses after that day. I clearly remember the many truths I saw through the witch while I was crazy. That may be why Solderet wants to deal with me. I don't think I need to say any more. Timar, I won't say I'm sorry. For me, this is just the best. 1,000 years. We were destined to be used as expendables and then discarded for the future that Solderet chose 1,000 years from now. The guy who will become the contractor at that time will never know this dark truth. Today you and your god's ugly atrocities end. I will stop it. If you can't stop. Whoa! When Timar drew his sword, the inside of the storm castle surrounding the two suddenly turned black. The spiritual energy he radiated formed an endless gigantic subspace. With Timar's single sword, the human-shaped Mirakan was split vertically and scattered with spiritual energy. Soon the spirit flew to a faraway place and formed a new Mirakan's true form. In the subsequent separation, the subspace split for a moment, revealing the outside scenery. It was a point in the Mirakan Mountains far away from Storm Castle. The cracked space was instantly filled with spiritual energy again. It is a sword similar to the fake Dark Arrival. As Timar and Mirakan continued to fight in subspace like this, the entire Mirakan Mountains disappeared. The fight I had just fought against fakes was nothing compared to their battle. Both Timar and Mirakan had clear creative power in their every strike. With a single sword strike, mountain ranges were cut off piece by piece, and with a single breath an empty city with no one left disappeared. Rather than a human and a dragon, it seemed like two gods who could control the world as they pleased were in conflict. Mirakan was still crouching and muttering something unintelligible. The teenage knights could barely suppress their mixed feelings as they watched the two people fighting in the scenery. The scene they were seeing now was no different from when the fake Mirakan attacked Timar. We had that conversation. It looks like Mirakan really attacked the head of the family. As we knew here, I'm not going to judge anything until I see it through to the end. Jean and Mirakan came and helped us. It allowed us to see the truth and eliminate the fake Mirakan that we believed was real. That's right. Even after watching until the end, I wonder if Fry will tell the crumpled bastard over there his unfulfilled confession. Confessions of love should never turn into curses and abusive language. You're talking nonsense again, Violo. If I were in good health, I would have hit you once. The Fry blood continues to flow. No matter how close we are to extinction, the end should be at least a little easier. Save your words. Ignore Violo's bullshit. Naturally, Jean already knew the winner of this battle. Mirakan would eventually be defeated by Timar and fall into a long sleep for 1,000 years. In the scenery, Timar and Mirakan have already exchanged attacks over 100 times. Every time subspace was torn apart, what was revealed outside was all destroyed mountain ranges and cities, strangely torn dark clouds and storms. It was mainly Timar who attempted to attack and Mirakan who focused on defense. Mirakan was confident that if the battle continued, he would definitely win. This was because while Timar was bound to get tired, eventually Mirakan never got tired. As long as his heart is not damaged, his strength will remain the same as before indefinitely. You keep trying to move the battlefield outside the mountains. You won't care if people get caught up in our fight and die. No one lives near my mountain range anymore. There is no one near the mountain range that runs through all of Hupister. Are you proud? For trampling on those who worshipped you so cruelly. Are you okay with their home being reduced to ashes, but you don't want your house to be destroyed? Unlike the real Mirakan who was struggling in pain, the Mirakan of 1,000 years ago seemed completely unaffected by Timar's vicious words. Mirakan only used all his senses to kill Timar. Like a fake Mirakan, it began to awaken, forming a pair of wings, and constantly emitting spiritual energy with its enlarged horn. The Mirakan Mountains, which lead to the middle and upper parts of Middle, have now completely disappeared, leaving only traces. Landslides and earthquakes spread throughout Middle, and there was no sign of the destruction stopping. It was like their relationship was falling apart irreparably. Observers could not tell exactly how much time passed while the fight continued. This was because the viewpoint was changing sometimes. However, every time it changed, the only thing that appeared was the image of two people fighting in the subspace of Timar's spiritual sword. Observers could only perceive the change in perspective as wounds that were not present on Timar's body became visible, and the external scenery gradually changed as subspace was torn apart. There was no sign of injury or exhaustion from Murakan. Further fighting is meaningless, Timar. Everything that is being destroyed in the fight right now is what we were trying to protect. It is the land of Runkendal and the place where people protected by Runkendal live. Do you think you can dare put what we were trying to protect in that dirty mouth? I just want to say that we need to leave at least a little more people living on this land for the future. If you still have love for your family and this land, stop and accept death. The future, I guess that doesn't matter. Thanks to you and Sodaret, we have already lost the present. And as long as you and Sodaret exist, Runkendal will never be free. I will be used forever by Sodaret. Our enemy is Jeep, not Sodaret. That was true until he showed his true colors. Now you guys are more disgusting and repulsive than Jeep. It's so funny that my colleagues and I gave up everything to you guys that were going crazy. I do not agree with Murakan's opinion that we should stop fighting pointlessly and accept death. In any case, there was no reason for Timar to prolong the fight any longer. I had to see the match before my stamina deteriorated further. And Timar continued to prepare a sword for the time of conclusion. Even if the enemy is stronger than you, if you have the will, you can overcome the gap and cut down the opponent. Spirit Sword Type 1, Soul Slash. The black-stained sword of Timar Barasada was pointed at Murakan. It's time to pay for your sins, Murakan. Suffer. In memory of those you killed. Timar smiled evilly and swung his sword. When you reach the end of the spiritual sword, the soul-cutting becomes not a swordsmanship but a power. The power is to take the life of an opponent whose will is weaker than that of the caster. Even if the absolute power of the target exceeds that of the caster, it cannot prevent the soul from being cut. And Timar was clearly the person who came closest to the spiritual sword's destination among mortals. Murakan also knew that fact well, so he was conscious of cutting souls from beginning to end. This was because he personally confirmed that Ilona Ziffel, who was clearly stronger than Timar in the past, almost died from a soul cut. At that time, as soon as the soul slash was unleashed, Ilona Ziffel let out a scream and appeared disheveled. And it was the same with Murakan today. Karak! Murakan, who never showed signs of being tired or pushed back during such a long battle, screamed in pain for the first time. Every time Murakan screamed and twisted his body, something like black smoke rose from his body, and Barasada's blade caught the smoke. As the smoke touched the blade, Murakan felt the pain increase. Instinctively, Murakan recognized that Timar was cutting his soul. It wasn't physically painful. Things that I tried to ignore and never want to remember again. For Murakan in the landscape, it happened a while ago, and for Murakan now, it happened 1,000 years ago. Both then and now, it was a repulsive memory for Murakan. Timar was clearly aware of that. He said that the only way to defeat Murakan was to strike his soul directly with the spirit sword. What broke my heart was what happened after that. It looks like you have feelings. Shut up. Shut up. What day are you facing? Was this the day when Drainax and his family, the Kamal family, were all annihilated? Or is it the day you brutally murdered Violo, who came to seek revenge on you? Nod. While talking about the two people, Timar gritted his teeth without realizing it. When I thought about the people who had been harmed by Murakan, I felt uncontrollable anger. But I had to suppress my emotions so that the demonic fire wouldn't overpower me. If he fell into demonic fire again, he would become a monster just like Murakan. Above all, this is a moment for revenge. Timar didn't think he would be able to forgive himself if he messed up in anger. It seemed that he would not be able to face the people who trusted and depended on him, the knights and his comrades who had died at the hands of Murakan. Therefore, even though Timar was victorious in an instant, he deployed his spiritual sword carefully. If you are careful with the demonic fire, even if it is slow, you will definitely be able to kill Murakan. As Timar said, Murakan was facing the day he murdered Drainax and Violo. Drainax began using Runkendal's name instead of Kamal, but members of the Kamal family still regarded Drainax as their leader. His brother Keaton Kamal, who became the new head of the family, did not find this unpleasant. On the contrary, he was proud of his older brother, and whenever Drainax had time, he would visit the southern part of Huffister to resolve issues with his relatives. Kamal became one of Runkendal's most important allied families, and all of its members like Drainax always aspired to be at the forefront of battle. Murakan enjoyed lumping Drainax and Kamalga together and calling them a gang of bastards. Before he decided to kill both Drainax and Kamalga, Murakan was very close to them. Murakan, how could you do this? My brother trusted you more than me. Brother, if he had to choose between you and Kamalga, he would probably have chosen you. He said it was for the good of the world. How could you, brother Drainax? Black tears flowed from Murakan's eyes. But Timar's sword continued to wound his soul. As the black smoke repeatedly cut and dispersed like paper, Murakan was buried in painful memories that became clearer even when he closed his eyes. Drainax, what have I done to you? Drainax, I guess he had enough power to bother you too. But why was the Kamal family annihilated? They didn't even spare a child. You have such a deep grudge against that idiot Drainax. What on earth did Kamal's children do? Violo, who came to seek revenge, cried and could not speak for a while. We were close. Even though we cursed at each other and fought at each other frequently, we never truly hated each other. At least Drainax and all of our colleagues believed so. One day when we die fighting against Jeep, you will be the one who will stay until the end to take revenge and honor our souls. If revenge is impossible, even you will survive to the end and at least remember us. Yes, Violo, I will remember everything. So stop sleeping now. No, you forget about us. Anyway, we can't forget you even if we die. I don't want to be remembered by you. Even if I become a ghost, I will curse you again and again. The future that Sodaret wanted will eventually come to a dark end drenched in curses and blood. Violo, couldn't help it. I really couldn't help it. I don't know what your unavoidable circumstances were, but whatever they were, they couldn't justify what you did. Even Jeep wouldn't have been so cruel. Dark red bloody tears also flowed from Timar's eyes. He was barely able to maintain a narrow gap between his demonic nature and his reason. Is killing people now just a pastime for you, Murakan? People say that when they look at your wings, there's nothing left but ashes. You don't even let a child live. Frey Runkendal. Even amidst internal strife, she tried her best to save people. When the hopelessly suffering desperately needed it, she relieved their burden with a heavy heart, and wherever her gaze was directed on the battlefield, there were always the weak who would have the most difficulty surviving. No, maybe you were like that from the beginning. How frustrating was it for you to hide that ugly bare face? But looking at where we are now, it's probably compensation enough. There is no greater reward than harming and trampling on those who were deceived and gave everything away to you. Since his birth, Fry has shown countless acts of mercy and love to the world. However, among them Murakan was the only one who loved another person of the opposite sex. She resisted Murakan much more fiercely than Drainax and Violo, who died before her. Rather than ending it in one battle, whenever it was in danger it somehow escaped and promised the next one. On some days I was able to survive because I had an epiphany right before I was killed. But it didn't last very long. In the end, Fry met his death due to Murakan's black chains. What I'm going through right now is everything. Zippel's manipulation. You say so? Murakan, transformed into a human, sat down and cried hoarsely. All Murakan of 1,000 years ago and Murakan of today could do was cry and suffer. Before he knew it, Timar had cut off almost all of the black smoke between him and Murakan. Now if he took just a few steps closer, he would be able to cut out Murakan's heart. Jean and the teenage knights held their breath as if they were actually standing right next to them and not just observers. Looking at the circumstances revealed so far, it was clear that Murakan was a traitor and that he murdered the teenage knights. Murakan was responsible for exterminating innocent people and making the entire Huffister tremble with fear. Nevertheless, for some reason Jean and the teenage knights were secretly rooting for Murakan from 1,000 years ago. I hoped he wouldn't fall like this, and I hoped he wouldn't be stabbed by Timar and fall into a long sleep like this. This was because I was sure that Murakan had something going on. It may not be justifiable, as Timar said, but I couldn't imagine that Murakan would have done such a thing for no reason. All of the spiritual energy forming the subspace was focused on cutting down the soul. As the darkness cleared, the landscape revealed was a vast, desolate land that looked like a gray desert. Not a single ounce of vitality can be found. Murakan, your memories were passed down to me through the sword. Drainax Violo Fry. My colleagues, my friends, whom I let go of in vain without even being able to say hello. Even if I cut you 1,000 times, the pain of losing them will not go away. The pain they experienced will never be erased. Deep. Barasada dug into Murakan's chest. The heart weakened by the transformation was pierced. This would have been the same even with the strongest heart in its true form. Murakan remained motionless as if he wasn't feeling any pain. Yes, I guess so. When I twist the sword, you disappear. It's unfair that I have to end it like this instead of causing you more pain. I'll ask you one last thing. Why did you do that? Timar's hand holding the sword was trembling. The eyes above the dried bloody tears were empty. What exactly is that unavoidable situation? They did these things for 1,000 years in the future? What does that have to do with this terrible, treacherous massacre? I don't know, like 1,000 years in the future. I don't know anything about the truth of the world that you said you learned through the witch. Then why? Why? Murakan slowly raised his head and looked up at Timar. Timar, do you know where this is? This is the land where you will die. Timar, this is here. It looks like a land of death with nothing left but ashes. But it is a land that was once called Idle, ruled by Paidler, whom he loved more than life itself. His homeland, the kingdom of Idle. And Timar, you made this month like this. Murakan spoke back and grabbed Bersada's blade with both hands. That's why I can't die now, even though I'm dying to die. Timar, I'm sorry. Before you do more terrible things. Before you become more broken. Before the enemy uses you more. I have to stop. Because I am your guardian dragon.